Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Successive Breakthroughs and a Comeback. While Lu Ming was traversing through the woods, there was a sudden change in his expression as he murmured, "It's like we're two bad pennies, but you've come at the right time." Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, several sounds pierced the silence around Lu Ming as figures appeared from the sides, his front, back, and left flank. Wei Ziyou and Wei Ziming stood in front of Lu Ming while there were 4 members of the Duanmu family behind him. Apart from the young martial artist of Master Realm, there were another 3 youths. To his left, there was a youth donned in a brocade garb who was emanating a strong aura. He was a Master Realm expert. The moment they spotted Lu Ming, the people from these 3 sides formed a circle with him in the middle. 3 of them were in 1st grade Master Realm, while the other 3 were on the 9th grade Warrior Realm. Wei Ziming could be dismissed as a non-factor. "Let's see where you can run to now, Lu Ming," Wei Ziming said as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually glanced at Wei Ziming. "You piece of trash, have a duel with me if you've got what it takes." He laughed. "You're a dead man walking, Lu Ming. I shan't bother to have a dispute with a dead man." Wei Ziming snarled. "Lu Ming, you dare to kill a disciple of my family, the Duanmu family? You're courting death." The young Master Realm martial artist from the Duanmu family insulted. "I'm courting death? Your family wanted me dead first. The way you put it, I guess I can only die without retaliating, huh?" Lu Ming said. "That's right. My Duanmu family wants you dead, so there's nothing you can do except to accept your fate. How could a lowly scum like you compare to the lives of the Duanmu family's disciples?" The Duanmu family's youth scoffed. He was confident, arrogant, and unreasonable. He. Lu Ming smiled. He did not bother to squabble with someone like him. "And what about you? I don't think I know you. Are you someone from the Duanmu family as well?" he said as he shifted his gaze towards the youth in the brocade garb. "Haha, Lu Ming, since you're about to meet your end, I'll let you in on this. Senior brother Ning Feng sent me. You're as bold as brass to offend senior brother Ning Feng when you've just joined. Are you tired of living?" The youth in the brocade garb smiled. "All right, stop spouting nonsense with him. Let's kill him now. I don't have the time to squabble with him." He was Duanmu Fei. As he finished speaking in an icy tone, he charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. A green sword chi pierced through the air with a sharp whistle. Wei Ziyou and the youth in the brocade garb did not make a move, as they thought that one person was enough to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped his feet on the group as Duanmu Fei's sword chi was about to land on him. He used the dragon serpent steps and dodged the sword chi before darting away, like a bolt of lightning. His target was the youth of the Duanmu family, who is in 9th grade Warrior Realm. Clang! His blade whistled as a beam of sword chi was sent flying. With Lu Ming's cultivation at top 8th grade Warrior Realm, the youth from the Duanmu family was unable to avoid Lu Ming's sword chi even if he was on full alert. Poof! The blade directly pierced the youth's heart. It was a kill in a single blow. Devour. With a single thought from Lu Ming's mind, a strong pull gravitated from his palms, pulling out 9 droplets of blood essence from his opponent's wound. It traveled across Lu Ming's arm and was devoured by the spirit-devouring worm. This was the method of using the spirit-devouring worm that Lu Ming had figured out over these few days. He could apply the devouring aura on his hands and silently absorb the blood essence of others. "Ah, Lu Ming, you're looking for death." Duanmu Fei bellowed furiously as he charged towards Lu Ming. An icy smile formed on Lu Ming's lips. He did not go head-on against Duanmu Fei, and he used the dragon serpent steps to charge towards another youth who was in 9th grade Warrior Realm. With the spirit-devouring worm continuously refining the blood essence at the same time, a surge of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. The energy contained within the blood essence of someone in 9th grade Warrior Realm was immense, allowing Lu Ming to increase his cultivation at a mind-boggling speed. His cultivation was already at top 8th grade Warrior Realm, but it constantly closed the distance to 9th grade Warrior Realm. Swoosh. Although the youth from the Duanmu family tried his best to avoid it, his speed was incomparable to Lu Ming's. He was instantly killed with a flash of the blade. Lu Ming absorbed his blood essence at the same time. Crash. With the surging essential qi from the blood essence of the two ninth-grade warrior realm experts, Lu Ming finally broke free from his shackles and made another breakthrough. His cultivation reached the ninth-grade warrior realm instantly. Damn it! What are you two waiting for? Start making a move together and destroy Lu Ming. Duanmu Fei howled. Within these few days, a total of 3 people on the ninth-grade warrior realm from the Duanmu family had fallen to the hands of Lu Ming. Youngsters who were in the ninth-grade warrior realm below the age of 18 were considered elites, even in the Duanmu family. After the 3 of them died in one go, he had no idea how to explain it to the seniors of the Duanmu family when he returned. That was why he loathed Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Kill him. End him. Wei Ziyou and the youth in brocade screamed as they charged towards Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming killed 2 experts on the ninth-grade warrior realm in one go, his prowess had exceeded their expectations. Their dignity was the last thing on their minds as they formed an alliance. Duanmu Fei and Wei Ziyou sent a flash of sword qi flying while youth in the brocade garb unleashed a golden palm. A sharp whistling sound could be heard as they teamed up and charged towards Lu Ming. Haha, a brilliant move. Let's see how strong Master Realm is. Lu Ming chuckled. His confidence skyrocketed as his cultivation broke through to the ninth-grade warrior realm. Bam! Lu Ming darted towards Duanmu Fei with a twist of his body without caring about the attacks from Wei Ziyou and the youth in the brocade garb coming from behind him.
Die!
The trio's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Blood meridian eruption. At that moment, Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted as a layer of dark light glistened brilliantly. It was also the same moment that the attacks from Wei Ziyou and the others landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were bewildered when they did not see Lu Ming die. His body merely swayed for a moment, but the sword in his hand did not stop. It darted out like a surge of lightning and pierced through Duanmu Fei's heart. Not even in his wildest dreams did Duanmu Fei expect Lu Ming to survive attacks from 3 people and even manage to make a counterattack. He was unable to dodge in time, even if he wanted to. Lu Ming pierced his heart in a poof. His sight turned black as he fell heavily onto the floor. Duanmu Fei died. 1. There's still 2 breaths left. Lu Ming's mind was spinning as he sliced his sword towards the youth in the brocade garb.
Die.
The youth in the brocade garb almost lost his nerves when he witnessed Duanmu Fei's death. He then unleashed 2 consecutive strikes from his palm. However, Lu Ming recklessly allowed the strikes to land on his body. Without even pausing for a moment, the blade in his hand sliced through the throat of the youth in the brocade garb. Blood went spurting everywhere from the clean slice across the youth's throat. His hands grasped at his neck as his eyes were wide with mixed emotions, including dissatisfaction, pleading, and hate. Retreat. Hurry. Wei Ziyou howled in terror from the side. When Lu Ming successively killed 2 experts in Master Realm, Wei Ziyou lost his courage and fled in horror. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? An icy smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he pursued Wei Ziyou with a twist of his body. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Ascension to 3rd level Blood Meridian. As Lu Ming traversed over 16 meters in a single step using the Dragon Serpent Steps, Wei Ziyou had no chance of escaping. Hardly had over 10 breaths passed before Lu Ming was right behind Wei Ziyou. I'm going all out, Wei Ziyou yelled. His blood meridian erupted as he turned around and charged towards Lu Ming. He understood that begging for his life, or even throwing threats, was useless. He could tell that Lu Ming's moves were cruel, firm, and concise from the way he made a move just now. Even a talented disciple from the Duanmu family had been killed just like that. He was unbelievably bold and would definitely not fear the Wei family.
Clang.
Clang. Their blades clashed against each other as they faced each other in a magnificent battle. The eruption of Lu Ming's blood meridian had ended well before that moment. However, with the help of the true war dragon technique and the fourth stage of the lustrous sword art, he towered over Wei Ziyou. Wei Ziyou's sword technique was merely an inferior yellow-level sword technique that was in the fourth stage. Their blades clashed as they waged war for over tens of moves. Lu Ming's sword technique grew in speed until he finally pierced Wei Ziyou's heart with a stab. Wei Ziyou lost in a head-on battle, and losing spelled his death. 1. Lu Ming then looked somewhere else with a sneer and went in pursuit of that direction. Fleeing for his life, Wei Ziming wanted nothing more than to grow another pair of legs at that moment. How can he be so strong?
How?
He even butchered Master Realm martial artists. Little brother is no match for him, even if he was stronger. I must flee and ask father to send powerhouses to kill Lu Ming, Wei Ziming growled as he was making a run for it. Are you still thinking about killing me at a time like this? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Wei Ziming. Ah! Wei Ziming screamed in fright. He turned his head around to see Lu Ming leering at him, and he felt chilled to the bone. Wei Ziming dared not continue his escape. He stopped in his tracks and kneeled in a heartbeat as he began to plead, Lu Ming, spare me. I'm begging you. This gave Lu Ming a slight surprise. It turned out that Wei Ziming was weak-willed, a completely different person from Wei Ziyou. I've already killed Wei Ziyou. Do you think I'll let you off? Lu Ming smiled feebly. Lu Ming, no, Brother Ming, don't worry. I won't utter a word about what happened today. Also, you've killed Wei Ziyou, so that's great. He was more talented than I am. I lived in his shadow and always wanted him dead. Now that he's gone, nobody will contest my position as the Lord of the Guardian Fire City, Wei Ziming begged pleadingly as tears and snot slid down his face. 2. However, his mind was a howling fury. If he lived to tell the tale, he would definitely return Lu Ming the favor back by 10-fold or even 100-fold. If I don't kill you, aren't I just waiting for your revenge? Do you think I'm that stupid? Lu Ming smiled. No, Wei Ziming yelped. He tried to get up and take off, but his head flew into the distance at the flash of a blade. One of them got away. What a pity! Lu Ming murmured. There was still a youth from the Duanmu family who was in the 9th grade warrior realm. He turned around with all his might and was so quick that it was impossible to catch up with him. PFFF. Lu Ming's body swayed as a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. The attacks of martial realm are really strong.
He sighed.
He had erupted his blood meridian and blocked the attacks of Duanmu Fei and others just now. Although he was protected from half the power of those attacks, and another portion with the protection from the 9th grade warrior realm, he was still injured. However, it was worth the injury in exchange for the lives of 3 master realm experts. From the perspective of combat power, Lu Ming might not have been able to handle 3 of them, even if he had the spirit-devouring worm. Lu Ming had used the peculiar skill of the spirit-devouring worm to surprise them just now and defeat them in one go, so Duanmu Fei and the youth in the brocade garb did not even get the chance to erupt their blood meridians. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and returned to the battlefield. He consumed the blood essence of Wei Ziyou, Duanmu Fei, and the youth in the brocade garb. After that, he left the area and found himself a secluded spot to begin refining the blood essence. The blood essences of the 3 master realm experts held immeasurable energy. Even if only half of it was converted into essential qi, it would significantly accelerate Lu Ming's journey in his cultivation. At the same time, the injuries that he sustained were rapidly recovering. After the blood essences of the 3 master realm martial artists were fully refined, another pale red meridian focal point appeared beside the 2 red meridian focal points on the spirit-devouring worm. It was a 3rd-level blood meridian. Lu Ming's blood meridian had ascended to another level, reaching the 3rd level. At the same time, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak top of 9th grade warrior realm. He was just shy of breaking into Master Realm. However, it was that small gap that was blocking Lu Ming's journey. I've been improving too rapidly in this period of time. My essential qi is too impure and my foundation isn't solid enough. It's no wonder I can't make the breakthrough. With the increased amount of blood essence devoured came the drawbacks. After all, the improvement did not come from his own cultivation, so his foundation was not solid, and his essential qi was impure. Were it not for that, he would have been able to step into Master Realm with the blood essence from the 3 Master Realm experts. I'll have to stop devouring blood essences and spend some time consolidating my foundation. Lu Ming believed that his essential qi would once again be pure and viscous after spending some time consolidating his foundation, which would naturally lead to him breaking through the Master Realm. Lu Ming then found another spot to move to. He did not continue to hunt for demonic beasts but concentrated on cultivating the true war dragon technique and other martial arts skills instead. He spent a total of 9 days cultivating. After 9 days of grueling cultivation, Lu Ming's essential qi was no longer impure. It had returned to being pure and viscous while his foundation was solid. Naturally, it led to Lu Ming's cultivation breaking through into the Master Realm. Swish! A black sword qi shot out when Lu Ming slashed his sword, chopping a tree that was as thick as a human waist. Essential qi was able to physically manifest in the Master Realm. It was unbelievably strong and was able to form sword qi and qi strikes. My essential qi is several times thicker now. If I were to battle against Master Realm martial artists like Wei Ziyou and Duan Mufei, I'd be able to end them in one move. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered brightly. Let's try out the Dragon Serpent Steps. Over that period of time, his other martial arts skills did not improve. However, the Dragon Serpent Steps made another breakthrough, reaching the 6th stage called the One with Martial Arts stage. It was the highest stage of a martial arts skill. Bam! In an explosion of essential qi and the vibrations of his muscles, Lu Ming's figure darted around like the wind. The leaves that had fallen onto the ground were dancing in the air while his figure was already 23 meters away. Make no mistake, it was 23 meters. The supposed distance traversed in the One with Martial Arts stage was a little over 12 meters. However, his breakthrough to the Master Realm allowed him to achieve his current distance. A higher level of cultivation would naturally lead to a greater effect when using the same martial arts skill. There are still 4 days left from the end of the trial. I'll have to do my best to find those point-worthy metal pieces. Lu Ming darted away and disappeared into the woods. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Saving the Damsel in Distress. 1. Lu Ming had killed at least 10 6th-grade first-level demonic beasts before this, and there were point-worthy metal pieces on some of them. He had 5 2-point metal pieces and 3 1-point metal pieces, totaling up to 13 points. He has also gotten a total of 12 points from Wei Ziyou and the rest. Lu Ming now had 25 points, which were enough for him to be upgraded to be a bronze apprentice. With a 100-to-1 shot of getting first place, merely being upgraded was not enough for him. The first-place winner would be rewarded with a spirit-condensing fruit. He would fight for it with all his might even if he was currently far behind in terms of points. Lu Ming put his Dragon Serpent Steps to full use and zipped through the woods. He went straight for demonic beasts with point-worthy metal pieces on them, skipping all the ordinary demonic beasts. By nightfall, he had gotten another 1-point metal piece and a 2-point metal piece, which brought him to a total of 28 points. Clang! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard fighting sounds near where he was. Someone's there. Lu Ming could vaguely see firelight flickering up ahead through the canopy of trees from where the sound came from. Let's take a look. He moved towards a bonfire up ahead and saw 4 people by the bonfire: Feng Wu, Yuan Chong, Zhou Hao, and Zhou Su. However, things were not as he would have expected. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su lay limply on the ground, their faces a sickly pale color. Feng Wu had her sword drawn, but her body was shaking. Her face held the same shade of white while her eyes filled with rage as she glowered at Yuan Chong. "Yuan Chong, why did you poison the meat?" she snarled. With his sword drawn and a warped expression, Yuan Chong snickered. Why? Feng Wu, you bitch. I've pursued you endlessly for the past 2 years. Why didn't you accept me? You even yelled at me because of that bastard Lu Ming before this. I've had enough. You've now been poisoned by my unscented tissue-paralyzing drug. Let's see how you'll fight it. I'll make you my woman today, haha. Feng Wu's face was distorted with rage as she yelled, How dare you, Yuan Chong? Big sis Mulan will make you pay for this when the test is over. Mulan? Haha. That bitch will become the Duanmu family's play toy sooner or later. Also, did you think you were gonna leave this place alive? Yuan Chong jeered. Are you gonna kill us? Feng Wu sputtered. She could barely stand upright as she struggled to maintain her balance. Haha, Feng Wu. I'll take care of you personally after I take care of you, so you'll only belong to me, Yuan Chong taunted. You pervert. Feng Wu's face was as pale as death. With a shiver, she collapsed onto the ground. Senior brother Yuan, don't kill me. Have your way. Take your time with Feng Wu. I promise not to breathe a word of whatever happened today. Zhou Hao cried. Me too, senior brother Yuan. I swear I'll die a painful death if I say anything at all. Zhou Su added. Unfortunately, I believe that dead people are the best secret keepers. Yuan Chong walked towards Zhou Hao and Zhou Su with a sinister smile on his face. No, no, have mercy on me, the two of them cried out in extreme terror.
Slash.
Slash. Yuan Chong's sword gleamed as it slit open Zhou Hao and Zhou Su's throats. Now it's just you and I. He then turned and sauntered towards Feng Wu. You know, Feng Wu's face was deathly pale as she fearfully tried to scuttle backward. Unfortunately, she could barely move a limb after being poisoned by the unscented tissue-paralyzing drug. Glee filled Yuan Chong's heart upon the sight of a paralyzed Feng Wu. He walked to her side and grabbed her by the arm. Raya! Debris of cloth flew everywhere. Die a horrific death, you filthy animal, Feng Wu cried out in despair. At that moment, she gave up all hope. She treated Yuan Chong like a friend, so she certainly did not expect him to be such a monster. She was supposed to enjoy life, especially her youth, but she was going to die here. In addition to that, she would be defiled before she died. Feng Wu wanted to end it there, and then. This place is so secluded. Did you think that someone would rescue you? Yuan Chong mocked Feng Wu as he leaped towards her. Just then a voice rang out, Excuse me, my apologies. Alarmed, Yuan Chong turned upon hearing that voice. Feng Wu was ecstatic as hope glimmered in her eyes. Both looked pointedly to where the voice came from. Lu Ming. It's you. Yuan Chong and Feng Wu exclaimed at the same time. With his arms folded, Lu Ming strode towards them with a faint smile on his face and said to Yuan Chong, What? Disappointed to see me alive? I'm a little disappointed indeed. You survived the Duanmu family and Wei Zio. Too bad you're a foolish one. Since you ran away, you should have found yourself a corner and hid like a dog till the test is over. Instead, you're right here.
Why?
Are you going to play hero and save the damsel in distress, you piece of trash? Ha ha ha. Yuan Chong chuckled scornfully as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry, go now. You're no match for Yuan Chong. Feng Wu had hope when she saw that someone found them, but that hope turned to despair when she realized that it was Lu Ming. Senior sister Feng Wu, I'm distinctly firm with my gratitude and grudges. I'll repay them accordingly. You've helped me with Wei Zio once, so I'll repay the kindness now by saving your life. Lu Ming smiled. One, save her? Lu Ming, you piece of trash, how are you going to save her? Yuan Chong laughed. With my fist, of course. Lu Ming's face hardened as he swung his fist towards Yuan Chong. Do you want to die? Yuan Chong thrust his palm and attacked Lu Ming. He was going to increase Feng Wu's despair by destroying Lu Ming's cultivation. Only that would elevate his joy. Unfortunately, ideals were not reality. When his palm collided with Lu Ming's fist, He felt a gush of immense essential qi from the ladder that dislevered his essential qi immediately. A bone-breaking pain erupted in his arm. Yuan Chong yelped as he was forced backward. Master Realm. Impossible. How are you already in Master Realm, Lu Ming? He cried out in disbelief. Master Realm? Feng Wu's eyes shone with hope upon witnessing what had happened. Yuan Chong, I told you I'd defeat you in 2 months. Well, it looks like I only needed half a month. Lu Ming smirked coldly. Want to defeat me? Don't even think about it. Go to hell. Yuan Chong bellowed furiously as immense intent to kill gleamed in his eyes. He took his sword up and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Feng Wu had to die. If not, when the test was over, his journey in the mystical sword sect would end too. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Killing Yuan Chong. / Lu Ming swung his sword nonchalantly, and his swordlight shot out like lightning.
Buffed.
The swordlight pierced through Yuan Chong's wrist, completely severing his tendons. Ah! Yuan Chong howled in pain as he retreated in a frenzy. How did it end up like this? It's only been about 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? How? No, I refuse to accept it. I can't die. I must run away and report this to the Duanmu family and their experts so they can kill Lu Ming once and for all. Then I'll get my hands on Feng Wu. I still have hope. Various thoughts spewed out within Yuan Chong's mind. You've run out of chances, Lu Ming stated as the light from his sword pierced through Yuan Chong's heart. That was all it took to put an end to Yuan Chong's thoughts for good. Curse you, Lu Ming! Yuan Chong roared with regret. Lu Ming was so firm that he did not give him any chance at all. Almost immediately, Yuan Chong's life flowed out of him, and Lu Ming soundlessly devoured his essence. From the side, Feng Wu gawked at Lu Ming.
She was blown away.
When Lu Ming disappeared about 10 days ago, she thought that something bad had happened to him. She looked for him for a few days, but to no avail. Lu Ming shockingly appeared out of thin air just moments before and displayed such an overpowering advantage over Yuan Chong and killed him in the process. This was all too bewildering for her. Had Lu Ming been suppressing his abilities before this? It was possible. Are you okay, senior sister Feng Wu? Lu Ming walked towards Feng Wu, grabbed her, and ran as fast as he could. The wind roared in their ears as the night breeze slapped their faces continuously. Feng Wu peeled her eyes open and found Lu Ming speeding through the woods with her in his arms. He glanced at her and smiled. It was a genuine, pure, platonic smile with no ulterior motives. The smell of blood would have attracted beasts. We need to move. Lu Ming dashed through the woods. In no time, they found a quiet cave 5 kilometers away. Lu Ming placed Feng Wu down and draped his coat over her. Then he sat in lotus position, closed his eyes, and meditated. Feng Wu glanced at him deeply and proceeded to forcefully expel the drug from her system. At the break of dawn, she managed to expel all the drugs from her system and recovered from the paralysis. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Why'd you disappear, Lu Ming? She asked without warning. Yuan Chong. There, and then, Lu Ming told Feng Wu everything that happened the past 10 days since Yuan Chong blocked his way. However, he kept mum about his blood meridians, of course. That Yuan Chong is really a monster. How could he also gang up with the Duanmu family? Feng Wu gritted her teeth. All right, now that you have all the poison expelled, I'll be on my way, he said. Why don't we work together, Lu Ming? Experts from different halls have started to band up. From what I know, there's a super genius in the Duanmu family by the name of Duanmu Ju. He's the strongest newbie in the White Tiger Hall. He's teamed up with many experts from Duanmu family and the White Tiger Hall to scavenge for point-worthy metal pieces everywhere because he's aiming to get first place. If you bump into them alone, it's going to be really dangerous, so I think it's best that we both team up. At least, we can watch each other's backs, she explained as she held him back. The Duanmu family? Do you know where they are? Lu Ming's eyes shone as he asked. I do know where they are, but what are you planning? To grab their point-worthy metal pieces, of course. A cold smile was etched on Lu Ming's face as he added in his heart, I'll take it as a small part of their interest repayment. You want to rob the Duanmu family? It's too dangerous. Feng Wu paled. I'm not going to face them head-on, so what's there to fear, he answered. All right, we'll go together then. She swung her fists in the air, her ponytail swish-swashing as a glint of excitement grew in her eyes. Feng Wu was a mischievous one too. Haha, let's team up then. Lu Ming laughed. Wait. Feng Wu yelped and scurried towards the bushes. In a short moment, when she walked out, she had changed into a different set of clothes. Storage rings. Lu Ming was slightly moved. Storage rings were rings made by powerful inscribers that gave its bearer space to store things. It was extremely expensive and scarce. Even families as huge as the Lu family could not afford one. There was more than what met the eyes when it came to Feng Wu. Thanks for your coat. She tossed the coat back to Lu Ming and led the way as the pair made their way toward the deeper parts of the Midnight Hills. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Collecting Interest. Lu Ming and Feng Wu hid in a humongous tree beyond 25 kilometers. Two young men were eating roasted meat near that tree. Let's quickly finish up and proceed, so we don't get in the way of what the Duanmu family's planned. Got it. It's a big thing to help the Duanmu family capture a lightning leopard cub. Of course, the cub was to be presented to young Lord Duanmu Lin. The two newbies of the White Tiger Hall ate as they spoke. A lightning leopard cub. Lu Ming and Feng Wu were shocked. The lightning leopard was one of the few exquisite demonic beasts that carried lightning in its blood and was as fast as the wind. A full-grown lightning leopard was at least a fourth-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a leader realm martial artist. Lu Ming was especially intrigued as his eyes glowed with excitement. The lightning leopard's blood was one of the 3 important ingredients to cultivate the second stage of the true war dragon technique. One of them was the spirit condensing fruit, and the other 2 were the lightning leopard's blood and the blood mist rocks. 1. Lu Ming definitely needed to obtain the lightning leopard's blood. Soon, the 2 White Tiger Hall apprentices got up and journeyed ahead after they were done eating. Let's follow them. Lu Ming said to Feng Wu, who nodded and snuck behind the 2 White Tiger Hall's apprentices with him. A few kilometers into the journey, the 2 White Tiger Hall apprentices lit a handful of dry grass, and billows of white smoke spread into the woods. At the same time, the same white smoke appeared from a few other directions. Only the north side was clear from the white smoke. Swoosh. Not long after that, a silvery white shadow darted out from the woods and dashed northwards. It really is a lightning leopard, Lu Ming thought. Clearly, the lightning leopard was afraid of the white smoke, so it ran towards the area that was clear of smoke. The lightning leopard is out. Let's corner it towards that canyon over there. A loud voice rang out as silhouettes headed towards the leopard's direction. The 2 White Tiger Hall's apprentices followed suit with Lu Ming and Feng Wu close on their tail. After a while, a canyon was in sight. For people were guarding the entrance of the canyon while the lightning leopard and the rest of the people were nowhere to be seen. They might have entered the canyon earlier on. Let's check it out. Lu Ming grinned and made his way towards the canyon. Stop. The Duanmu family has business here. Get the fuck out of here. One of the 4 Duanmu disciples ordered as Lu Ming and Feng Wu came near. Last I recall, the Midnight Hills don't belong to the Duanmu family. Who are you to tell me where I should go? A cold smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he took long strides towards the canyon. How dare you, you brat? Are you looking for trouble? The same Duanmu disciple roared. He looked carefully at Lu Ming as recognition flashed through his eyes and he cried out, I remember. You're Lu Ming. Haha, of all the places you choose to go, you had to come here. Now then, leave your head here. He unsheathed his sword and attacked Lu Ming right away. In a flash, Lu Ming's sword was faster as it went through the Duanmu disciple's chest in a poof. That Duanmu disciple was only in 9th grade warrior realm and was no match for him at all. You killed a Duanmu disciple. That's it. You're finished. The other 3 guarding the canyon paled and cried out in disbelief. They were not disciples of the Duanmu family. They were one of White Tiger Hall's new apprentices with much lower cultivation levels at only the 7th and 8th grade warrior realm. Swoosh swoosh. Another beam of sword light shone and sliced through their throats. It was Feng Wu. The 3 White Tiger Hall's disciples fell to the ground, their eyes bulging without any breath left in their bodies. Lu Ming looked at Feng Wu in surprise as he did not expect her to also kill, without hesitation. 1. Let's see if they have point-worthy metal pieces on them. Carefully devouring their essence in concealment, Lu Ming searched all 4 bodies. However, essence from a warrior realm martial artist was of little use to him. Alas, Lu Ming and Feng Wu found a total of 26 points on them, so they divvied them up to 13 points each. They continued to make way towards the canyon. The canyon was at least 1,000 meters tall with smooth, marble-like rock linings on both sides. No wonder the Duanmu disciples had chased the lightning leopard here. In this canyon, no matter how fast the lightning leopard was, it could not escape. At the end of the 1,000-meter canyon, smooth marble-like rock linings surrounded the space too. 5 people were surrounding a white fur ball in the middle. The white fur ball was a lightning leopard cub, which was as small as a dog. Its fur was as white as snow with strands of lightning buzzing through its body. Blood soaked the leopard cub's fur. It laid on the ground wounded while it observed its surroundings with sad, helpless eyes. Be careful. We need it alive. Just injuring it will do. This lightning leopard's meant to be given to young Master Lin as a pet so he can extract the leopard's blood for cultivation every month, a young man instructed. Judging by his clothing, he was undoubtedly a Duanmu disciple, and he was the only one out of the 5. Don't worry, Brother Duanmu. What matters to young Master Lin is of my topmost priority. That's right. The other 4 chimed in agreement.
Al.
Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching, and when they turned around and found Lu Ming and Feng Wu, their expressions changed. Lu Ming? What are you doing here? The Duanmu disciple cried out in bewilderment. Why can't I be here? Lu Ming answered with a faint smile. The people at the canyon's entrance, what did you do to them? The Duanmu disciple questioned sternly. Killed them, of course. Lu Ming answered nonchalantly. What? You killed them? You bastard. Everyone, he's wronged the Duanmu family. Let's kill him. The Duanmu disciple bellowed. I'll slaughter him. A gray-robed young man flew out as he pummeled his fist towards Lu Ming's head, intending to make Lu Ming's head explode with a punch. The wind whistled as the gray-robed young man's fist cut through the air, accompanied by the explosion of his first-grade Master Realm's essential chi.
Boom.
With one foot stomping heavily on the ground, Lu Ming shot out like an arrow. His sword flashed as quickly as a shooting star. PFFF. The gray-robed young man had a deep laceration across his chest as Lu Ming's sword punctured his heart, slicing it into half. That was all the young man could utter before he collapsed and died. Lu Ming killed a first-grade Master Realm expert in just one move. The other 4 of them could not believe their eyes. Guys, let's slaughter him altogether. The Duanmu disciple exploded.
Boom. Boom.
All 4 of them made their blood meridians explode. The Duanmu disciple had a 4th-level blood meridian while the other 3 had 3rd-level blood meridians. They were all in first-grade Master Realm. Creator's Thoughts. Reese. From February 15th, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Lightning Leopard's Blood. The Duanmu family was indeed powerful to have gathered so many experts together, since there were only 100 people amongst the new apprentices to have cultivated to the level of Master Realm. All 4 of the White Tiger Hall apprentices attacked Lu Ming and Feng Wu with all of their might. Chirp. A chirp was heard as Feng Wu unleashed her blood meridians. Her 5th-level blood meridians were in the form of an ice soul bird. 5th-level blood meridians were considered one of the top meridians amongst the new apprentices. Slay. Feng Wu cried out as she attacked. Lu Ming moved in quickly as he started his assault.
Clang.
Clang. A symphony of weapons clashing and essential chi exploding could be heard as they fought. There was only one person from the opposing party fighting Feng Wu. The other 3 were going against Lu Ming. Nevertheless, Lu Ming fought swiftly, and his essential chi and swordsmanship were undefeatable. Lu Ming cut one of his 3 opponents into half after a few mere moves. Blood was spilled yet again as Lu Ming's sword stabbed another opponent in the heart. The 3 Master Realm martial artists were as fragile as babies in front of Lu Ming. They did not even stand a chance. Finally, only the Duanmu disciple remained. How is Lu Ming so strong? Didn't that old geyser Lu Yunxiong say that he's only a low-level martial artist? He lied to us. The Duanmu disciple roared in his heart. He could not care less about the lightning leopard anymore as he tried to run for his life. One from behind, Lu Ming pierced his heart with his sword immediately. It was impossible to run away from him.
Ah!
At the same time, a desperate cry was heard on the other side of the battlefield as Feng Wu killed the other White Tiger Hall apprentice. A 5th-level blood meridian carried more destruction than a 3rd-level blood meridian. Her eyes flickered as she gaped at Lu Ming. The 3 martial artists that were on the same level as he was were no match against him at all, and all that happened even before he unleashed his blood meridians. That's crazy. No wonder Big Sis Mulan had such high hopes of him. Feng Wu pondered. Lu Ming walked towards the lightning leopard. Hoo-hoo, whimpered the lightning leopard. It lay on the ground with severe injuries on its body as it looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with despair. Lu Ming's heart went out for it as he was reminded about the time when Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong had stripped him of his blood meridians. If this lightning leopard ended up in the Duanmu family's hands, it would not end well. What are you going to do with this lightning leopard cub, Lu Ming? I think you should carry it out because a lightning leopard cub's really precious out there. Feng Wu suggested. Lu Ming asked with a laugh, "Do you have an empty jade bottle and some healing medicine with you, Senior Feng Wu?"
Yes.
Feng Wu nodded as she conjured 2 jade bottles out of thin air. One of them was empty while the other one contained a healing medicine to aid muscle repair and stop bleeding. Thanks, Senior Fengs. Lu Ming thanked Feng Wu as he approached the lightning leopard with the jade bottles in his hands. Roar. The lightning leopard growled and bared its fangs as Lu Ming went near it. Don't worry, lil fella. I won't kill you. I won't take you away. I just need a little bit of your blood, then I'll help you heal. Lu Ming smiled as he promptly seized the cub by its neck. Since the cub was already hurt and there was blood oozing out of its wounds, Lu Ming filled the empty jade bottle with about half a bottle of its blood, kept it, and poured the muscle-repairing, bleed-stopping medicine onto the lightning leopard's wounds. The muscle-repairing, bleed-stopping medicine was a top-notch medicine. Within seconds, the cub's wounds stopped bleeding. Go on. Find a place to heal yourself, lil fella. Don't get captured again now, Lu Ming said as he patted the cub's head. One. Hoo-hoo. The lightning leopard cub whimpered as it stared at Lu Ming with puppy eyes, surprised about why Lu Ming would let it go. On the side, Feng was caught by surprise too. Are you really letting it go, Lu Ming? Lightning leopard cubs fetch a hefty price out there, you know. We're gonna take more point-worthy metal pieces from the Duanmu family in a while. I sure won't have the time to babysit it. Lu Ming laughed. Hoo-hoo. The lightning leopard cub ran to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his leg. Then, it ran to Feng Wu's leg and did the same. One. What a clever little fella. It's so cute. Feng Wu praised as her eyes sparkled. The lightning leopard whimpered as it looked deeply at Lu Ming, then it turned and ran out of the canyon at lightning speed. Lu Ming chuckled before searching for point-worthy metal pieces on the corpses, conveniently devouring their blood essence. The blood essence of 5 first-grade Master Realm martial artists was beneficial to Lu Ming. They are indeed Master Realm geniuses. They have 30 points each. The point-worthy metal pieces made Lu Ming and Feng Wu thrilled. There were a total of 153 points from the 5 of them combined. Feng Wu only took 50 points and gave the rest to Lu Ming since if it was not for him, she would not have won against the 5 other first-grade Master Realm. Lu Ming's goal was to be the first, so he unabashedly kept the rest of the 83 points. He now had 124 points now. Give me a moment please, senior sister Feng. Lu Ming sat down in lotus position and started to cultivate the blood essence he devoured. The blood essence of the 5 first-grade Master Realm martial artists was very condensed, and as it continued to be converted to essential qi, Lu Ming's cultivation rose at an alarming rate. A short while later, Lu Ming shuddered. 2nd-grade Master Realm. His eyes glinted. Yuan Chong, 6 first-grade Master Realm martial artists, and a few Warrior Realm martial artists' essence contributed to Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation. However, his blood meridians were still on the 3rd level. Let's go, senior sister Feng. Lu Ming got up and said to Feng Wu. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. His breakthrough was so subtle that she did not even notice it. She was just intrigued about why Lu Ming had sat down to cultivate, then got up after a short time. Feng Wu did not pry into his reasons. After all, everyone had their secrets, didn't they? Both of them exited the canyon and continued their journey towards the inner parts of the Midnight Hills. Most of the Duanmu family's teams were deeper in the woods. An hour later, Lu Ming and Feng Wu noticed a pattern carved on a tree, so they stopped. It was the carving of a very lifelike vermilion bird on the tree bark. What does this mean? Lu Ming asked. That was the 3rd time they were seeing a similar carving on the trees in the past hour. This is a sign specific to the Vermilion Bird Hall. Someone's calling out for the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. You see, the bird's head points in that direction. That's where the gathering's at. Oh, I see. Lu Ming was new to the Vermilion Bird Hall, so he knew nothing about that. He was not like the other geniuses in the bigger cities who had done their research about the mystical sword school before enrolling. They normally wouldn't gather apprentices like this. What could have happened? Let's take a look, shall we? Feng Wu suggested, slightly confused. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he and Feng Wu walked towards the direction that the vermilion bird pointed in. Creator's thoughts.
Reese.
From February 15th, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The Vermilion Bird Hall's number 1 expert. Night fell as Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed the trail of the vermilion bird pattern for another 10 kilometers. They were greeted with a huge bunch of bonfires as the flames leaped and danced in the night.
Swoosh.
Swoosh. A few shadows appeared out of nowhere and stopped them from going further.
Who are you?
This is a Vermilion Bird Hall gathering. Are you the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices? One of the shadows asked. That's right. We're the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. My name's Feng Wu. Feng Wu replied. Haha, oh, it's you, junior sister Feng.
This way.
A burst of laughter rang out near the bonfire area as a young man walked toward Feng Wu. This young man was tall and lean. His arms were lanky and his eyes glinted, emitting a dangerous aura. Yin Kai, it's you. Feng Wu was stunned as she laid eyes on the young man. So, this is Yin Kai? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Before the test started, Lu Ming had gathered some information from Feng Wu. The famous Yin Kai was known as the #1 expert among all of Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices. Legends had it that he had only been 17 when he awakened a 5th-level blood meridian and achieved a cultivation of 4th-grade Master Realm. Yin Kai's gaze swept past Lu Ming without lingering and landed on Feng Wu as he invited her. Junior sister Feng Wu, let's talk over there. Yin Kai led them to one of the bonfires. There were about 5 bonfires where nearly 50 Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices were gathered. The bonfire they were led to had 8 people seated around it. All 8 of them had great presence and were Master Realm experts. A few of them had such an abnormally strong presence that they seemed like they were far beyond being in 1st-grade Master Realm. They nodded when they saw Feng Wu. Since no one knew Lu Ming or had heard his name before, he was automatically disregarded. Senior brother Yin Kai, did you guys carve all those Vermilion bird patterns? Feng Wu asked. That's right. I ordered someone else to do it. Junior sister Feng Wu, I suppose you guys followed the carvings here, am I right? Yin Kai replied with a faint smile. Yep, we're here only because of the Vermilion bird carvings, and we wanted to know what's up. Senior brother Yin, why have you gathered the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices with the Vermilion bird carvings? Junior sister Feng, I'm sure you already knew that there was a 500-point metal piece this time around. Yin Kai's eyes sparkled as he replied. A 500-point metal piece? Did you guys find out where it was? Feng Wu was shocked. Lu Ming was also caught by surprise. The 500-point metal piece. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it because it signified that its owner could get the first place. It was essential. That's right. Yin Kai nodded and continued, apart from us at the Vermilion Bird Hall, the White Tiger Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall found it too. That's why I'm gathering people, because this 500-point metal piece mustn't fall into the hands of the other 3 halls. We haven't won since 8 years ago. You want to get your hands on this 500-point metal piece so that you'll be the apprentice champion, Senior Yin? Feng Wu's eyes flashed. Of course. From the side, a stony-faced young man said, other than Senior Yin Kai, who else in the Vermilion Bird Hall is worthy of being the apprentice champion? 1. Feng Wu pursed her lips and refused to respond to the stony-faced young man's statement and asked, do you have any idea what kind of demonic beast has the 500-point metal piece? It's on a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. This black-scaled monitor lizard is a 9th-grade 2nd-level demonic beast. If we were to combat it head-on, no one in all the 4 halls could take this metal piece away. So, we've come to an agreement. Since the black-scaled monitor lizard loves to eat silaviride rabbits, as long as we manage to capture and spike these rabbits, the lizard will fall into a deep sleep. By then, all 4 halls will fight for that 500-point metal piece. What do you think, Junior Feng? Stay back and help me, won't you? Yin Kai coaxed. What do we get after helping you? Lu Ming asked unexpectedly. What will you get? What do you mean? Yin Kai frowned. The reward for helping you out, of course. Let's make a deal. We'll help you get the 500-point metal piece so that you'll be the apprentice champion, but you'll give us the spirit-condensing fruit when you've claimed your first-place reward. What do you say? Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming aimed to get the spirit-condensing fruit. As long as he could get it, what harm was there in giving Yin Kai a boost? You want the spirit-condensing fruit? Yin Kai's face darkened. You brat, you really don't know any better. Assisting senior brother Yin So, he becomes the apprentice champion, is a corporate glory for all Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. As long as you're in the Vermilion Bird Hall, you should just help out unconditionally. Yet, you still want a reward for helping out? Delusional. The stony-faced young man uttered darkly. 1. His name was Yuan Lang, a well-known genius in the current batch of new Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. He was a 3rd-grade Master Realm. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. He finally understood. Yin Kai carved the Vermilion Bird pattern, gathered the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices, and expected them to help him grab the apprentice champion title for nothing. Lu Ming did not have the habit of blindly helping someone out. Besides that, he was not even close to them in the first place. Corporate glory for all the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices? What a pompous-sounding phrase. Lu Ming looked at Yuan Lang mockingly and taunted, since it's for the glory of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Sure thing. When we get the 500-point medal piece, give it to me so that I'll be the apprentice champion for the Vermilion Bird Hall's glory. Upon hearing that, Yin Kai, Yuan Lang, and his followers' faces darkened like an impending thunderstorm. Who the heck do you think you are? You, the apprentice champion? Yuan Lang barked. Oh. Lu Ming's voice dripped with sarcasm. He turned and looked at Feng Wu with such disdain as he asked, Senior Brother Feng, are you going to stay? I'm done entertaining them. Nope, not interested.
Let's go then.
Feng Wu replied, and was about to leave with him. You too. Stand right there. Yuan Lang bellowed. Swoosh. His body moved quickly as he prevented Lu Ming and Feng Wu from leaving. What does this mean, Yin Kai? Feng Wu turned and questioned Yin Kai in rage. Yin Kai answered with a malicious smile. This time, I must be the champion, so take out all the metal pieces you have right now. Yin Kai, you. Feng Wu was so mad. She did not expect Yin Kai to be so despicable. It's okay if you don't want to fight with us. Just leave your point-worthy metal pieces with me. Yuan Lang looked at Lu Ming scornfully. Who are you to block my way? Fuck off like the dog that you are. Lu Ming raised his voice. What an arrogant brat. Well, to be this arrogant, you've got to have what it takes. Let's see what you've got. Yuan Lang mocked, forming his hands in the shape of an eagle's claws and assaulting Lu Ming. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Fighting a third-grade master. Lu Ming, be careful. Feng Wu's expression shifted as she cried out. Yuan Lang's cultivation had reached the third-grade master realm and was not something a first-grade master could compare against. She was afraid that Lu Ming was no match for him. Flame Dragon Fist. Neither did Lu Ming dodge nor back down. He delivered a punch instead.
Bam.
As Lu Ming's fist and Yuan Lang's clawed hand collided, energy surged in all directions. Both of their figures glowed, and they fell back 3 steps. In that exchange of blows, they were evenly matched. A third-grade master is powerful indeed. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. With a massive gap between each level, the master realm was difficult to surmount. It was not something the warrior realm could rival. For instance, back when Lu Ming was on the 6th-grade warrior realm, boosted by 3 divine meridians, his true war dragon chi was twice as condensed as ordinary essential chi. In addition to his refined martial arts, he could rise above 3 levels and battle against 9th-grade warriors. However, in the master realm, this was not possible. The additional power of the 3 divine meridians was still rather obvious on the warrior realm. Nonetheless, in the master realm, this power did not appear to be as useful. The main function of a divine meridian was exhibited through one's talent and potential instead of one's direct physical strength. Therefore, now that Lu Ming's cultivation was at 2nd-grade master realm, based on his own essential chi, he could rise above 1 level at most to battle against a 3rd-grade master. With his refined martial arts, suppressing or even killing a 3rd-grade master was not a problem. However, he would be in trouble if he encountered a 4th-grade master. Of course, this was assuming that Lu Ming's blood meridian had not exploded. When both of them drew back, the people around them were startled. Feng Wu was delighted. She never thought that Lu Ming could actually exchange equal blows with Yuan Lang. Just how strong is Lu Ming really? He must have been hiding his strength, yet Big Sis Mulan asked me to protect him? It's more like he should protect me. Feng Wu thought to herself, somewhat flabbergasted. By one side, Yin Kai and the rest were gripped by surprise. They had never heard of Lu Ming before. Where did he come from? He had such a formidable cultivation level. Yuan Lang's expression darkened, twisted by a murderous desire. He roared, Lu Ming, take this, 18 hot claws. Zing zing. Yuan Lang's hands drew something out from his waist. In an instant, he was wearing metal gloves. His clawed hands struck out rapidly and in succession, hitting 9 times in a flash. The 9 claw attacks targeted the 9 vital points of Lu Ming's body. Driven by essential qi, the sharp metal gloves sliced through the air, whistling piercingly as they did so. That's a superior yellow-level martial arts technique. Too bad his cultivation is lackluster. He's barely broken through to the 3rd stage. A cold smile tugged at Lu Ming's lips, then he unsheathed his long sword and wielded the lustrous sword technique. Zing zing. The blades of sword light whipped through the air as Lu Ming slashed Tullivier times in an instant.
Clink, clink.
The long sword and the metal gloves collided time and again as the two figures crossed each other midair. At last, the sound suddenly stopped as they separated. Aft. Suddenly, Yuan Lang's body shuddered and he spat a mouthful of blood out. Defeated, a wound had appeared over his chest, deep enough to reveal his bone. If Lu Ming had not restrained his own strength at that crucial moment, Yuan Lang would have been dead. You can scram now. Lu Ming cast an indifferent look at Yuan Lang, then started to walk forward.
Clang, clang.
Weapons were unsheathed successively. Following that, a girl dressed in white cried out, Lu Ming, there are so many of us here with senior brother Yin Kai. Did you think that you can leave? Yin Kai, what are you doing? All of you are really going to stop us? Feng Wu said with an unhappy look. Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming gloomily, without speaking. You may try and see if you can stop me, but I guarantee that the subsequent losses aren't something you can endure. Lu Ming lifted the long sword with a placid gaze, which contained an unflinching will. His icy voice caused them to shiver involuntarily deep in their hearts. Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming for a long while. His eyes flashed brightly, and he suddenly laughed. Haha, this is all a misunderstanding. Junior brother Lu Ming, you are impressive indeed. I've learned so much from this. I hope that we can be friends in the future. Senior sister Feng, let's go. Lu Ming did not even glance at Yin Kai as he turned to leave. Lu Ming, I was careless this time. Next time, you'll pay for my disgrace today many times over. Yuan Lang's cold voice rang out from behind them. Next time? You'd better wished that there's no next time, Lu Ming said casually. After that, he and Feng Wu vanished into the mountain woods. After both of them left, the white-clothed girl asked Yin Kai, Senior brother Yin, are we letting them go just like that? Lu Ming possesses great fighting powers. Moreover, our main target now is to compete against 3 other halls for the 500-point medal piece. We mustn't lose any manpower. After this test is over, I'll have a plan to deal with him. I'll make him sorry. As Yin Kai glared at the direction in which Lu Ming and Feng Wu had left, his eyes glittered dangerously. 1,000 meters away. Junior brother Lu Ming, Yin Kai is a petty person. After you've insulted him like that, he won't forgive you so easily, Feng Wu expressed somewhat worriedly. He'd better not come looking for trouble with me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was not fazed about someone like Yin Kai. Feng Wu's pretty eyes shimmered. Although she had known Lu Ming for quite some time, she realized that she could not figure him out completely. From her point of view, he seemed unfathomable. Lu Ming, what will you do next? She asked. What should I do next? I don't wish to miss out on the 500-point medal piece. A smirk flitted over Lu Ming's lips. Feng Wu widened her eyes as she exclaimed, Are you thinking of snatching it from the jaws of danger? Why not? With a grin, Lu Ming then climbed up a tree that was over 20 meters tall. From this distance, he watched Yin Kai and the rest. He was going to track Yin Kai's group and snatch the 500-point medal piece from them. This guy sure is interesting. Feng Wu looked at him, then climbed the tree and sat on the branch as well. The darkness dissipated, and the light of dawn emerged over the horizon. Far away, Yin Kai and the rest had extinguished their bonfire and were heading into the depths of the midnight hills. Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed them from a distance. They traveled for more than 10 kilometers. After that, Yin Kai's group stopped below a large mountain. Beneath this peak was a gigantic cave. It was terrifyingly pitch black inside. A crowd of over 100 people had already gathered before the cave. Those from the White Tiger Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall have arrived, Feng Wu said softly to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, if you fight later, there are a few people you must be wary of. Feng Wu pointed to a youth who was wearing white robes with green embroidered sleeves and a purple jade belt. That guy is Duanmu Ju. He's the strongest amongst the new batch in the White Tiger Hall. After that, she pointed at another youth in green robes. That one's called Huang Yu. He's the foremost expert amongst the Azure Dragon's new apprentices. Lu Ming made a soft, affirmative sound again. Feng Wu rolled her eyes. Surely he was being too calm. These were all top geniuses who were strong contenders for this year's apprentice champion. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Mutated Black-Scaled Monitor Lizard. In an absent-minded manner, Feng Wu started snorting softly as she pouted slightly. Without warning, Lu Ming was whispering by her ear, "You've so much to say. Do you care for me that much?" Feng Wu was caught off guard and started in fright, nearly crying out loud. Her small face blushed furiously as she shot Lu Ming a vicious glare. "What nonsense is that? Who cares for you? If it weren't for Sis Mulan's order, if it weren't for you rescuing me, I wouldn't have given two shits about you."
Oh.
So, that's how it is. Lu Ming clicked his tongue and looked away. Phew. Feng Wu let out a gentle sigh. Even so, for some reason, her heart would not stop racing. In a short while, another group arrived. These were the apprentices of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. The 4 halls were all here. Lu Ming and Feng Wu held their breaths as they stared ahead. After a moment, the apprentices of the 4 halls placed one seal-of-eyed rabbit after another at the cave's entrance. Then, they all scattered and took up hiding spots nearby. There were over 50 seal-of-eyed rabbits at east. The seal-of-eyed rabbits were all filled up with drowsy powder. The smell of the rabbits charged the air. Rustle. In a while, a monitor lizard, which was 1/2 meter tall and 4 meters long, came clambering out. It was covered in black scales. This was a black-scaled monitor lizard. Nevertheless, it was evidently just an ordinary black-scaled monitor lizard, which was equivalent to a second-grade, second-level demonic beast. It was not a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard that was on the 9th-grade second level. The black-scaled monitor lizard spotted the seal-of-eyed rabbits the moment it crawled out. It hurriedly scampered forwards and swallowed a seal-of-eyed rabbit in a single gulp with great relish. Rustle. At this point, another black-scaled monitor lizard came out as well. It was not a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard either. Soon, a few black-scaled monitor lizards clambered out one after another. In a few moments, they had swallowed 10 or so seal-of-eyed rabbits. The apprentices of the 4 halls were rather anxious. They had spent several days just to capture these seal-of-eyed rabbits. If these ordinary black-scaled monitor lizards ate them all, the apprentices would not have a second chance. Currently, there were only 2 days left until the end of the test. They had no time to capture that many seal-of-eyed rabbits again. Furthermore, they did not have enough drowsy powder with them. Just then, roar! A thunderous cry echoed from the cave. Following that, there was continuous thumping as a colossal creature emerged. This was a black-scaled monitor lizard as well, but its size was 10 times that of the others. Moreover, its eyes were red. A metal piece that hung around this black-scaled monitor lizard's neck proclaimed 2 words, 500. The 500-point metal piece. Everyone's gazes shone fervently. Roar. Upon noticing the seal-of-eyed rabbits, the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard unleashed a loud howl. Rustle. The other black-scaled monitor lizards seemed frightened, and they all retreated. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard forged ahead by itself and opened its grisly jaws. In one gulp, it devoured 5 or 6 seal-of-eyed rabbits. After a few minutes, almost 40 coelaviride rabbits were swallowed by the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. It roared once more, then turned around, slowly slinking back into the cave. Rustle. At this point, the regular black-scaled monitor lizards, which had eaten the coelaviride rabbits first, swayed slightly before falling to the ground and snoring in deep slumber. The drowsy powder in the coelaviride rabbits within their stomachs was taking effect. The apprentices of the 4 halls did not rush into the cave as they waited for the medicine to work. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard would not be knocked out as easily as the ordinary black-scaled monitor lizards. Only after 10 minutes had passed did the apprentices all race into the cave. After a few more minutes, Feng Wu asked Lu Ming, "Are we going in too?" "I'm going in. Wait here for me." Lu Ming nodded before explaining further. "Things might get messy in there. If I'm alone, it'll be easier to escape." She bit her lip, aware that he was right.
"All right. You must be careful then," she said.
Lu Ming nodded, then his figure darted off as he went into the cave. Outside the cave, there were still apprentices from the 4 halls whose cultivation levels were not that high. Even so, no one dared to stop Lu Ming. Since the other apprentices were inside as well, who would bother stopping him? Lu Ming made his way into the cave without any trouble. It was pitch dark in the cave. Although Lu Ming was a master realm martial artist, with much better eyesight than ordinary people, the cave was dim and gloomy to him as well. Lu Ming held his breath and cautiously made his way forward. However, after 100 meters, there were a few forks in the path. He even noticed a black-scaled monitor lizard's body there. This was merely a first-level black-scaled monitor lizard, so Lu Ming had no interest in absorbing its blood essence. Thus, he simply chose a path and continued onward. In this lair of the black-scaled monitor lizards, the paths weaved in all directions, intersecting in complicated ways. Lu Ming traveled a few hundred meters before encountering another crossroads. Once again, he picked a path at random and went in deeper. On the way, he saw quite a few black-scaled monitor lizard bodies. There were 2 first-grade and 1 second-grade second-level black-scaled monitor lizards. Lu Ming did not pass them up and devoured all of their blood essences. As he walked, he cultivated the blood essence. His cultivation was rapidly improving. It was clear that apprentices of the 4 halls had numbers on their side. Throughout his journey, he did not see any corpses of the apprentices. In this manner, Lu Ming went forth for around 20 minutes, devouring 3 first-grade and 1 second-grade second-level black-scaled monitor lizards on his way. His cultivation successfully reached mid-second-grade Master Realm. Just then, Lu Ming noticed a faint source of light up ahead. He trotted lightly as he headed towards the light. Upon approaching it, he discovered it was another cave entrance that was lower than an average person's height. He walked forward and looked out of the entrance, and was taken aback. Outside this entrance, there was an enormous underground cavern. It was over 100 meters wide and dozens of meters tall. Everywhere on the stone walls of the cavern were rocks that glowed with a faint light. These were the luminous stone ores. If one extracted the glowing components of these ores, it could be used to manufacture luminous stones, which could be used for illumination. With the light of the luminous stone ores, Lu Ming saw many entrances throughout the cavern as well. Through the entrances, he could vaguely make out human figures. Quite a few men from the 4 halls were lying in wait outside these entrances. As for the entrance that Lu Ming was next to, it was more than 10 meters above the cavern's ground surface. In the center of the cavern, a colossal creature lay sprawled. It was that mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. At present, the black-scaled monitor lizard had not fallen into a deep sleep yet. It growled softly and opened its bloody mouth from time to time. No wonder the apprentices of the 4 halls had not made their move. They were waiting for the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard to sink into slumber. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard was a 9th-grade second-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a 9th-grade Master Realm powerhouse. Any martial artist below the 4th grade master realm would definitely die if they were struck by it even once. Time trickled by slowly. After 10 or so minutes, the eyelids of the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard grew heavier. It was dropping off but was not fully asleep yet. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard's resistance was fearsome. Even after eating so many coelaviride rabbits, it could still hold on until now. Swoosh! Just then, a figure bolted out from one of the cave entrances like lightning, lunging towards the black-scaled monitor lizard's neck. Yin Kai. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. That figure was actually Yin Kai. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Making his move. Swoosh. Yin Kai was very swift. His blood meridian was a 5th-level blood meridian, also known as the green-winged nighthawk, which excelled in speed. He had made his blood meridian explode and was quick as lightning. No wonder he dared to make a move even before the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard had fully fallen asleep. Yin Kai's figure flashed a few times, and he was already beneath the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard's neck. He reached out, seized the point-worthy metal piece, and tugged at it forcefully. The metal chain that bound the metal piece soon broke. Roar! The jerking motion seemed to aggravate the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. It growled and swiped a massive claw towards Yin Kai. Yin Kai's body glowed suddenly, and he evaded its attack. After its blow missed its target, the black-scaled monitor lizard seemed dizzy. With a low snarl, it did not give chase. Haha, the 500 points are mine. This year, I'll definitely be the apprentice champion. Seeing that the black-scaled monitor lizard did not pursue him, Yin Kai was filled with glee. He was on the verge of bursting out in joyful laughter. Yin Kai let go of the metal piece. At this moment, from the entrances around the cavern, one figure after another lunged forward. They were the experts of the 4 halls. Amongst them were the number 1 experts of the other 3 halls, Duanmuju, Huangyu, and Xiahong. Now that I've gotten it, you guys plan to snatch it from me?
Dream on.
Yin Kai laughed coldly. As he waved his arms, there was a vague impression of green wings flashing by. Whoosh! A fierce gale was stirred up. Yin Kai rose over 10 meters into the air and flew towards an entrance that was high above him. Yin Kai had planned it all out. With the advantage of his blood meridian, he would snatch the point-worthy metal piece, lure out the experts from the 3 other halls, then leap up into an entrance 10 meters above their heads to escape. Those tunnels were tangled and complicated. If he fled into one of them, the others could forget about tracking him down. His plan was good. Nonetheless, Lu Ming just so happened to be waiting in that direction. Therefore, without a second thought, Lu Ming leaped down and slashed his sword towards Yin Kai. At Lu Ming's sudden appearance, Yin Kai yelped in shock and quickly drew his sword up. Lu Ming? Scram! Clang! The 2 swords clashed, sending out a burst of energy. Yin Kai's cultivation was on the 4th grade master realm, so he had significant strength. Lu Ming was swept upwards by a large impact, but since he was attacking from the high ground and was not that weak either, Yin Kai immediately dropped down from the attack. At this point, Duanmuju, Huangyu, and the rest hurried over. Yin Kai, hand over the metal piece, or you won't get out alive. Duanmuju coldly huffed, his eyes burning lethally. Formidable attacks instantly rained down upon Yin Kai. Lu Ming, I won't rest until you're dead. Yin Kai bellowed in fury. Save your own skin first. Lu Ming landed by one side and smiled breezily. Hand over the 500-point metal piece. Duanmuju, Huangyu, Xiahong were all 4th grade masters. There were also other experts at 3rd grade master realm. Yin Kai could not hold on to the metal piece at all. All of the attacks were directed at the 500-point metal piece he was holding. If he did not let go, his hand would be crushed. Helplessly, he released his grip. The metal piece is mine. Get away. Huangyu, you dare to act against the Duanmu family. Duanmuju yelled a few times. Duanmuju, You can stop using the Duanmu family to scare me. Other people might be afraid, but I'm not. Huang Yu grinned coldly. The place was instantly caught up in a chaotic battle. Everyone wanted the metal piece and was struggling for it with their full strength. Essential chi erupted, and the metal piece bounced and danced amongst the midst of all this. For a moment, no one could seem to grab it.
Zing.
Just then, Lu Ming suddenly perceived a subtle slicing sound behind him. A mighty blow was directed towards his back. Someone was attacking him in stealth.
Swoosh.
At the crucial moment, Lu Ming twisted his body to one side, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming whipped his head around, and his eyes glinted coldly. Yuan Lang, you're begging to die. The one who had sneaked up on him was Yuan Lang. The dead one will be you. Yesterday, I didn't explode my blood meridian. Let's see if you're still a match for me this time. Yuan Lang's murderous aura surged out as he spoke. Following that, there was a bloody flash as his blood meridian exploded. He barreled towards Lu Ming mercilessly. Slash, slash. The icy metal claws stirred up a vigorous gale as he swiped at Lu Ming. His power was even greater than yesterday. Lu Ming did not waste time with words and wielded the lustrous sword technique. Instantly, he had created more than 10 arcs of sword light.
Clang.
Clang. The exchange of blows rang out in succession. As soon as they fought, Yuan Lang's expression changed, because he found out that the strength of Lu Ming's strikes was greater than yesterday. Could it be that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through in less than a day? That was impossible. Yuan Lang dismissed that thought. Lu Ming must have hidden his capabilities yesterday. He started to consider giving up. However, the light trembled on Lu Ming's blade. One of Yuan Lang's arms turned numb, and he took 2 steps back. Swish. There was a burst of sword light, more dazzling than usual, piercing straight into Yuan Lang's abdomen. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Yuan Lang shrieked in alarm. I told you yesterday that there won't be a second chance. Lu Ming spoke coldly. Then, he cut Yuan Lang's throat in one move and threw him backward. The direction where Yuan Lang fell was the battlefield where Duanmu Ju and the rest were fighting for the 500-point metal piece. With blades flashing all over the place, one was sure to end up as a severed corpse after being thrown out like that.
Arg.
Yuan Lang screamed in terror. After Lu Ming stabbed his abdomen, he still had not died. To survive, he had to unleash his full strength. His body burst out in blinding red light as his hands kept on clawing the air. Scram.
Die.
Duanmu Ju and the rest yelled angrily, delivering their attacks without hesitation. PFFFs. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Lang was sliced apart. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Even in his struggle against death, he blocked all of them for an instant. This was the instant that Lu Ming was waiting for. Without any hesitation, he dashed out. His dragon serpent steps unleashed his greatest might. In one step, he covered 20 meters. Swoosh. Lu Ming was like a streak of lightning as he leaped over the fight between Yin Kai and the rest. In one smooth grab, he captured the 500-point metal piece. Lu Ming, it's you. Hand over the metal piece to me, and I'll spare your life. Yin Kai snarled in rage. Lu Ming, I know you. You dared to kill an apprentice from the Duanmu family. Give me the metal piece, and I'll plead with the adults on your behalf to reduce your punishment, Duanmu Ju hollered as well. All at once, the attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. With so many experts, he could not possibly resist them stubbornly. He took another step and raced forward by another 20 meters. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard was lying in that direction. Presently, Lu Ming was only about 30 meters away from it. Behind him, Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, and the rest joined forces and closed in around Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you can't run. Someone like you wants to seize the point-worthy metal piece? How hilarious. You'll die today. Yin Kai's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty expression. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would have obtained the point-worthy medal piece and left this place, essentially becoming this year's apprentice champion. However, all his dreams had turned to dust, thanks to Lu Ming. His hatred towards Lu Ming ran deep in his bones. Lu Ming, hand the medal piece to me. I can safeguard your life. Huang Yu cried out. At the same time, they kept on cornering Lu Ming while he withdrew further backward. Soon, he was only a few meters away from the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Acquiring the medal piece. Currently, the eyes of the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard were narrowed into slits. It was almost asleep. Otherwise, it would not just have sat there indifferently throughout their intense battle. Moreover, there was no entrance on the wall next to the black-scaled monitor lizard. There was nowhere to run. Lu Ming, you have no escape route. Duanmu Ju and the rest closed in slowly. If they were not being apprehensive of the black-scaled monitor lizard, they would have already attacked him. Is that so? Are you guys that confident? At this stage, Lu Ming actually beamed. How could he still smile? However, soon enough, Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, and the rest understood why. Lu Ming turned around abruptly and dashed towards the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. The sword light whistled through the air, ruthlessly piercing towards the black-scaled monitor lizard. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Stop. Stop right now. You're asking for it. Duanmu Ju and the rest changed their tones quickly, each of them yelling in fury. Even so, Lu Ming's sword light did not stop. Uft. The long sword viciously stabbed the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard's body. Roar. As the long sword penetrated its body, the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard gave an incensed howl, and its eyes flew open. One more slash. Lu Ming pulled out the longsword, drawing a gush of blood. Then he stabbed once more. This time, the black-scaled monitor lizard was fully awake. It roared in rage and swiped its massive claw at him. Lu Ming used the dragon serpent steps to dodge the black-scaled monitor lizard's attack. After that, he ran towards Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, and the rest. Roar. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard bellowed deafeningly as it scampered madly towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, and the rest all cried out in anger, but they could only turn around and flee helplessly. The strongest of them was only on the 4th grade Master Realm. Even with all their strength combined, it was not enough to kill the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. Why are you guys running? Weren't you about to kill me? Lu Ming's taunting voice rang out. Duanmu Ju and the rest nearly coughed up blood in rage. They silently vowed to never forgive Lu Ming. Like birds startled by an arrow, they dared not linger in this cavern. Each of them rushed towards a cave entrance.
Ha ha ha, bye-bye.
Lu Ming stepped off the ground firmly and sprang into the air. He immediately landed at an entrance 10 meters above the ground and hurriedly raced away. After running helter-skelter, he covered over a kilometer of the tunnel in a single sprint. Only then did Lu Ming sit down to rest. He thought of something and took out the point-worthy medal piece. This medal piece was made of a different material compared to the other point-worthy medal pieces. It was dark golden and very solid. On its surface were 2 large golden words, 500. With these 500 points, in addition to his previous 124 points, Lu Ming had 624 points in total. 624 points, is that enough or not? Lu Ming started to ponder silently. It was hard to say. For instance, Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, and the rest had gathered so many people. Some of them had only kept 10 points and gave the remaining point-worthy medal pieces to Duanmu Ju and the rest. In that case, it was hard to estimate how many points they had, so collecting 5 or 600 points was a possibility. There's still 2 more days. Perhaps I can rustle up some points from the Duanmu family or Yin Kai's group. A smirk tugged at Lu Ming's lips. Just then, frenzied footsteps sounded behind him. They were very agile. In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared before Lu Ming. Duanmu Ju. Lu Ming sized them up. The center one amongst the trio was Duanmu Ju. The other two beside him were genius apprentices of the White Tiger Hall with their cultivation levels at the third-grade master realm. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Duanmu Ju did not seem surprised as he broke out into a humorless smile. Lu Ming, you're here indeed. How are you going to run now? How did you find me? Lu Ming asked in astonishment. Hee, I might as well tell you. My blood meridian is the keen spirit hound. With me around, you can't escape, a short youth beside Duanmu Ju spoke up. So, you've got a dog's nose. Lu Ming realized the truth. Lu Ming, I didn't hunt you down, yet you dared to seize my point-worthy metal piece. You've got some guts. Now, hand over the metal piece, and I'll go easy on you, Duanmu Ju said. Lu Ming smirked. Does everyone from the Duanmu family have such blind confidence? I truly wonder how you guys became the #1 family in the White Tiger Hall. Are you saying you won't hand it over? I'll show you how my Duanmu family became the #1 family. Flying Tiger Sword.
Kill.
With that, Duanmu Ju pounced at Lu Ming. Sword chi surged out, and there was a faint tiger's roar. Clang. Lu Ming drew his sword to return the strike.
Clang.
Clang. Both their long swords clashed furiously. The space in the cave tunnel was narrow, so there was not much room for fighting poses. They could only fight directly face-to-face with brute force. Their swords collided a few times. Lu Ming felt his arm getting tired, and he involuntarily took 3 steps back. Meanwhile, Duanmu Ju's body was only heaving slightly. A 4th-grade master has such powerful strength. My current strength can't match his at all. Lu Ming thought to himself. Your sword technique isn't bad, but it's a shame you're too weak. Die then. Flying Tiger Pounce. Duanmu Ju grinned coldly and sent his blade slicing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had the impression that a ferocious tiger was lunging at him. The Flying Tiger Sword technique was a superior yellow-level technique. Duanmu Ju had already cultivated it to the 3rd stage, and his moves were quick and ruthless. Since I'm no match in terms of strength, I'll use speed then. Lu Ming focused his concentration, fully immersed in the lustrous sword technique. Swoosh swoosh. One sword light after another lashed out, striking towards Duanmu Ju's vital points. Its speed was definitely much faster than Duanmu Ju's. Duanmu Ju could only give up attacking and use his strength to block Lu Ming's sword light. So, what if your sword technique is fast? If force won't work, I'll attack until you can't hold your sword. Duanmu Ju weaved his long sword in an impenetrable pattern, clashing incessantly against Lu Ming's long sword. Waves of powerful essential qi kept flowing out, battering against Lu Ming. Is that so? What if I speed up? Now, a faint smirk appeared on Lu Ming's mouth. His blade flashed, and his technique became even swifter. Like the flow of a river, the sword light cascaded unendingly towards Duanmu Ju. His lustrous sword technique had just broken through. Before this, his lustrous sword technique had been stuck at the 4th stage, and he had been unable to break through. Nevertheless, in this fight against Duanmu Ju, the lustrous sword technique broke through to the 5th stage to achieve perfect divine-like usage in one move. Duanmu Ju's expression changed. Just now, he could barely maintain his defense. Currently, he discovered that he could not withstand this barrage of assaults at all. Swoosh. Lu Ming's glinting sword light instantly penetrated his defense, slashing towards his chest. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Duanmu Ju was startled and withdrew frantically. Even so, he was a little too late. Slash. Lu Ming's sword light immediately left a deep bloody gash across his chest. Duanmu Ju was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not retreated quickly enough, he would have been dead already. Attack. Attack together and kill him. Duanmu Ju roared in anger. Kill. As the other 2 youths and Duanmu Ju charged at Lu Ming together, Their 3 spiritual weapons erupted with formidable sword qi. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Slaying Duanmuju. Come on then. Facing the joint attack from those 3, Lu Ming grinned and did not back down. Instead, he rushed forward like the wind. You're asking for it.
Die.
The 3 of them huffed maliciously, each wielding their best technique. Their long swords surged with sword qi, carving through the air and emitting an ear-splitting whistle. The sword qi converged upon Lu Ming. Just then, Lu Ming's body glimmered bloodily, and his blood meridian exploded. Immediately, he twisted his body to evade the sharp tips of their swords, ignoring their sword qi. Die then. Duanmuju and the other 2 had icy, murderous expressions in their eyes. Duanmuju, in particular, broke out into a satisfied smirk, as if the 500-point metal piece was already in his hands. Still, in the next moment, his expression transformed because he sensed that when his sword qi landed on Lu Ming's body, it was like cutting through a bottomless abyss. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and a frosty, savage aura enveloped him. Retreat, retreat now, he howled in his heart. However, it was too late. A beam of sword light appeared like a celestial angel, impaling his throat. A fountain of blood spurted out while Duanmuju choked out an animalistic howl with both hands grasping at his throat as he fell back. Nonetheless, after a few steps backward, he collapsed to the ground. In one slash, Lu Ming pierced through Duanmuju. He drew out his sword smoothly and cut the throat of the other youth. Swiftly, Lu Ming had exploited the uniqueness of his blood meridian to quickly slay 2 experts. There was only 1 person left. The final youth felt stifled in a cloud of death. He was scared witless and recoiled in wild panic. Still, how could he be as fast as Lu Ming? Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. After a few moves, the guy was biting Duanmuju's dust. Lu Ming slayed Duanmuju's group of 3. This time, I'm really unscathed. That's much better than the last time. Lu Ming checked himself all over and thought to himself. His blood meridian had devoured 50% of the sword qi from Duanmuju and the rest. The remaining half was mostly blocked by his protective essential qi, so Lu Ming was not harmed much. Of course, this was also thanks to the cultivation level of Duanmuju and the other 2. Duanmuju's cultivation was on the 4th grade Master Realm, only 2 stages above Lu Ming. If he was 3 stages, 4 or even 5 stages above Lu Ming, the end result would be different. Although Lu Ming could also devour 50% of the attack impact, the remaining 50% would be enough to grievously injure or even kill him. Let me see how many point-worthy metal pieces Duanmuju has gathered. Lu Ming frisked Duanmuju's body, but did not even find a single metal piece. How could this be? How could Duanmuju not even have a single point-worthy metal piece? No, he must have a storage ring. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he examined Duanmuju's fingers. As expected, he spotted a ring. After he took the ring off, Lu Ming sent his consciousness into the ring. In the next moment, a space popped up in his mind. It was not large, with a volume of around 1 cubic meter. It was lacking by leaps and bounds compared to the Supreme Shrine. This was the space within the storage ring. In this space, there was a pile of point-worthy metal pieces, a stack of Silavir notes, and some clothes. Lu Ming did not take inventory. After that, he gathered a pile of point-worthy metal pieces from the other 2 bodies. Along with the storage ring, these were all kept within the Supreme Shrine. Following that, he devoured their blood essences before his figure darted off and left. In a short while, he could see the first entrance of the cave. There was still a large crowd standing guard, but Yin Kai, Huang Yu, and the rest had not come out yet. Lu Ming promptly charged out and scaled a large tree nearby. He did not look for Fengwu at once. Instead, he decided to cultivate the blood essence of Duanmuju's group first and take stock of his harvest before joining her. Lu Ming sat cross-legged between the branches of the tree and began to cultivate. The vital energy contained within the blood essence of a 4th grade and 2 3rd grade masters was refined and abundant. This was something 1st grade or 2nd grade masters could not compare to. Lu Ming's cultivation swiftly advanced. From peak mid-2nd grade master realm to top 2nd grade master realm until finally, after processing all of their blood essences, Lu Ming broke through in one step, reaching the 3rd grade master realm. Even so, the level of his blood meridian still did not progress. Upon the spirit-devouring worm blood meridian, the 3 blood-red meridian focal points were incomparably deep. Evidently, they were reaching their limit, but they just had not leveled up to become a 4th level blood meridian. Can my blood meridian only reach the 3rd level at most? Lu Ming thought, frowning. Forget it. I'll just continue to consume blood essence. I don't believe it can advance any further. Following that, Lu Ming took out Duanmu Ju's storage ring and started to take stock. The combined points from the 2 3rd grade Master Realm youths were 130 points. Still, Duanmu Ju had the most with an incredible 520 points. Indeed, he had assembled so many people by his side, so his points were impressive, exceeding 500 points. Right then, Lu Ming had collected an awesome 1,224 points. With points like these, surely first place was in the bag. Lu Ming did not believe anyone else could surpass his score. Moreover, there were over 80,000 Asilavira notes in Duanmu Ju's storage ring. That was an unexpected loot. Duanmu Ju was truly a prodigy from the Duanmu family. His background was astounding. Putting the rest aside, even the storage ring itself would cost at least 100,000 taels of Asilavir. Even then, its demand exceeded its supply, and that was a conservative estimate. After taking inventory, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he arrived at the meeting place that he and Feng Wu had agreed upon. When Feng Wu saw him, she asked hurriedly, "Lu Ming, you're already out. How's the situation?" "Splendid." Lu Ming smiled gently. Feng Wu's pretty eyes shone. "Lu Ming, is the 500-point metal piece in your possession?" "Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't I have wasted a trip?" He grinned, brimming with confidence. "Oh, you devil. You've actually obtained the 500-point metal piece. It looks like you've made a fool of Yin Kai, Duanmu Ju, and the rest." Feng Wu exclaimed and stared at him, her eyes wide with matchless surprise. "Let's go." Both of them turned to leave, disappearing in the woods. Soon enough, 2 days passed. The 20 days of the test were up. A lot of people had gathered outside the Midnight Hills, including Xie Kuang and the other guidance elders of the 4 halls, as well as a few Silavir-robed elders. In addition to that, there were attendants from various halls who were tasked with tallying the points. Other than these people, there were also many youths who were the senior apprentices of the 4 halls. Every year, the new apprentices who just joined would receive extra attention because new blood represented the future, as well as endless possibilities. The guidance elders of the 4 halls stood in front. At the moment, the elder from the White Tiger Hall was asking the other 3, "In your opinion, how many will qualify this year?" The guidance elder from the White Tiger Hall was a short, stout middle-aged man named Duanmu Jin. He was from the Duanmu family. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Who's the Apprentice Champion? There are a total of 13,000 points. Technically, 1,300 people should pass, but in reality, it's impossible to have so many people passing. The Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder added, "I'm sure that some point-worthy metal pieces will remain unfound, and while some people get higher points, some might not even have 10 points. So, I'll consider 500 passes a decent amount." "I estimate around 500 people passing too," Xie Kuang nodded. "It's always been around this number according to my experience. I'm curious though, who'll be the apprentice champion this year?" The Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder asked. "Haha, Duanmu Ju, our Duanmu genius, of course." Duanmu Jin replied smugly. "You're in over your head, Duanmu Jin. Our Huang Yu's exceptionally talented with an awakened 5th level Blood Meridian and 4th grade Master Realm Cultivation level. He's just as good as Duanmu Ju, so I think he's going to be the apprentice champion, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder rebutted. Our Xia Hong may be a girl, but she's on par with your geniuses in terms of Blood Meridians and cultivation too, so she just might win this, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder boasted. That might not be the case, since our Yin Kai's one of the very best too. The Vermilion Bird Hall will emerge as champion this year. Xia, Kuang chirped. Duanmu Jin patted his pot belly as he scorned. Huang Yu and the rest of them might be kinda good, but Duanmu Ju's still better. Besides, Xia Kuang, the Vermilion Bird Hall hasn't won the past 8 years, so this year is just as impossible for you. Stop daydreaming. Xia Kuang's face sank as he barked. What's the meaning of this, Fatty Duanmu? Are you looking down on us, Vermilion Bird Hall? Yes, so what if I'm looking down on you? You actually expect your bunch of trash to be the apprentice champion? Impossible. If you remain unconvinced, let's bet on it. Duanmu Jin scoffed. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Let's bet on it, Fatty Duanmu. Name your wager, Xia Kuang replied. Duanmu Jin's eyes flashed with excitement as he stated, I bet 30 spiritual crystals on the White Tiger Hall winning. How's that for a bet? What? 30 spiritual crystals? Xia Kuang yelled in surprise. Spiritual crystals were formed by the condensation of highly concentrated spiritual energy. It was extremely precious and only martial artists beyond the Grandmaster realm could use it to cultivate. The market price for a single spiritual crystal was 10,000 taels of Asilavir, so 30 spiritual crystals were equivalent to 300,000 taels of Asilavir. It was an extremely expensive bet. What's wrong, Xia Kuang? Chicken out? Too expensive for you? Duanmu Jin jeered. Damn it. Xia Kuang gritted his teeth and snapped, bet's on. Duanmu Jin, don't act dumb and forget about our bet later. I should be more afraid of you bailing out on me. Duanmu Jin smiled coldly. The apprentices are coming out now, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder interrupted. A few youths exited the Midnight Hills. They're from the Vermilion Bird Hall. They came out so quickly, huh? I wonder how many points they have, Duanmu Jin mocked. Xia Kuang's face darkened as he asked the apprentices, how many points do you have? Bring them all out and have them counted. And not much. Flustered, a young man took out 2 one-point metal pieces, while the others had none. That was all they had. Haha, only 2 points for the entire bunch. What a huge harvest. Duanmu Jin guffawed. The other 2 guidance elders had mocking smiles on their faces. The competition was fierce among the 4 halls, so the worse the other hall was, the better it was for them. Xia Kuang's face darkened venomously. More apprentices exited the Midnight Hills, but the passing rate was at a low of 10 to 1. Those that failed hung their head in disappointment while those who passed skipped with delight. Naturally, the White Tiger Hall had the most number of passes out of the 4 halls for now. The Azure Dragon Hall came in second, whereas the Onyx Tortoise Hall came in third. The Vermilion Bird Hall came in last like how it had been for the past years. While Duanmu Jin beamed, Xia Kuang fumed. A voice rang out clearly. Xia Hong's out. Xia Hong, the Onyx Tortoise Hall's number 1 expert, exited the Midnight Hills with a gloomy expression. Haha, looks like Xia Hong's results aren't as good as expected, huh? Duanmu Jin gloated as the face of the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder darkened by a shade. Xia Hong accumulated up to 509 points. It's not too bad, but without the 500-point metal piece, it's hard to win with this amount, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder commented. Well, if the 500-point metal piece remains untouched, Hong'er could win with 509 points, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder added forcefully. Someone has taken the 500-point metal piece, Xia Hong said abruptly.
What?
Who has it? All 4 guidance elders blurted out. Whoever had the 500-point metal piece could win, hence their concern. Xia Hong shook her head quietly. Initially, Lu Ming had it, but Duanmu Ju, Yin Kai, Huang Yu, and the rest of them hunted and chased after him. A few days had passed, and Xia Hong really had no idea who held the 500-point medal piece now. The eyes of all 4 guidance elders flickered as they debated on who the possible apprentice champion was. Yin Kai's out. Huang Yu too. Xia Kuang's heart skipped a beat as he hurried towards the apprentices. Both Yin Kai and Huang Yu exited Midnight Hills with their troops. Go ahead, Yin Kai, have your points counted first, Huang Yu said to Yin Kai. Yin Kai waved his hands with a stormy expression as a pile of point-worthy metal pieces appeared out of thin air. As expensive as storage rings were, geniuses like the likes of him could still afford them. 496 points. Yin Kai had a total of 496 points, which was lesser than Xia Hong. Haha, it looks like I'll be 30 spiritual crystals richer now, Xia Kuang. Yin Kai has less points than Xia Hong, so it's impossible for him to get first place now. Duanmu Jin chuckled. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Duanmu Jin. Even if Yin Kai is lost, Duanmu Ju still might not win, Xia Kuang refuted. Oh really? It doesn't matter anyway since I'm still unbeatable as of now. Even if Duanmu Ju doesn't win, I'm not the one losing, Duanmu Jin jeered. At the same time, Yin Kai's face twisted in rage as he roared in his heart, Lu Ming, I hope Duanmu Ju took the 500-point medal piece away from you. He would rather lose to Duanmu Ju than have Lu Ming win first prize. At that moment, Lu Ming and Feng Wu exited the Midnight Hills. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Counting Points. When Lu Ming and Feng Wu walked out, no one paid them any attention. All they got was a glance from the guidance elders and senior apprentices. 3 out of 4 number 1 geniuses were out from the Midnight Hills, and everyone else was mostly waiting for Duanmu Ju. Only a small number of people kept their attention locked on Lu Ming, and they were those who participated in the 500-point medal piece fight. Yin Kai's eyes blazed. You survived, Lu Ming? How did you manage to evade Duanmu Ju? Yin Kai's eyes bore into Lu Ming as he asked. Ha! What Yin Kai said caught everyone by surprise. According to his tone, was Lu Ming actually somebody?
Why?
Are you disappointed that I'm still alive? Lu Ming sneered. From the side, Huang Yu asked with a stern voice, since you evaded Duanmu Ju, does it mean that the 500-point medal piece is still with you? What? Huang Yu's words dropped like a bombshell. All eyes were on Lu Ming, and they were filled with questions and confusion, especially the 4 guidance elders. Who's this Lu Ming? I've never heard that name before. How did the 500-point medal piece end up with him? How's this possible? Many of them were in disbelief. Of course, didn't you see it the last time? With a faint smile, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a violet gold medal piece appeared in his hand. That was precisely the 500-point medal piece, and it was the only thing everyone was focused on at that instant. Is that really the 500-point medal piece? Who exactly is this Lu Ming? He actually has the 500-point medal piece. Is he the new apprentice champion? Chaos erupted as shock set in. Ha ha, this is awesome. Good one, Lu Ming. Xia Kuang howled in laughter as he recovered from the shock. He was ecstatic. When Yin Kai came back with only 400 points, Xia Kuang thought that the Vermilion Bird Hall was about to wave the apprentice champion title goodbye yet again. Besides losing 30 spiritual crystals to Duanmu Jin, he would also have to endure the latter's relentless taunting. Now that Lu Ming had the 500-point medal piece, it reignited hope within Xia Kuang. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming again. Could none of our Duanmu experts kill this Lu Ming? Duanmu Jin was shocked to the core as he stared incredulously at Lu Ming. When he finally came back to his senses, he scoffed. What are you so gleeful about, Xia Kuang? Maybe Lu Ming's just lucky enough to get the 500-point medal piece by chance. That's probably all he has. Do you think he could win with just the 500-point medal piece alone? We'll find out after we count his points, Xia Kuang replied. Did you think you could beat me with a mere 500-point metal piece? Look carefully, Huang Yu said coldly as a pile of point-worthy metal pieces appeared on the counter with a wave. That much. Everyone's gazes froze when they realized that Huang Yu's pile was a lot bigger than Xia Hong's. 706 points. Huang Yu had a whopping 706 points.
Gasp.
Sharp inhales spread across the area. Huang Yu's gotten 706 points. That's crazy. He managed to get points like that even without the 500-point metal piece. Who's to say he won't be the apprentice champion? Not bad. No one has heard of this Lu Ming previously, so I don't think he's from an aristocratic family. With no one to collect points for him, it's impossible for him to get more than 200 points. Everyone was talking about it. Great. The guidance elder of the Azure Dragon Hall laughed gleefully. Haha. Duanmu Jin snickered and said, Xia Kuang, so what if Lu Ming's gotten the 500-point metal piece? I told you celebrated too early. If a piece of trash was fortunate enough to get only the 500-point metal piece, he still can't win anyway. Huff, let's see then. Xia Kuang huffed coldly, but deep down, he was very uncertain. Xia Kuang knew about most of Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices, but he has never heard of Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming casually looked at all that was happening with a faint smile on his face. He was oddly calm as he made his way to the counter. Lu Ming looked at Huang Yu and said nonchalantly, observe carefully then, if that's what you want to do. In a wave, a big pile of point-worthy metal pieces came tumbling down onto the counter. From the looks of the pile, it seemed a lot bigger than Huang Yu's pile. So much. Eyes popped out of their sockets, and some people nearly bit their tongues as they gawked at the pile of point-worthy metal pieces on the counter. Feng Wu, who was with Lu Ming most of the time, gaped soundlessly. She certainly did not expect Lu Ming to have that many point-worthy metal pieces. When did that happen? Martial uncle, could you help me out with the counting, please? Lu Ming prompted the person in charge of the point counting since he was still in shock. The person in charge came back to his senses and started to count. With 724 points, in addition to the 500-point metal piece, Lu Ming had 1,224 points in total. Lu Ming had not scavenged for more point-worthy metal pieces in the last 2 days. Instead, he spent most of his time cultivating so that his cultivation had a firmer base. His jaw-dropping 1,224 points stunned everyone with their mouths agape. This was mind-blowing. Even without the 500-point metal piece, Lu Ming still had more points than Huang Yu. With points like this, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the apprentice champion. How's that possible? How can it be? I had the whole Azure Dragon Hall collecting points for me, and I spent quite a fortune getting points from some others as well. How did Lu Ming get so many points? Huang Yu roared in anguish in his head. Damn it! Yin Kai clenched his fists tightly in frustration. Haha, I told you to wait for the official count, Duanmu Jin. It's crystal clear now, isn't it? Xia Kuang was on cloud 9 as he guffawed, and his hand stroked his beard continuously. As he fixed his gaze on Lu Ming, he suddenly felt that the latter was such an adorable person. Xia Kuang, Lu Ming. Duanmu Jin clenched his jaws so tightly that his teeth started grinding against each other noisily. Oh, also, 30 spiritual crystals, please, Duanmu Jin, Xia Kuang added. Hold your horses. Not everyone's out yet. Our Duanmu Ju's still making his way out. How sure are you that Lu Ming's one? Duanmu Jin selfishly hoped for Duanmu Ju to create a miracle. Elder Jin, something bad's happened. A loud voice rang out from within the midnight woods as a dozen figures rushed out. They were the young experts of the Duanmu family. What's going on? What's the rush? As a member of the Duanmu family and the mystical sword sect, you've got to keep calm no matter what happened, understand? Duanmu Jin's face darkened as he reprimanded the young Duanmu experts. Where's Duanmu Ju? Why didn't he come out with you? Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The desperate Duanmu family. Something's happened, Elder Jean. Duanmu Ju is dead. One of the Duanmu youths reported fearfully. What? Duanmu Jean froze. His eyes widened as he let out a small cry. How could he have remained calm? Everyone who heard the news was startled. The other 3 guidance elders had a slight change in expression. A look of joy flitted across Xia Kuang's face. Duanmu Ju was actually dead? How did he die? Yin Kai, Huang Yu, and some others could not help but look pointedly at Lu Ming. Where did Lu Ming's points come from? Judging by the amount, it was impossible for him to have killed all those demonic beasts alone. Could it be from Duanmu Ju?
Speak.
How did Duanmu Ju die? Duanmu Jin ordered maliciously. A slit across the throat with a sword, said a young man. A slit across the throat with a sword. Who did it? Cold killing intent erupted from Duanmu Jin. We don't know. When we found Duanmu Jin's trail and followed it, he was already dead. We also found 2 other bodies with him. They were the White Tiger Hall's 3rd-grade Master Realm apprentices.
What?
Don't you know who did it? Killing intent flickered in Duanmu Jin's eyes. He abruptly turned to face Lu Ming as he barked, Speak, Lu Ming. Did you kill Duanmu Ju? Before Lu Ming could answer, Xia Kuang retorted with a roar. Duanmu Jin, what's the meaning of this? Elder Duanmu, did you even see me kill Duanmu Ju? Also, you heard him. There were 2 other 3rd-grade Master Realm experts with him. Did you really think I could kill him? Lu Ming answered with a faint smile. Many pondered upon Lu Ming's words. That's true. Does Lu Ming even have the skills to kill Duanmu Ju and the 2 other 3rd-grade Master Realm experts? Impossible. Duanmu Jin scoffed. How do you explain the amount of point-worthy metal pieces in your possession? You must have killed Duanmu Ju with some kind of despicable trick. I'll destroy you right now, you shameless, filthy prick.
Boom.
As he took a stride, a formidable aura erupted from Duanmu Jin, pressing against Lu Ming like a lofty mountain. The crushing weight was too strong for Lu Ming to handle. He felt like a mountain had slammed into him, and his body shook as he was forced backward. Blood threatened to spew out from his mouth. What are you doing, Duanmu Jin? Xia Kuang raged as he hid Lu Ming behind him. An equally formidable aura exploded from him, shielding Lu Ming from Duanmu Jin's aura. Piss off, Xia Kuang. Duanmu Jin bellowed. Fatty Duanmu, do you have fats for a fucking brain? In the mystical sword sect, winners have always taken it all, which rule calls for an explanation of the source of the point-worthy metal pieces. Did you live all these fucking years as a dog? Fury rose from within Lu Ming as he berated. He refused to be bullied. Wah dash. It was once again a jaw-dropping moment for everyone present. How reckless of Lu Ming to dare yell at Duanmu Jin in public like that. Sure enough, Duanmu Jin was so mad that he shook uncontrollably. He raised his arm and pointed at Lu Ming. You little bastard. What did you just say? Great, you're deaf too. Guess you really did live a fucking dog life. Lu Ming pursed his lips. I'll kill you, you little bastard. Duanmu Jin's eyes glowed a frenzy red as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Stay where you are. Xia Kuang's fist collided with Duanmu Jin's.
Boom.
Both Xia Kuang and Duanmu Jin staggered backward from the blast. Piss off, Xia Kuang, or I'll kill you as well, Duanmu Jin yelled. I was afraid that you can't. Xia Kuang refused to budge. Boom. Just then, immense pressure came from the skies. The pressure was so great that it felt as if it had unfathomable depths like the ocean, paralyzing both Xia Kuang and Duanmu Jin. Silavir robed elder. Both of them gasped. In the skies, a displeased elderly man hovered over them and rebuked, Absurd, both of you. Shamelessly fighting to the death in front of all the apprentices as guidance elders. For what? To be ridiculed by the younger generation? Elder Wang, Lu Ming used despicable methods to kill Duanmu Ju and the rest. He cannot go unpunished. I suggest stripping him of his apprentice champion title, Duanmu Jin cupped his fists towards the Sealavir-robed elder as he spoke. Hee, I'm gonna say the same to you, Duanmu Jin. Did you see me kill Duanmu Ju, and the rest in despicable ways? And you tell me that you haven't fucking lived as a dog. Since Lu Ming was already an arch-nemesis with the Duanmu family, he said whatever he wanted and insulted Duanmu Jin without any restraint. He was sure that Xie Kuang and the Sealavir-robed elder would not let anything happen to him. How dare you, insolent fool! You have no respect for the elders. Duanmu Jin howled, his prosperous body trembling with unconstrained fury. He was outraged. All he wanted was to pound Lu Ming into a meatloaf. You and your yelling, Duanmu Jin. Just spit it out. You're weaseling out. All it took was 30 spiritual crystals for you to accuse and trample over a new genius apprentice. That's certainly a first for me. Xie Kuang took the chance to mock him.
You.
Furious and flustered, Duanmu Jin nearly vomited blood as his chest rose up and down rapidly. Everyone else stared with their mouths wide open nearby. Geniuses like Huang Yu and Xie Hong saw Lu Ming in a different light. While they had remarkable backgrounds, even they had no courage to yell at a Duanmu elder in public like that. Lu Ming was flaunting such lawlessness. Duanmu Jin took a few deep breaths in an attempt to calm down as he cupped his fist towards the Sealavir-robed elder once more and said, Elder Wang, I'm sure Lu Ming used despicable methods to gather such an amount of point-worthy metal pieces. If he's allowed to win the first prize like that, I'm afraid it'll be hard to convince the other new apprentices. I suggest that we test his abilities. If he passes, I'll acknowledge him as the apprentice champion. No way, Elder Wang. The new apprentice test has always used points to determine placings, and there have never been any restrictions on how the points are obtained, Xie Kuang objected hurriedly. Duanmu Jin scoffed. Don't you forget, Xie Kuang. All the previous apprentice champions were publicly recognized for their abilities. Even those who were fortunate were proven to be capable. But this Lu Ming, where's he from? What's he capable of? His words were laced thick with disdain. Oh. How would you like to test him, Duanmu Jin? The Sealavir-robed elder pondered. Very simple. Come on out, Duanmu Tao, Duanmu Jin ordered with a wave. Immediately, a young man stepped out from where the old apprentices were. Duanmu Jin pointed at that young man and said, This time, the strongest cultivation level among the new apprentices is the 4th grade Master Realm, which is exactly Duanmu Tao's cultivation level. If Lu Ming beats Duanmu Tao, I'll acknowledge his apprentice champion title. If not, I suggest that Lu Ming be stripped of his first placing. Xie Kuang's expression changed. I object. Duanmu Tao is a 3rd-year apprentice. Even if his cultivation's on the 4th grade Master Realm, it's not fair for a new apprentice to fight someone who's trained for 3 years. If you don't have what it takes, just say it out loud. The apprentice champion title isn't as attainable as you think it is, Duanmu Jin replied coldly. All right, I'll do it, Lu Ming agreed, all of a sudden. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Watch out or you're gonna get hurt. Lu Ming stepped out with a faint smile on his face. Xie Kuang's expression changed again as he urged, Don't be rash, Lu Ming. The Vermilion Bird Hall finally won the apprentice champion this year round, so Xie Kuang was expecting a tremendous boost in popularity and better allocation of resources from the mystical sword sex management. He simply could not allow Lu Ming to throw the first place away so rashly. Lu Ming smiled and told Xie Kuang, Don't worry, Elder Xie, just a mere Duanmu disciple with slightly longer cultivation time, that's all. So what? He then turned to Duanmu Jin and confirmed, I accept the challenge, Duanmu Jin. Good. Duanmu Jin was flooded with euphoria when he saw how Lu Ming accepted his challenge. He cupped his fists towards the Sealavir-robed elder once more and said, Elder Wang. Lu Ming himself said he'll do it. Please allow it. Elder Wang nodded and replied, All right, it'll be done according to your request then. Thank you, Elder Wang. Duanmu Jin could barely contain his delight. He turned to Duanmu Tao and stated, Listen carefully now, Duanmu Tao. Lu Ming's the apprentice champion nominee. He's highly talented, so you've gotta just try your best later, understand?
Got it.
Don't worry, Elder Jean. A sinister smile hung on Duanmu Tao's face as he turned to Lu Ming. You still have time to just surrender now, Lu Ming. Otherwise, when the match starts, watch out, or you're gonna get hurt later. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Duanmu Jin retreated for a good 10 meters and told Duanmu Tao, don't hold back. The mystical sword sex apprentice champion should be capable and know his stuff well. He shouldn't be a piece of trash that only relies on luck. Your time is up. With a menacing smile on his face, Duanmu Tao moved unexpectedly. He unsheathed his sword and hacked it towards Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. In a flick, 9 beams of sword light that resembled plum blossoms bloomed from the body of his sword, engulfing Lu Ming completely. This is the Heavenly Plum Blossom Sword Technique, a superior yellow-level martial arts technique. After years of painstaking training and cultivation, Duanmu Tao's finally reached the 4th stage, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder commented with a sparkle in his eyes. Not bad. Even though Duanmu Tao's cultivation is merely average, he has pretty good perception towards martial arts technique. He's considerably talented to be able to cultivate a superior yellow-level martial arts technique to the stage he's at in just a few years. What a clever plan it is for Duanmu Jin to send Duanmu Tao out to fight Lu Ming. I'm afraid no one in this batch of new apprentices is a match for Duanmu Tao, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder added. Wretch. Xia Kuang clamped his fists tightly as worry shone in his eyes. Haha. Duanmu Jin smirked. At the same time, a similar smirk was seen hanging on Lu Ming's face as well. He held his ground. Clang. A sword light, as fast as lightning, burst forth. It all happened too fast. In an instant, the lightning-like sword light reached its target first, even though it was released later. As the cold sword tip neared Duanmu Tao's face, a feeling of dread crept up from deep within his heart. Retreat. Without hesitation, Duanmu Tao retreated in a frenzy. Whatever pattern sword light he had going disappeared immediately without a trace. The smile froze on Duanmu Jin's face. What a swift sword. This is also a superior yellow-level sword technique, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder blurted out as his expression changed. That's right. This is the lustrous sword technique, a superior yellow-level sword technique. Lu Ming's at least at the 4th or 5th stage, I reckon, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder said as an odd gleam flitted through his eyes. 1. Xia Kuang was ecstatic. He did not expect Lu Ming to have such amazing martial arts attainment since he was just a new apprentice. Is this the martial arts technique you've trained painstakingly for a few years, Duanmu Tao? Is this all you've got? What a disgrace. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Damn it. Here's one more move. Duanmu Tao roared. His figure dazzled into several phantom images that attacked Lu Ming simultaneously, while a tempest of sword chi exploded from his body of a sword. Duanmu Tao continuously slashed about 7 or 8 sword chis out, all of it aimed at Lu Ming. So, what if your sword swift? He would suppress Lu Ming with formidable essential chi. I'm done playing games with you, Lu Ming muttered. His long sword then slashed abruptly. Zing! A beam of sword chi swept across the area. It was a lot sharper than Duanmu Tao's sword chi. After Lu Ming broke through to the 3rd grade Master Realm, the mass of his essential chi was already above Duanmu Tao's. Duanmu Tao's sword chi was severed in several puffs. Immediately after that, Lu Ming threw a punch out with his left hand. The Flame Dragon Fist. The blow landed right on Duanmu Tao's dantian. Duanmu Tao cried out in pain as his body flew backward from impact and landed heavily on the ground. His face paled as he vomited copious amounts of blood. Silence. Pin-drop silence swept across the entire area. 2 moves. All Lu Ming took to defeat Duanmu Tao were 2 moves. It was a complete victory. Was this even a new apprentice's fighting ability? My chi cyclone, my cultivation. Lu Ming, did you just destroy my cultivation? Duanmu Tao let out a shrill cry. The punch that Lu Ming delivered was so powerful that it completely destroyed the chi cyclone in Duanmu Tao's dantian.
Boom.
Lu Ming. The cold, murderous intent that exploded from Duanmu Jin was directed straight at Lu Ming. In a stride, Xia Kuang stepped in and blocked Duanmu Jin in his path. Piss off, Xia Kuang. I'll destroy that little bastard. How could he land such a heavy blow in a friendly match? He has such a bad character, and should be killed. Duanmu Jin yelled. Duanmu Tao's words were, when the match starts, watch out, or you're gonna get hurt later. I thought I did pretty well by restraining myself and sparing his life, but rather than thanking me, you accuse me of having a bad character. Instead of me, I think the person with a bad character is you. Lu Ming said in a loud voice. Go to hell, little bastard. Duanmu Jin had enough. His face was a bright red as he failed to stifle his rage. That's enough. The Silavir-robed elder waved, and a gust of energy poured out, forcing Xia Kuang and Duanmu Jin to stagger backward. You've got to give Duanmu Tao justice, please, Elder Wang. Duanmu Jin shrieked. Elder Wang frowned. Enough, Duanmu Jin. Nothing is guaranteed when a duel happens. Injuries are inevitable. Stop making a big fuss. To ensure fairness, the Silavir-robed elders had been sent directly by the sect leader to oversee the test. They did not belong to any hall, so they would not take sides. Elder Wang was joyful when he witnessed Lu Ming's capabilities and potential. After all, it meant that there was another genius in the mystical sword sect. He was also annoyed at Duanmu Jin for trying to kill Lu Ming for his personal agenda. The match has proven Lu Ming's capabilities, and since most people are out from the Midnight Hills, I declare that first place belongs to Lu Ming. Elder Wang wasted no time as he announced. Damn it! Duanmu Jin was boiling with rage. He knew he could not make Lu Ming pay that day. I'll see how cocky you can continue to be, Lu Ming. People who go against the Duanmu family never end up in a good place, he cursed in his heart. Not very far away, Xia Hong, Huang Yu, and the rest looked at Lu Ming, perplexed. Lu Ming's capabilities were beyond their expectation. They were so sure that Duanmu Ju had died by his hand. They were secretly glad that they did not go after Lu Ming in the Midnight Hills, or else they would have been dead. 30 spiritual crystals. Pay up, Duanmu Jin. Xia Kuang snickered coldly as he marched towards Duanmu Jin. Clack, clack, clack. Duanmu Jin gritted his teeth so tightly that they rubbed against each other noisily. He could not weasel out, not with everyone watching, so he painfully passed 30 spiritual crystals to Xia Kuang. Xia Kuang laughed in satisfaction. The time was up for Elder Wang to announce the placings. Huang Yu is in second place and Xia Hong in third. The names and placings were announced individually. With 131 points, Feng Wu was placed in 22nd place. Once the announcement was done, Elder Wang continued with a wave. Now, this marks the end of the new apprentice test. Once you get back to the sect, those with rewards can claim them when you get your identity jade pieces done.
You are dismissed.
Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Awarding Rewards. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, all newly accepted apprentices gathered on the training field. Other than Xia Kuang, the guidance elder, there were a few other Vermilion Bird Hall elders and a Silavir-robed elder on stage. Huge smiles were etched on each elder's face. We won't award you with your identity jade pieces. Your personal information and your sect contribution points will be in your identity jade pieces. You can use the jade pieces for your transactions should you need to use your sect contribution points. 1. There was a jade piece in the Silavir-robed elder's hand. He continued, even though our overall results weren't great, Lu Ming managed to emerge as the apprentice champion for the first time after 8 long years. He brought glory to the Vermilion Bird Hall, so this time around, We at the Vermilion Bird Hall will award him with another 2,000 sect contribution points in addition to his original rewards of 5,000 sect contribution points and a spirit condensing fruit. Come claim your prize, Lu Ming. As soon as the elder was done, all eyes were on Lu Ming. Some gazes were envious, some were jealous, some full of admiration. Amongst them, Yin Kai's eyes dripped with malice. Only he knew what he was up to as his eyes continuously looked around. Lu Ming walked up to accept his identity jade piece and another jade box. As his consciousness sank into the jade piece, a row of words appeared before him. Lu Ming, 15, citizen of the Fiery Wind City. Bronze apprentice of the Vermilion Bird Hall, the mystical sword sect. Residence, room 1, courtyard 29. Sect contribution points, 7,000. The information was extremely comprehensive with their residence clearly marked out for them. Inside the jade box was the spirit condensing fruit. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming cupped his fists as he saluted. Then he walked down from the stage. The other apprentices collected their identity jade pieces. Once everyone was done, they parted ways and Lu Ming made his way to the Vermilion Bird Peak. The majestic Vermilion Bird Peak stood tall beyond the clouds. Forests and jungles covered the peak. With all the beautiful flora and fauna found in these woods, it was like heaven on earth. Mid-peak, there was a space filled with countless exquisite courtyards. These were dorms for the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. The spiritual energy here is so rich and dense. It's at least a few times thicker than the general apprentices area. No wonder everyone was fighting to become a bronze apprentice. I heard that Asilavir apprentices, some elders and hall masters live closer to the tip of the mountain, and that the spiritual energy there's even thicker than what it's like now. Lu Ming pondered as he made his way to his residence. The courtyards were numbered on the door, so he found courtyard 29 very quickly. It had quite a huge yard with a patio for cultivating martial arts in the middle. There were also 3 rooms. The middle one was numbered 1, while the other rooms were rooms 2 and 3 respectively. Lu Ming made his way to room 1 where the sight of a simple bed and a table greeted him. It was an extremely modest setup. There was a booklet on the table explaining the basic guidelines and happenings of the mystical sword sect and the Blazing Sun Empire. After flipping through it, Lu Ming kept the booklet aside. He walked out of the door as he heard footsteps approaching. A beefy young man of about 15 to 16 years old walked in. He had big eyes and bushy eyebrows, and he carried a sword wider than a palm on his back. He gawked at Lu Ming and was quickly overjoyed. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're assigned to courtyard 29 too. Haha, that's great. We'll be housemates now. The beefy young man chuckled. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You're too kind, brother. How do I address you? My name's Pang Shi. I'm a hunter from Seafront City. The beefy youth introduced himself enthusiastically. From his brief introduction, Lu Ming understood that Pang Shi was the son of a hunter's family in Seafront City and that he was supernaturally strong. Since he awakened his blood meridians when he was 14, his family sent him to the mystical sword sect to be tested and enrolled. Pang Shi was successfully accepted, and he had passed the test to become a bronze apprentice. Looking at this hunter's lad, Lu Ming thought that Pang Shi was more than what met the eyes, since it was not as easy for a normal hunter's lad to be enrolled and pass the new apprentice test in one go. I'm a little dumb, so please show me around, senior brother Lu Ming, Pang Shi said as he scratched the back of his head. Are you asking him to show you around? I think it's better if you mingle with me. A green-robed, handsome-looking youth walked in from the patio. This lanky young man was fair-skinned with long and narrow eyes. He had an air of untamed wildness that surrounded him. The green-robed youth walked in and scoffed at Lu Ming without warning. Remember this, Lu Ming. My name's Hua Chi. You being the apprentice champion doesn't mean anything here. Since we're both new to the mystical sword sect, I'll surpass you in a year. Starry-eyed fool? What an odd name, Pang Shi replied in surprise, conveniently ignoring everything else Hua Chi said. The green-robed youth stiffened. What are you talking about, you big dumb buffoon? My name's Hua Qi. Not a starry-eyed fool. It's still starry-eyed fool, isn't it, senior brother Lu Ming? Puzzled, Pang Shi scratched the back of his head in confusion. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. You're right, Pang Shi. I heard a starry-eyed fool too. You hillbillies. Just you wait and see. My name, Hua Qi, will shake the entire mystical sword sect and even the entire Blazing Sun Empire in no time. Confidence shone in Hua Qi's eyes as he walked into room 2 with a huff, ignoring Lu Ming and Pang Shi. Lu Ming smiled and excused himself from Pang Shi to go back to his room as well. Since reaching the Master Realm, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen as he devoured essences constantly. However, that caused his foundation to be a little shaky and his essential qi was tainted and unrefined. He had to stop and spend time to set his base and cultivate his essential qi. A shaky foundation was a huge problem that would affect his cultivation progress in the future. It would hinder Lu Ming from breaking through to the next level, and his cultivation journey would cease. Even having a spirit-devouring word blood meridian to devour more essence would have been in vain. Lu Ming exercised the true war dragon technique and the qi cyclone in his dantian spun steadily, creating little streams of dragon-shaped essential qi, which flowed through his meridians, repeatedly refining the impurities in his essential qi. After 6 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. My cultivation will be firmer and more consolidated in 10 days if this continues. Then, I'll move on to the second stage of the true war dragon technique. My advantage in the Master Realm is decreasing. I can only obtain higher combat power if I reach the second stage in my true war dragon technique cultivation. Other than blood mist rocks, I've got 2 out of 3 essential ingredients required in the second stage true war dragon technique. I'll go to the contribution hall in 2 days and see if they have any blood mist rocks, Lu Ming reflected. He pondered upon what had happened in the test. Then, he came to a conclusion about what he lacked and determined the direction of his cultivation going forward. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Ning Feng pays a visit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. While Lu Ming was cultivating, a loud yell suddenly boomed from outside. Lu Ming, get your butt out here. Ning Feng. Lu Ming remembered the voice very well. It was that senior apprentice who had caused him trouble back when he had just joined the sect. Ning Feng, you sent someone to kill me during the test. Before I could hunt you down, you've come here yourself. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes as he got up, opened the door, and walked out. After exiting his room, he saw that Pang Shi and Hua Qi had gone out as well. Evidently, they were startled as well. Senior brother Lu, what's going on? Pang Shi wore a worried expression. Everything's fine. Lu Ming grinned. Lu Ming, you'd better hurry up and show yourself. Ning Feng's voice rose again, rumbling across a vast distance. Creak. Lu Ming opened the gates of the courtyard and walked out. Standing outside the courtyard were 7 or 8 youths. Ning Feng was heading the group with Yin Kai actually beside him. As for the others, they had overbearing auras as well. Clearly, they were senior apprentices of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming, you're finally out. I'd thought you were cowering like a tortoise in its shell. Ning Feng glared at Lu Ming icily as he spoke. In the depths of his gaze, there was a flash of deadly intent. Lu Ming had far surpassed his expectations. During the newbies test, along with the Duanmu family's cooperation, Ning Feng had sent a Master Realm expert to kill Lu Ming. Despite all that, he did not manage to kill him. To their outrage, Lu Ming had even become the apprentice champion. The moment Ning Feng heard about this, he had practically leaped up in shock. Lu Ming's talent exceeded his imagination. He must kill Lu Ming before the latter grew even stronger. Cower like a tortoise? Ning Feng, why would I do that just because of someone like you? Lu Ming said breezily as he stared at Ning Feng. Haha. Lu Ming, don't think that you can act so impudently just because you've achieved the hollow title as the apprentice champion. In my eyes, you're nothing. Furthermore, your apprentice champion position was merely seized through underhanded methods. Lu Ming, do you know that you've committed a great crime? You should be kneeling down in confession. Ning Feng bellowed. By this point, the whole area had been disturbed. People started popping out of their courtyards. It was not just the new apprentices. Most of them were senior apprentices. All of them observed the situation, discussing animatedly. Why is Ning Feng looking for Lu Ming? Is there bad blood between them? I don't know. Still, Ning Feng's father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Thanks to his father's authority, he's always been arrogant and tyrannical, and he's used to pushing others around. To think that Lu Ming is the target this time. I heard that on the day Lu Ming joined the sect, he disrespected Ning Feng, causing Ning Feng to be publicly humiliated. No wonder. Ning Feng's energy was aggressive, but Lu Ming was not afraid in the slightest. Ning Feng, there's no need for malicious slander. What have I done wrong? What wrong? Let me ask you. During the test, junior brother Yin Kai obtained that 500-point medal piece initially. However, out of your own selfish desires, you colluded with the apprentices of other halls to intercept him, causing him to lose the 500-point medal piece. The position of apprentice champion originally belonged to junior brother Yin Kai. Not only that, in order to snatch the 500-point medal piece, you brutally murdered the genius apprentice of my Vermilion Bird Hall, Yuan Ling. Such behavior makes one's blood boil. You should die 10,000 deaths for your sins. Now, shouldn't you be kneeling down to accept your punishment? Ning Feng roared furiously with a domineering aura. Not far away, some of the senior apprentices were conversing. Ning Feng really knows how to pin the blame on someone. Isn't that so? In the mystical sword sect, there were rules, and one of them included the fact that those from the same sect must not kill one another. However, at certain times and in certain places, there were exceptions such as in a life-or-death fight or during the newbie's test. The newbie's test was a long tradition in the mystical sword sect. In truth, everyone was well aware that the test would verify one's full capabilities. During the test, any method was fair game, including killing. Nonetheless, this was an unspoken rule that must not be proclaimed aloud. Otherwise, it was indeed a crime to kill someone from the same sect. However, which year's apprentice champion did not kill anyone during the test? It was impossible. This was clearly a trumped-up charge. Ning Feng, did you come here to say this? With this idiotic excuse? I don't have time to entertain your nonsense. With that, Lu Ming turned around to go in. He could not be bothered with Ning Feng's bullshit. Damn you. Lu Ming's attitude set Ning Feng's teeth on edge before he howled. Brazen Lu Ming, do you even respect the sex rules? Kneel down at once. Swoosh. Ning Feng's palm slammed toward Lu Ming. The force from his palm created a whistle in the air. If this strike hit its target, Lu Ming would be gravely injured, if not killed. Senior brother Lu Ming, be careful. Pang Shi warned.
Boom.
At the crucial point, Lu Ming promptly twisted around and struck with the flame dragon fist. Bam! Lu Ming's fist and Ning Feng's palm collided. There was a deafening rumble. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Ming took 5 steps back. He shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're the so-called apprentice champion. You're more like a piece of trash. Today, I'll cripple you, then take my time interrogating you. Ning Feng's expression was cruel as he spoke disdainfully. Following that, he stepped out and slammed his palm down on Lu Ming. Trying to cripple me? I'll make you pay a painful price too. Lu Ming gripped his sword hilt as his eyes blazed viciously. He decided to explode his blood meridian. Even if he had to suffer Ning Feng's palm strike, he would make him pay. Stop right there. However, just then, a delicate voice rang out as a figure dashed over like lightning. A burst of powerful palm force shot toward Ning Feng. The palm force was fierce and intense, and was no weaker than Ning Feng's. Ning Feng had no choice but to turn back and counter the blow.
Bam.
Two palms clashed, and Ning Feng's figure trembled slightly. Yuan Hui, it's you.
Why did you stop me?
When Ning Feng saw who it was, his expression shifted. Lu Ming was flabbergasted as well. The one who had attacked was a young lady who was around 18 years old and was extremely pretty. Still, Lu Ming did not know her. Why would she step in to help him? However, he understood in the next instant. Another figure came flying over. It was Feng Wu. Lu Ming, are you alright? Don't worry. Senior Sister Yuan is with Big Sis Mulan. She won't let Ning Feng do as he pleases. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Lu Ming beamed. Yuan Hui said, Ning Feng, I might as well tell you that Lu Ming got in through a recommendation from Elder Mulan. Surely now you know why I stopped you.
What?
Elder Mulan? When Ning Feng heard Mulan's name, he turned solemn all of a sudden. On the side, Yin Kai's face had sunk as well. How could Lu Ming be so lucky?
Damn it.
Yin Kai clenched his jaw. Initially, he had rejoiced inwardly when he saw Lu Ming being injured by Ning Feng. However, Yuan Hui had popped up unexpectedly. Now that you know this, you'd better leave at once. Yuan Hui glared at Ning Feng. Ning Feng's eyes gleamed, then flared up with resentment. Yuan Hui, so what if Lu Ming was recommended by Elder Mulan? He killed someone from the same sect. Such a despicable act must be severely punished. Otherwise, everyone will disregard the rules in the future. Won't that cause utter chaos? Chapter 52. Chapter 52. A Fight After a Month. Ning Feng, do you have to come up with such crude excuses just to target me? Why don't we go to the magistrate elder and determine whether I'm guilty? Lu Ming cast a scornful glance at Ning Feng. Why do we have to go to the magistrate elder for such a small matter? Ning Feng laughed coldly. At this point, Pang Shi came forward, scratching his head with a guileless expression. Senior brother Ning, this is where you're wrong. I'm a new apprentice who has just participated in the test as well. During the test, killing each other is very common. I saw a senior brother being murdered by someone from the Duanmu family. Senior brother Ning, why didn't you lead your crew to capture that apprentice from the Duanmu family? That's right, Ning Feng. If you're so devoted to being righteous, go and seize that guy from the Duanmu family. All you can do is whine and complain here. Aren't you embarrassed? Feng Wu stood beside Lu Ming and scoffed with her pretty face. Ning Feng's face darkened all at once. He had just been asked to seize an apprentice from the Duanmu family. How could he possibly do that? Instantly, he shot an unfriendly look at Pang Shi and berated, "And who are you again? How dare you speak in this manner to me?"
Fuck off.
After that, he looked towards Yuan Hui and shouted, "Yuan Hui, step aside at once. Ning Feng, defeat me if you can. Otherwise, you can forget about harming a single hair on Lu Ming's head." Yuan Hui was unyielding. Seeing that Yuan Hui was being so steadfast, Ning Feng's gaze flitted around uncertainly before landing on Lu Ming once more. Lu Ming, what kind of apprentice champion are you? Is hiding behind women all you can do? Ning Feng, you've been enrolled for 4-5 years, haven't you? And you have the nerve to say that. How about this? You and Lu Ming shall fight after a year. How does that sound? Yuan Hui suggested. Senior Sister Yuan, why wait for a year? A month is enough. Lu Ming stepped out and faced Ning Feng directly. Ning Feng, I hereby challenge you. After 1 month, we shall meet on the Vermilion Bird stage for a battle to the death. Are you brave enough? His clear voice carried over a long distance, arousing a loud clamor.
What?
Is Lu Ming challenging Ning Feng? And the fight will be in a month. Does he have a death wish? Ning Feng has already reached the top of the 6th grade Master Realm. Apparently, he's only a step away from the 7th grade Master Realm. Moreover, he's been working hard to hone a superior yellow-level martial arts technique for nearly 5 years. He's already reached the 5th stage, which is perfect divine-like usage. Yet, Lu Ming dares to challenge him within a month? That's right. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at 4th grade Master Realm at most. It's impossible for him to defeat Ningfeng in a month. He's too arrogant. I think that after he became the apprentice champion, he's acquired this blind confidence. He doesn't know his own strength. Those who were commenting were mostly senior apprentices who all felt that Lu Ming was being too arrogant. Ningfeng's eyes flashed with a gleeful light. Lu Ming, are you challenging me in a month's time? That's right. Do you have the guts? Lu Ming said. What's there to be afraid of? I accept your challenge. Ningfeng guffawed. Based on Lu Ming's talent, surpassing Ningfeng in a year might not be a problem, but doing so a month from now is impossible. Lu Ming was asking for it. Since Yuan Hui stopped Ningfeng today, he might as well accept the challenge. He would slay Lu Ming in front of everyone in a month. At the thought of killing an apprentice champion, he was endlessly invigorated. Lu Ming, I hope that in a month, you won't be cowering like a tortoise in its shell, Ningfeng taunted. I was just about to say that to you, Lu Ming retorted. Big talk doesn't mean anything. Let's go. Ningfeng waved his hand and swaggered off with the other senior apprentices. After Ningfeng and the rest had left, Feng Wu spoke rather anxiously. Lu Ming, you're too rash. How can you challenge Ningfeng, and within 1 month at that? That's right. You could have promised to fight him in a year, or even 6 months. With me around, Ningfeng can't do anything against you. Yuan Hui frowned as she chimed in. She felt that Lu Ming was too cocky, and she did not quite like this sort of pride. One would suffer sooner or later. Lu Ming smiled. It's fine. Still, I must thank you for your help today, Senior Sister Yuan. There's no need for that. I did so in consideration of Elder Mulan. I hope that you'll do well for yourself. After saying that, Yuan Hui turned to leave. Lu Ming trained diligently during this time. If you need help with anything, feel free to look for me, Feng Wu said. Lu Ming nodded. For sure. I'll be leaving then. She shot him a look, then went off as well. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe that you'll certainly win, Pang Shi came over and assured her. How could it be that easy to beat Ningfeng? Let me tell you. Ningfeng's cultivation has apparently reached the top of the 6th grade Master Realm. Plus, his father is a chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Hua Qi said coldly from the side. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Although Hua Qi appeared aloof, he was actually concerned, hence he was warning Lu Ming. I believe in senior brother Lu Ming, the apprentice champion. Pang Shi cracked a wide grin. How naive. Hua Qi shook his head and returned to the courtyard. The top of the 6th grade Master Realm. Is that it? Lu Ming muttered with a determined look. After exchanging a few words with Pang Shi, he went down from Vermilion Bird Peak and headed towards the Mystical Sword Sex Contribution Hall. The Mystical Sword Sex Contribution Hall was near the center of the 4 halls and was the busiest place in the Mystical Sword Sect. As the center of the 4 halls, Qilin Hall was in this area, along with the Contribution Hall, the Mission Hall, and so on. Lu Ming decided to go to the Contribution Hall and see if there were any blood mist rocks he could exchange. After half an hour, he arrived at the Contribution Hall, which spanned dozens of hectares. It was very spacious, with throngs of crowds that livened up the place. Small rooms were built in the 4 corners of the hall. Lu Ming noticed that a person would come out before someone else could go in. Each time someone entered, a sign saying "Occupied" would be hung on the door of the small room. This was to safeguard the privacy of the apprentices in the halls. After all, some apprentices might be exchanging precious items. If those with ill intentions learned of this, it might be detrimental to those apprentices. Lu Ming looked around and noticed a room from which someone was coming out. He then hurriedly entered that room. The space inside was not very large. There was a table along with some chairs. At one side was the counter, by which sat an old man with asilivary hair. When the old man saw Lu Ming, he beamed and asked, "Young one, Are you exchanging items for contribution points? Or contribution points for items? Senior, I want to ask if there are blood mist rocks here that I can exchange for? Lu Ming asked and stared at the old man expectantly. Blood mist rocks? You want to exchange items for blood mist rocks? The old man raised an eyebrow and asked in astonishment. Were they unavailable? Lu Ming's heart leaped as he asked, Senior, are there no blood mist rocks here? There are, of course, but the price of blood mist rocks isn't low. 1 caddy of blood mist rocks costs 3,000 sect contribution points, the old man said. Despite being mentally prepared, this price still made Lu Ming gasp in shock. What? 3,000 sect contribution points? Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Spending money like water. 3,000 sect contribution points were equivalent to 300,000 taels of Esilavir. Furthermore, Lu Ming needed 1.5 caddies of blood mist rock, which meant that he needed 4,500 contribution points. He only had 7,000 contribution points. In one go, 2/3 would be gone. Young buddy, are you still going to make the exchange? The old man asked with a smile. I'll do it, of course. I'll exchange for it, Lu Ming said through gritted teeth. No matter how many contribution points it required, he would make the exchange. Regardless of how many contribution points he had, their true value would only manifest if he converted them into power. If he simply hoarded them, they were just a bunch of numbers. The old man was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Lu Ming was not very old, so he thought he could not afford it. He was surprised to think that Lu Ming could actually hand over so many contribution points. Lu Ming took out his identity jade piece and passed it to the old man. Senior, here's my identity jade piece. The old man took Lu Ming's identity jade piece and placed it on a disc-like metal platform. The metal platform flickered brightly. Then, a row of words appeared. This was Lu Ming's personal information. When the old man read his personal information, he was slightly startled before breaking out into a grin. So, you're this year's apprentice champion, Lu Ming. Haha. Honored to meet you. You're too kind, Senior. Apprentice champion is merely an empty title. Lu Ming shook his head. The old man nodded. Despite obtaining the apprentice champion position, Lu Ming was still modest. His impression of Lu Ming improved tremendously. Following that, he swiped a few times across the metal platform. Lu Ming noticed that the words were changing. His 7,000 contribution points became 2,500 in an instant. After the contribution points were deducted, the old man returned the identity jade piece to Lu Ming. Following that, he turned and disappeared into a door behind him. After a while, he returned with a metal box in his hand. The blood mist rock is inside. There's precisely 1.5 caddies. Have a look, the old man said with a smile. Lu Ming took it and opened the metal box in anticipation. A fist-sized blood-red rock was inside, cut into a neat square. The strange thing was that above the rock, there was a floating layer of pale red mist. The blood mist rock. I've finally gathered the 3 most important treasures. I can cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 2nd stage now. Lu Ming was filled with delight. After keeping the blood mist rock away, he added, Senior, I need a few other things. Following that, Lu Ming listed out the other materials needed to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique. These other materials were much cheaper. In total, they cost only 200 contribution points. After some thought, Lu Ming asked, Senior, do you have demonic beast blood essence? Demonic beast blood essence? That's a material needed by alchemists in refining pills and equipment. Are you actually an alchemist? The old man asked, stunned. Lu Ming shook his head. No, I have other uses for it. The old man nodded and did not question further. He merely said, What level of demonic beast blood essence do you need? 4th and 5th grade 2nd level, Lu Ming replied. The old man said, A portion of 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence costs 50 contribution points, while a portion of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence costs 100 contribution points, the old man responded. It's that expensive? Lu Ming gasped in shock once again. 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence cost 50 contribution points per portion, which was equivalent to 5,000 taels of Asilavir. One should know that a single superior first-level spiritual weapon was less than 5,000 taels of Asilavir. This was truly, outrageously overpriced. The old man smiled and explained, "Young buddy, it's actually not that expensive. You should know that once a demonic beast dies, the vitality of its blood essence will dissipate after an hour and lose its effect." That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He was well aware of this. When his spirit-devouring worm blood meridian consumed the blood essence of demonic beasts or humans, it must be done within an hour of their death. Otherwise, the blood chi would evaporate and it would have no effect. Therefore, in order to preserve the demonic beast blood essence, a spirit-sealing crystal must be used. This crystal is a single-use item. Moreover, the higher the level of the demonic beast blood essence, the higher the quality of the spirit-sealing crystal must be. Thus, the price of the demonic beast's blood essence is so expensive, the old man continued his explanation. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that this was the reason. "Senior, give me 10 portions each of 4th and 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence," Lu Ming said with a clenched jaw. In order to rapidly improve his cultivation in 1 month, he could only devour demonic beast blood essence. As for going out into the wild to hunt down demonic beasts, it was too inefficient. Previously, in their test venue, other than the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard, the highest level of the demonic beasts was only at 4th grade 2nd level. To hunt demonic beasts above 4th grade 2nd level, he would have to head into further, more dangerous territory. Even putting aside the level of risk, looking for a suitable demonic beast might take a long time and was not worth it at all. Purchasing demonic beast blood essence directly was the most convenient method. "All right, I'll prepare your demonic beast blood essence," the old man said. After a moment, he came back with the demonic beast blood essence, and 1,500 contribution points were deducted from Lu Ming's account. All at once, he was left only with 700 contribution points. His rate of spending was terribly fast, and Lu Ming felt a pang in his heart. Still, being able to convert all this into more strength was worth it. Only by increasing his capability could he obtain more treasures and contribution points. After putting the demonic beast blood essence and the blood mist rock away, Lu Ming left the contribution hall and returned to his residence. Upon his return, he did not immediately tackle the second stage of the true war dragon technique because his cultivation was not fully fortified. His essential chi was not pure enough. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to cultivate the second stage of the true war dragon technique successfully. If he cultivated it recklessly, he might waste the precious materials that he had obtained through immense effort. Therefore, if he cultivated it, he must ensure success within a single attempt. Lu Ming continued to hone his true war dragon technique diligently. After 8 days, Lu Ming's cultivation was fully stable at last. Even so, he spent 2 more days assimilating the essential chi in his body until it was incomparably refined. Only then was he prepared to begin tackling the second stage of the true war dragon technique. "Now I must prepare the materials." Lu Ming took out the spirit-condensing fruit, the blood of the lightning leopard, the blood mist rock, and other materials. He measured them out and mixed these according to the steps listed out in the true war dragon technique. Although he was not an alchemist, this was not a process of refining pills. It was a simple mixture that he could achieve easily. After these materials were mixed together, they formed a blood-red liquid that gave off a wisp of fragrance. "Begin." After the materials were prepared, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his head, then swallowed the resulting blood-red liquid all in one gulp. After swallowing it, This blood-red liquid seemed to erupt like a volcano, flaring up with waves of scorching energy that surged towards his meridian. Once it entered his meridian, it combined with his essential qi and finally entered the qi cyclone in his dantian. Buzz, buzz. This burst of energy was crackling with intense lightning as it started to refine Lu Ming's essential qi. Lu Ming mobilized the True War Dragon technique at full force, working with his energy to charge towards the second stage of the True War Dragon technique. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Elder Mulan. After half a day, a rumble rose within Lu Ming's body like the faint roar of a dragon. The qi cyclone in his dantian started to revolver furiously as the spiritual energy of the world converged wildly upon his body. Lu Ming's body was like a bottomless pit that frantically consumed spiritual energy. Even Hua Qi and Pang Shi in the other two rooms were startled. This is Lu Ming's cultivation level. Has he broken through? Why is there such a massive reaction? The speed at which spiritual energy is being devoured is even scarier than a 5th-level blood meridian. Did Lu Ming's blood meridian actually surpass the 5th level? Hua Qi's eyes widened in awe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The commotion only died after a while. In the room, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The second stage of the True War Dragon technique is finally cultivated. What rich and condensed essential qi. Lu Ming examined the surging compact essential qi in his body with an expression of ecstasy. Currently, his essential qi was 3 times that of most people. Of course, most people in this context meant those who cultivated the yellow level techniques. This was because the higher the level of a cultivated technique was, the more sorts of mystical abilities one would have. Then, the resulting essential qi cultivated from certain high-level techniques would be richer and denser. Of course, that could not possibly reach an extent as fearsome as the True War Dragon technique. After that, Lu Ming got up and exited the room. Having cultivated for 10 days or so, he wanted to take a stroll outside and relax. The moment he was out of his room, he saw that Hua Qi and Pang Shi were walking out too. When Pang Shi noticed Lu Ming, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother Lu, are you going for the lecture as well?" "Lecture?" Lu Ming appeared blank. "Yup, today an elder from the Vermilion Bird Hall is giving us a lecture, covering some information on cultivation, as well as things to take note of. Senior brother Lu, didn't you know?" Pang Shi patted his own head. Cough, cough. Lu Ming gave a few awkward coughs. He truly did not know. These days, he had been busy cultivating and practically did not step out at all. "Then, let's go together," Lu Ming said with a grin. He had just finished his period of seclusion, so he could go and listen. Lu Ming had only begun properly cultivating for a few months. During this time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, he had neglected certain basics, so attending the lecture would surely benefit him. Lu Ming and Pang Shi walked side by side while Hua Qi trailed behind with a stony expression. The elder's lecture was on the other side of Vermilion Bird Peak. There was a gigantic square in which cattail hassocks were arranged. At that moment, there were already a few hundred people sitting on the hassocks in the square. They were all newly enrolled apprentices. "Look, Lu Ming is here. I've heard that after Lu Ming challenged senior brother Ningfeng, he went into seclusion. Now he's finally shown up." When the apprentices saw Lu Ming, they could not refrain from exchanging whispers. Lu Ming could not be bothered about them and found a hassock to sit down on. As time passed, the audience grew. In the end, there were around 500 people. Initially, the Vermilion Bird Hall had 1,000 newly enrolled apprentices or so. However, during the test, about 200 of them were killed, leaving only 800 behind. There were also some who were in seclusion or otherwise occupied. This was common enough. Just then, a figure came flitting elegantly over the square. When Lu Ming noticed this figure, his eyes widened. Mulan. The figure was Mulan, whom he had not seen for a few months. She was wearing a tight, black dress in a unique style. So beautiful. As expected, there was a male apprentice beside Lu Ming who stared at Mulan with his mouth agape. He was practically drooling. He was not the only one. The other male apprentices in the square acted similarly. They wore dazed, lewd expressions as they stared at Mulan above them. Most of these apprentices were 15 to 16-year-old youths, bursting with hormones. How could they resist Mulan's charm? Humph, you're all depraved. Perverts. All the female apprentices were annoyed as they snorted coldly. All right, please be seated. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mulan, the elder, who will be giving you a lecture today. Mulan's gaze circled around and paused upon Lu Ming. By Lu Ming's side, Pang Shi was astounded.
What?
She's the elder? How could she be so young? Don't you know anything? Let me tell you. Elder Mulan has outstanding talent and unparalleled beauty. She's only 20 years old, yet her cultivation is immeasurably profound. She's very likely to become the next gold-robed apprentice. Behind them, Hua Qi curled his lips. Still, his eyes fixed upon Mulan in an incomparably fervent manner. Is she that incredible? Then, how did she become an elder? Pang Shi asked curiously. In the mystical sword sect, true prodigies would not become elders. The roles of elders and attendants usually fell upon those who were older, or in other words, those whose potential had been exhausted. Mulan's current age was the prime of her cultivation. Furthermore, she had such exceptional talent. It was rare for someone like her to become an elder. I don't know either. There aren't many who would know why Elder Mulan suddenly chose to become an elder. Elder Mulan is my goddess. My goal is to become a preeminent expert and succeed wooing her. Hua Qi wore the expression of a love-struck fool. Above them, Mulan sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock and said, "All right, let's begin the lecture. First of all, let's talk about the novice realm." She started to discuss some details regarding the novice realm, explaining the aspects to pay attention to, as well as the purpose of this realm. Her lecture was very detailed and covered all areas. After she finished speaking about the novice realm, she moved on to the warrior realm, then the master realm. Lu Ming listened very closely. There were actually many things he had not noticed before or simply had not understood. After the lecture, he felt that he had learned a lot. Moreover, he was secretly stunned by the depths of Mulan's learning and the keenness of her understanding. The lecture lasted for 2 hours before Mulan stopped. All right, that's all for today. You may leave. She waved her hand, then directed her gaze at Lu Ming and called out, "Lu Ming, stay behind." Very well. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback and quickly nodded. Even so, Mulan's words had caused another stir of whispers. Why did Elder Mulan ask Lu Ming to stay? Do they know each other? Surely Elder Mulan hasn't taken a fancy to Lu Ming? Bah, how's that possible? Elder Mulan is my goddess, so it's definitely impossible. Oh, how I envy Lu Ming. He gets to be alone with Elder Mulan. Elder Mulan is really drop-dead gorgeous. If I can marry her, I'll be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Stop daydreaming. The apprentices all around stared at Lu Ming with envy, admiration, and resentment. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Mulan's charm was truly too powerful. How could this be? Why would Elder Mulan ask Lu Ming alone to stay back? Lu Ming, you'd better behave honorably. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with you. Hua Qi glowered at Lu Ming in anguish, wishing desperately that it was he who got to stay behind. Lu Ming scratched his nose somewhat speechlessly and went towards Mulan. After a moment, everyone dispersed from the square, leaving only Mulan and Lu Ming behind. Both of them sat facing each other. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, 4th Grade Master Realm. Lu Ming, after a few months apart, you haven't disappointed me indeed. Mulan wore a pondering smile, her large eyes shining as she gazed at Lu Ming. There was none of the solemnity from her lecture just now. Lu Ming's heart was pounding erratically from being at such a close distance to her. Elder Mulan, why did you ask me to stay behind? Mulan grinned. There's no need to be so formal. Treat me as your senior sister. Senior sister Mu. Lu Ming performed a fist salute. Lu Ming, you've caused quite an uproar indeed. You've become the apprentice champion just after enrolling. To be honest, it's beyond my expectations. Mulan scrutinized him carefully for a moment, then asked in a curious manner, during the test, you're the one who killed Duanmu Ju, weren't you? That's right. Lu Ming did not hide the truth. In fact, something like this would be easily surmised, so there was no need to cover it up. I knew it. Still, you must be careful. Duanmu Ju was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. They won't let you get away with it so easily. Plus, you've challenged Ningfeng. Are you sure about victory? Mulan asked rather worriedly. I'm about 70% sure. Lu Ming declared. 60 to 70%? Looks like you're very confident. Mulan stared at Lu Ming, flabbergasted. He just smiled faintly. You should know a little about Ningfeng's strength, but did you know that his father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Halls?
Mulan asked.
I do. Lu Ming nodded. He had learned about this from Hua Qi. The elders of Mystical Sword Sect were divided into ordinary elders, Silavira-robed elders, and gold-robed elders. Silavira-robed elders and gold-robed elders had substantial authority as their position held great weight. As for ordinary elders, most of them held hollow titles, and they did not have much power. Even so, amongst the ordinary elders, there was a type of elder who had immense authority, and that was the chief elder. The chief elder was the highest rank among the ordinary elders, second only to Silavira-robed elders. Of course, his cultivation was formidable as well. Lu Ming had once heard Feng Wu mention that Mulan was a chief elder in the Vermilion Bird Hall. However, there's one thing you're definitely unaware of. Ningfeng's father has pledged allegiance to the Duanmu family. Therefore, this time around, the Duanmu family will surely support Ningfeng with all they have. Ningfeng is already a top 6th grade master in the first place. What I'm most afraid of is that he'll achieve a breakthrough in this period. Mulan's expression was serious. Humph, the Duanmu family again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed icily. Therefore, Lu Ming, if you need any help from me, please ask, Mulan said. Really? In that case, senior sister Mulan, can you lend me 3,000 contribution points? Lu Ming stared at Mulan anxiously. He only had 700 contribution points now. It was hardly empowering, so it would be better to borrow some as a reserve. 3,000 contribution points? Why do you need so many contribution points? Your newbie's test awarded you with 7,000 contribution points, didn't it? I've used them up. Used up? Mulan was rather speechless. He used 7,000 contribution points up in such a short time. Did Lu Ming eat his contribution points or something? That's right, they're used up. Senior sister Mulan, could you lend me some? He pouted at Mulan pitifully. All right, give me your identity jade piece, she said. Lu Ming took out his identity jade piece and handed it to her. After she took it, and then took out her own identity jade piece. She placed the two identity jade pieces together, then channeled her essential qi. The light of the jade pieces started to twinkle. Mulan's soft, smooth finger swiped over her identity jade piece a few times, following which the glow of the identity jade pieces slowly dimmed. When Lu Ming took back his identity jade piece and looked, he had an additional 3,000 contribution points. Lu Ming, when you've earned some contribution points, you must pay me back. You know very well that women have huge expenses. Mulan fixed Lu Ming with her unwavering stare with distress plain on her face. How petty of you when you were just proudly announcing that I should ask you if I need any help. Lu Ming muttered to himself darkly. What did you say? Mulan gave him a sudden glare that pinned him down viciously. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Senior Sister Mulan, I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Ming tore off in a hurry. As she stared into the direction where Lu Ming had left, Mulan's face broke into a smile again, and she said softly, "How interesting. Lu Ming, I hope you don't disappoint me. Although it's still a long way from now, one day you just might have a chance to enter that place." With that, she got up and left as well. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Ming went into the Supreme Shrine, then sat down cross-legged. He took out a jade box and opened it. 10 crystal pieces were nestled inside. Each of these crystals was sealed in 9 blood-red drops of blood essence. These 10 crystals contained 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming picked up a piece and pinched it forcefully. Inscriptions flickered upon the surface of the spirit sealing crystal. Snap! Following that, the spirit sealing crystal shattered into a pile of fragments. 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence floated up. Devour! Lu Ming immediately controlled his blood meridian to create a powerful suction, consuming the 9 drops of blood essence. In a short while, they were transformed into energy that surged throughout his body. Lu Ming activated the True War Dragon technique, starting to absorb and cultivate this energy. His cultivation level swiftly advanced. Soon enough, the blood essence of a single demonic beast was fully processed. The vital energy contained within the blood essence is less potent than that from a fresh kill. Lu Ming was carefully evaluating the situation. This was to be expected. Although the spirit-sealing crystal could seal off energy loss, it was not 100% effective. Some of it would still be lost regardless. Let's go on. Lu Ming shattered a second spirit-sealing crystal and began cultivating. In a flash, a whole day passed. The 10 portions of 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence had been completely cultivated. Even so, Lu Ming's cultivation did not progress to the 4th grade master realm. He was still at the top of the 3rd grade master realm. As expected, after honing the 2nd stage of the True War Dragon technique, it takes up even more energy. Lu Ming pondered hopelessly. Before this, at the 1st stage of the True War Dragon technique, the density of his essential qi was 2 times greater than ordinary essential qi. At that time, the energy required to advance his cultivation was 3 times more than other essential qi. Now that the density of his essential qi was 3 times greater than usual, the required energy was 9 times more than other essential qi. It was a terrifying 9-fold increase. Another aspect was that his blood meridian still had not leveled up. It was still a 3rd level blood meridian. He had consumed the blood essence of 10 4th grade 2nd level demonic beasts, yet he still had not leveled up. Logically, his blood meridian should have increased in level. Was a 3rd level blood meridian really his limit? Lu Ming would not accept that. I don't care. You reap what you sow, after all. I'll go on cultivating. He took out another jade box. This one contained 10 portions of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. Following that, he began to devour and refine the 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. As expected of a 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, the vital energy it contained was many times more than that of a 4th grade 2nd level. After Lu Ming had processed the blood essence of 6 5th grade 2nd level demonic beasts, his cultivation finally experienced a breakthrough, reaching the 4th grade master realm. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Eva-levered Blood Meridian. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a radiant gleam flashed in his eyes. 4th grade Master Realm. The devouring speed of the blood essence is terrifying indeed. It only took a day for me to go from the beginner stage of the 3rd grade Master Realm to the 4th grade Master Realm. However, this isn't enough. Ningfeng's a top 6th grade master, and no one knows if he'll break through this time. I've got to improve further. Lu Ming made his way to the contribution hall once again. This time, He exchanged the 80,000 taels of Silavir he got from Duanmuju into sect contribution points. 80,000 taels of Silavir were equivalent to 800 sect contribution points. With his own 700 points and the 3,000 points Lu Ming borrowed from Mulan, he had a total of 4,500 points, and he exchanged everything with Demonic Beast's blood essence. Lu Ming got 15 portions of 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence and another 15 portions of 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence. In the blink of an eye, he finished all his sect contribution points. Poor. I'm simply too poor. Lu Ming sighed. He continued with his cultivation when he got back to his room. 2 days later, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 19 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast blood essence, including the 4 portions he previously purchased. His cultivation reached the top of the 4th grade Master Realm, so he was just a sliver more to the peak of the top of the 4th grade Master Realm. After the 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences, Lu Ming continued devouring 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. With merely 3 portions, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak top 4th grade Master Realm. As he continued devouring 3 more 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence, there were no signs of improvement in his cultivation, which meant that he had no hope of reaching the 5th grade Master Realm anytime soon. My cultivation was raised too quickly. My essential cheese tainted and my foundations shaky. I've got to stop to consolidate and reinforce my cultivation. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Lu Ming focused fully on reinforcing his cultivation, temporarily putting devouring blood essence aside. He also practiced his martial arts techniques in his spare time. 10 days had passed, and it was barely 2 days away from the agreement with Ningfeng a month ago. In the span of these 10 days, Lu Ming's Flame Dragon Fist had reached the 6th stage, one with the martial arts. However, no matter how much Lu Ming practiced, his lustrous sword technique remained stagnant at the 5th stage. Besides that, he was almost done reinforcing his cultivation. I'll start breaking through now. Lu Ming started attempting cultivation breakthroughs after devouring more 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. Roar! Roar! The Demonic Beast's blood essence transformed into streams of dragon-like essential qi that grew larger as they soared in Lu Ming's meridians. Eventually, all the dragon-like essential qi gathered at the qi cyclone in the Dantian. Whoosh whoosh. After 1.5 days, Lu Ming's qi cyclone spun quickly, and with a shudder, it expanded to 2 times its original size. I've finally broken through to 5th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes happily. Buzz. He felt a numbing sensation on his spine, and in a burst of red light, a finger-sized spirit-devouring worm appeared, tumbling about in the air. The spirit-devouring worm began to lengthen and thicken. In 2 hours, it became like a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and about 50 centimeters long. Yes, it did look like a little black, scaly snake hovering in the air. There were 4 bright red meridian focal points on that little snake. In terms of advancement, Lu Ming's blood meridians had finally advanced, but they needed more blood essence than expected. This advancement also came with a change in appearance for Lu Ming's blood meridian. I don't think I can call this a worm anymore, right? Should I change its name to snake? Lu Ming was confused. This was unheard of, a blood meridian that could advance in levels and evolve. I'm not sure if it'll continue evolving in the future. You know what? I'll just call it the Spirit Devourer then. Lu Ming thought enthusiastically. In one of the more spacious courtyards in the Vermilion Bird Hall stood 2 figures. It was Ningfeng, and the other one was Ning Kong, his father. Fenger, how confident are you in defeating Lu Ming? Ning Kong asked. Don't worry, Dad. I'll surely kill Lu Ming on the Vermilion Bird stage, Ningfeng replied confidently. Don't undervalue your enemy, Fenger. This Lu Ming's the apprentice champion, and he initiated the challenge, so he must have something up his sleeve. Don't underestimate him, Ning Kong advised. Ning Feng laughed and said, I wouldn't be so sure before this, Dad, but my cultivation broke through to another level yesterday. You broke through? Fenger, did you just say you broke through? Ning Kong was overjoyed. Yes, Dad. Ning Feng chuckled. An aura stronger than a top 6th grade master radiated from within him. Ha ha ha. Good, I'm more at ease now. The Duanmu family has placed a lot of emphasis on this matter, so as long as you kill Lu Ming, our position in the Duanmu family will rise to greater heights. The Duanmu family is gradually growing in power and influence, which means we'll be in a better place if we continue serving them faithfully. Ning Kong laughed as he passed a jade bottle to Ning Feng. Fenger, here's a spirit-exploding pill I've requested from the Duanmu family. It was meant for you to kill Lu Ming, but since you have broken through in your cultivation, you probably won't need it. Still, bring it with you, just in case. Thanks, Dad. Ning Feng took the jade bottle. Alright, time's almost up. Let's head over to the Vermilion Bird stage, said Ning Kong. On the other side, Lu Ming packed up and walked out of his room only to see Hua Qi and Pang Shi waiting for him. Senior brother Lu, we'll go with you, Pang Shi said. Don't you dare lose, Lu Ming. You can only lose to me, apprentice champion, Hua Qi said coldly. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the doorway. The Vermilion Bird stage was located on the east side of the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak. It was very spacious since it was specially designed for hall apprentices to duel against each other. At that moment, there were already thousands of people crowding around the Vermilion Bird Hall. Some were new apprentices, but there were mostly senior apprentices and elders were present. It was unheard of to have the newly emerged apprentice champion challenging a senior apprentice who is 4 to 5 years older to a duel. Many were there because they were intrigued. Where did Lu Ming get that confidence and courage from? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chief Elder Ning Kong's here. Ning Feng's here too. Ning Feng and Ning Kong walked in together with a troop of people by their side. The same bunch walked toward the upper area and headed towards one of the viewing platforms. Elder Mu Lan's here too.
Really? Where?
An even larger commotion erupted. Mulan walked in daintily with her group, which included Feng Wu and Yuan Hui. They too made their way to the viewing platform in the upper area. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Eva-Levered Blood Meridian. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a radiant gleam flashed in his eyes. 4th grade Master Elm. The devouring speed of the blood essence is terrifying indeed. It only took a day for me to go from the beginner stage of the 3rd grade Master Realm to the 4th grade Master Realm. However, this isn't enough. Ning Feng's a top 6th grade master, and no one knows if he'll break through this time. I've got to improve further. Lu Ming made his way to the contribution hall once again. This time, he exchanged the 80,000 taels of Esilavir he got from Duanmu Ju into sect contribution points. 80,000 taels of Esilavir were equivalent to 800 sect contribution points. With his own 700 points and the 3,000 points Lu Ming borrowed from Mulan, he had a total of 4,500 points, and he exchanged everything with Demonic Beast's blood essence. Lu Ming got 15 portions of 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence and another 15 portions of 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence. In the blink of an eye, he finished all his sect contribution points. Poor. I'm simply too poor. Lu Ming sighed. He continued with his cultivation when he got back to his room. 2 days later, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 19 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast blood essence, including the 4 portions he previously purchased. His cultivation reached the top of the 4th grade Master Realm, so he was just a sliver more to the peak of the top of the 4th grade Master Realm. After the 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences, Lu Ming continued devouring 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. With merely 3 portions, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak top 4th grade Master Realm. As he continued devouring 3 more 6th grade 2nd level demonic beasts' blood essence, there were no signs of improvement in his cultivation, which meant that he had no hope of reaching the 5th grade master realm anytime soon. My cultivation was raised too quickly. My essential chi's tainted and my foundations shaky. I've got to stop to consolidate and reinforce my cultivation. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Lu Ming focused fully on reinforcing his cultivation, temporarily putting devouring blood essence aside. He also practiced his martial arts techniques in his spare time. 10 days had passed, and it was barely 2 days away from the agreement with Ningfeng a month ago. In the span of these 10 days, Lu Ming's flame dragon fist had reached the 6th stage, one with the martial arts. However, no matter how much Lu Ming practiced, his lustrous sword technique remained stagnant at the 5th stage. Besides that, he was almost done reinforcing his cultivation. I'll start breaking through now. Lu Ming started attempting cultivation breakthroughs after devouring more 6th grade 2nd level demonic beasts' blood essences. Roar! Roar! The demonic beast's blood essence transformed into streams of dragon-like essential qi that grew larger as they soared in Lu Ming's meridians. Eventually, all the dragon-like essential qi gathered at the qi cyclone in the Dantian. Whoosh whoosh. After 1.5 days, Lu Ming's qi cyclone spun quickly, and with a shudder, it expanded to 2 times its original size. I've finally broken through to 5th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes happily. Buzz. He felt a numbing sensation on his spine, and in a burst of red light, a finger-sized spirit-devouring worm appeared, tumbling about in the air. The spirit-devouring worm began to lengthen and thicken. In 2 hours, it became like a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and about 50 centimeters long. Yes, it did look like a little black, scaly snake hovering in the air. There were 4 bright red meridian focal points on that little snake. In terms of advancement, Lu Ming's blood meridians had finally advanced, but they needed more blood essence than expected. This advancement also came with a change in appearance for Lu Ming's blood meridian. I don't think I can call this a worm anymore, right? Should I change its name to snake? Lu Ming was confused. Ning Kong scoffed. On the vermilion bird stage, Ning Feng roared in his heart, "This Lu Ming's crazy talented. Destroy him. I must kill him today, or else there'll no longer be a place for me in the vermilion bird hall." Clang. His sword was unsheathed. Demonic wind sword technique tumbling clouds in the wind. At that same moment, Ning Feng unleashed his powers and sword qi exploded. He swung his sword and attacked Lu Ming with all his might, intending to kill. Lu Ming smirked coldly and unsheathed his own sword. His sword qi beamed like shooting stars, slicing the air with ear-piercing whistles. This was not the onyx blade sword, but the celestial star sword, the sword his father had left behind. The onyx blade sword was only a superior first-level spiritual weapon and was not strong enough for the duel with Ningfeng. On the other hand, the sword that Lu Ming's father left him was a superior second-level spiritual weapon. That was sufficient enough to exhibit his strength at full power. Clang. Both swords collided with a roaring clang. Both Lu Ming and Ningfeng shuddered. They continued fighting.
Clang. Clang.
As the swords collided, sword qi spewed everywhere. The 2 fighting figures were visually drowned by the constant beams of sword light. Strong, so strong. Lu Ming can actually duel with Ningfeng. Even with the demonic wind sword technique, Ningfeng's 5th stage superior yellow level sword technique, Lu Ming seems to be of equal fighting strength with his sword technique. Unbelievable. This duel's definitely worth watching. Senior apprentices could barely remain calm as they witnessed what was happening on stage. Demonic wind sword technique world execution through wind. Demonic wind sword technique mad hurricane wipeout. Ningfeng fought constantly with powerful moves from the demonic wind sword technique. In a flash, 50 moves were exchanged between both of them. Clang. Lu Ming and Ning Feng separated abruptly after a loud clang. I'll admit that you have pretty good skills to be able to duel with me like this, Lu Ming. But today you shall die. Now let me show you what I'm capable of.
Boom.
There was a sudden blast that came from within Ning Feng, and his aura increased at an alarming speed as a mountain-like aura erupted from him. 7th grade Master Realm. Ning Feng's a 7th grade master. Lu Ming is done for. A 7th grade Master Realm is incomparable with a 6th grade master. Lu Ming's gonna die now that Ning Feng's broken through. What a waste of a super genius. So, what if he's a genius? There are plenty of geniuses under the sun, and only God knows how many geniuses have died every year. Geniuses who don't live long are worth nothing. As soon as Ning Feng displayed his 7th grade Master Realm cultivation, almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was done for. On the viewing platform, Mulan, Fengwu, and the rest looked shocked and worried. Haha. Ning Kong roared with laughter and said, "You didn't expect it, didn't you, Mulan? This time, Lu Ming must die." There was a glint in Mulan's eyes, but she did not respond. Deep down, she was unsure too. Could Lu Ming withstand Ning Feng's blows? I'll show you my full strength now, Lu Ming. The only price you have to pay for witnessing this is death. Ning Feng boasted proudly as a blood-red light flashed above him. Blood Meridian Explosion. He had a 4th level Blood Meridian, so he had a 40% increase in power after his Blood Meridian explosion. Demonic Wind Sword Technique tumbling clouds in the wind. Ning Feng's sword hacked towards Lu Ming accompanied by a howling gale that turned into beams of sword light. Although it was the same move, it was much stronger when compared to the one before that. That's more like it. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming squinted and stomped heavily on stage. His body shot out like lightning. At the same time, his aura drastically increased as he shot out. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Spirit Exploding Pill. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from within Lu Ming. His essential chi flowed freely around him as his hair fluttered. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura did not seem weaker than Ning Feng's. In the duel with Ning Feng just now, Lu Ming had only exerted 50% of his power. Now he was giving it 100%. Clang. As Lu Ming and Ning Feng's swords violently collided, sparks flew everywhere. Beams of razor-sharp sword chi pierced through the air and shot everywhere.
Boom. Boom.
Both Lu Ming and Ning Feng stumbled a few steps backward after hit. Damn it!
Die.
Ning Feng roared as he attacked Lu Ming once more. Fight! Lu Ming's gaze hardened. His hair was blowing frantically in the wind as a strong fighting intent erupted from his body. He stomped hard and charged towards Ning Feng.
Clang.
Clang. As Lu Ming and Ning Feng's attacks continued to collide, there was formidable sword chi everywhere as a result of that show. It was a few dozen moves in just the blink of an eye. There was no clear winner at that point. How could this be? Impossible. How is Lu Ming so strong? Ning Feng was shocked beyond words. He was a 7th grade Master Realm, and with his 5th stage superior yellow level sword technique that emphasized speed, he could say that his sword was as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind. Lu Ming could not only counter his attacks with a similar speed since his essential chi was no weaker than Ning Feng's. Little did he know that Lu Ming had cultivated a divine-level martial arts technique, so his essential chi was 3 times the viscosity of normal essential chi. At the first stage of the true War Dragon technique, Lu Ming could already kill an opponent a grade higher than he was. Now that Lu Ming was on the 2nd stage of the true War Dragon technique, even if Ning Feng was 2 grades higher than Lu Ming, he would have still lost to Lu Ming. Besides Ning Feng, all the people watching the duel were stupefied. Lu Ming could actually come to a tie with a 7th grade Master Realm Ning Feng. It was unimaginable. Everyone held their breath as they watched the stage intently, so as not to disturb the duo fighting on stage.
Clang.
Clang. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ningfeng and Lu Ming continued to fight. 7th grade Master Realm isn't weak indeed. I can beat him as soon as I explode my blood meridians, but it's not the time for that yet. Besides, the blood meridian explosion time limit for the Master Realm is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Ningfeng will be no match for me, Lu Ming thought to himself. The two figures on stage intertwined constantly with sword chi shooting in all directions. They had exchanged about 100 attacks by that time. Suddenly, the blood-red light on Ningfeng dissipated rapidly. The time limit for his blood meridian explosion was up. Oh no! On the viewing platform, Ningfeng's expression changed. Clang! On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming and Ningfeng collided once more.
Boom.
This time, Ningfeng flew back upon impact. His face paled as blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Ningfeng's injured. The crowd rose to a clamor as they gawked at the stage. Ningfeng's blood meridian explosion time is up. It looks like he's gonna lose. Unexpectedly, Ningfeng isn't a match for Lu Ming. How incredible! Did you realize that Lu Ming's blood meridian has still not exploded?
What?
I didn't realize this. It seems like it's true. How shocking. Genius. Absolute genius. How is Lu Ming arrogant and conceited? He's clear and proud of his abilities. All around the Vermilion Bird stage, fellow elders, seniors, and new apprentices alike were all discussing what had happened chaotically. You can do it, senior brother, Lu Ming. You're the best. Peng Shi waved his arms in the air excitedly while his face was bright red. Mighty senior brother Lu Ming. Shortly after, other apprentices started shouting at the top of their lungs. These were newly enrolled apprentices. They could not help but feel proud when they saw how strong Lu Ming, their fellow new apprentice, was. So, what if you're a senior apprentice? We, the new apprentices, can still defeat you. Instantly, Lu Ming gained many fans. This fella. Huaqi muttered as a sliver of respect crept deep within his eyes. He was usually proud, so when he first met Lu Ming, he had vowed to defeat him. However, he realized at that moment that Lu Ming's talents and potential were not what he could fathom. On the viewing platform, Yuan Hui and Feng Wu gaped and gawked. Yuan Hui was especially astonished. She had not been pleased when Lu Ming challenged Ningfeng to a duel a month ago. She thought he was being too vain. She understood now that Lu Ming was not arrogant. He was confident and clearly had boasting privileges. Ho-ho, Ningfeng, it looks like your precious son's gonna lose. Mulan had a full grin on her face while she giggled. Are you sure? Who's to determine the outcome of the battle now? Ningfeng said coldly as he clenched his fists tightly as the intent to kill flashed through his eyes.
What?
A bad feeling rose in Mulan's heart. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming spoke calmly as he looked at Ningfeng. Ningfeng, your blood meridian explosion time is up. Now, to send you on your way. Haha, you want to defeat me? Dream on, Lu Ming. You forced me to do this. Ningfeng let out a sinister laugh and popped a pill into his mouth.
Boom.
A powerful, brutal wave of aura exploded out of Ningfeng as he swallowed the pill. He was 2 times more formidable than before. Go to hell, Lu Ming. Ningfeng roared, his eyes turning bloodshot. He stomped so hard that the stage vibrated. Then, he transformed into a gale and attacked Lu Ming. I shouldn't tackle him head-on. Seriousness glinted in Lu Ming's eyes as he moved out of the way with dragon serpent steps. Unfortunately, he was still too late as Ningfeng's sword chi sliced towards him. Boom. Lu Ming blocked him forcefully with his sword as a gust of brutally sharp force threatened to overwhelm him, causing him to slide backward for 10 meters. On the viewing platform, Mulan shot up from her seat and bellowed furiously, Spirit-exploding pill. You're despicable, Ningfeng. How could you use spirit-exploding pills? This duel is no longer just. It ends right now. What do you think you're doing, Mulan? It's a battle to the death upon the Vermilion Bird stage. No one said anything about not allowing pills. Ning Kong stood up as well, smiling coldly. What battle to the death? It's no longer fair game if pills are involvered, Mulan barked as she attempted to rush onto the Vermilion Bird stage. A great aura erupted from Ning Kong and locked onto Mulan. He snickered. Mulan, duels on the Vermilion Bird stage are battles to the death with no external interruption allowed. Are you gonna go against the sect rules? Damn it. Despicable. Mulan gritted her teeth while her eyes bulged out. Her movements were locked down by Ning Kong's aura. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng attacked crazily. Dai Lu Ming. Demonic Wind Sword Technique World Execution through Wind. Demonic Wind Sword Technique Mad Hurricane Wipeout. Violent winds of sword chi tore through all obstacles and pierced through the air, aiming to hack Lu Ming's head off. He's twice as strong now, so all I can do is just to avoid its cutting edge and look for opportunities to kill him. Lu Ming moved quickly with dragon serpent steps as he blocked the sword chi attack aimed at him.
Boom. Boom.
Lu Ming could not stop taking steps backward after Ning Feng's 7 to 8 moves. Totally oppressed by Ning Feng, blood trickled down his mouth. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Killing Ning Feng. Ning Feng actually took the spirit exploding pill. How despicable. Looks like Lu Ming's gonna lose. Amongst those who were watching, some shook their heads and sighed, while some smirked icily. Lu Ming was forced to a corner after a few moves. It was getting more and more dangerous for him. At the viewing platform, Mulan barked as she threw a punch at Ning Kong. Scram, Ning Kong. Mulan, are you gonna break the sect rules as a chief elder? Ning Kong matched Mulan's palm technique as he snapped. Fortunately, both Mulan and Ning Kong were extremely careful with their strength. If not, the viewing platform would have crumbled to pieces. Disgusting. Feng Wu, Yuan Hui, and their group shrieked, but they were blocked by the troop that Ning Kong brought with him. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng's attacks swept through like a tornado. They were vicious and brutal. Lu Ming retreated as he fought, but his gleaming eyes were clear as day as he stared intently at Ning Feng. He was looking for an opportunity.
Die. Haha die.
Ning Feng cackled. He was oppressing Lu Ming, and he had never felt better. How dare you go against me, you filthy imbecile? How dare you embarrass me by challenging me to a duel? Now, tremble before me and regret. He laughed hysterically.
Now.
Lu Ming's eyes shone like the sun. He stopped retreating and leaped towards Ning Feng. As he leaped, a blood-red light flashed on Lu Ming as he exploded his blood meridians. This would be his strongest moment. Now that his blood meridians had risen to the 4th level, he could shield him from the attacks he received and increase his strength by 40%. Lu Ming's actions shocked everyone to the edge of their seats. What was Lu Ming doing? Was he that eager to die? Ning Feng was slightly taken aback. He laughed nastily and said, "No matter what you're planning, you're dead meat." Screeching sword chi merged to form a sword chi storm that quickly approached Lu Ming.
Boom.
However, when the sword chi landed on Lu Ming, he all but shuddered slightly and continued to bulldoze towards Ning Feng. Lu Ming raised his right hand and blocked Ning Feng's long sword with his battle sword. Meanwhile, his left hand threw a heavy punch. It all happened so quickly that Ning Feng had no time to react.
Boom.
As Lu Ming's punch landed sturdily on Ning Feng's dantian, the force of the punch violently tore through Ning Feng's dantian. Instantly, Ning Feng's chi cyclone vibrated vigorously and was on the verge of exploding. Ning Feng's aura dropped drastically like a punctured balloon and returned to the 7th grade Master Realm in a heartbeat. It did not stop there, as it continued dropping to stop at the top of 6th grade Master Realm. Ning Feng's cultivation was far from stable, since he had just broken through to the 7th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming's punch severely destroyed the berserk essential qi from his consumption of the spirit-exploding pill, and he returned to his 6th grade Master Realm cultivation level. If it were not for the berserk essential qi from consuming the spirit-exploding pill, Lu Ming's punch would have destroyed Ning Feng's cultivation.
Ah!
Ning Feng flew backward upon impact as he cried out in despair, landing heavily 10 meters away. Blood spewed out from his mouth. Mulan, Fengwu, Yuan Hui, and Ning Kong were flabbergasted. Everyone present was confounded. What just happened? All they saw was Lu Ming advancing towards Ning Feng instead of retreating. They were just thinking to themselves if Lu Ming had a strong death wish when they saw Ning Feng flying backward with a cry of despair and was now vomiting blood on stage. Fenger! Ning Kong was first to react as he bellowed. Astonished, Ning Feng struggled to pick himself up as he yelled, How are you still alive? He knew his attacks had landed on Lu Ming, but the latter seemed fine, like nothing had happened to him. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming stepped out. His eyes were steely cold as his sword swung toward Ning Feng. Ning Feng was paralyzed with fear as he robotically raised his sword in the attempt to shield himself from the attack. He was injured, and he only had a 6th grade Master Realm cultivation, thus he was no match for Lu Ming at all. All it took was one attack for Ning Feng to retreat quickly and fearfully while vomiting blood. All you had was a few more years of cultivation, Ning Feng, and you thought that was enough to make me regret my decision and shake me to the core? You are so far off. Now let's send you on your way. While Lu Ming slowly sauntered towards Ning Feng, a cold smile hung on his lips as ice-cold killing intent shimmered in his eyes. On the viewing platform, Ning Kong bellowed, How dare you? Stop right there, Lu Ming. Stop. Lu Ming threw a glance at Ning Kong as he replied unemotionally, when Ning Feng had the upper hand, Why didn't you ask him to stop? What's wrong with your brain for you to be ordering me to stop now? When Lu Ming was done, he hacked his sword towards Ning Feng again, ignoring Ning Kong in the process.
Clang!
Clang! Ning Feng could hardly block Lu Ming's attacks. When his body gave way, he violently shuddered as his sword fell out of his hands.
Dad!
Save me! Ning Feng shrieked as he scrambled to save himself from the impending doom. Lu Ming, how dare you continue attacking?
Die!
Ning Kong roared with rage as he swooped in like an eagle, making his way to the vermilion bird stage. Mulan moved and followed closely behind him. She threw a palm attack towards Ning Kong. However, Ning Kong turned behind and retaliated with a thrust-out palm. Both palms collided while they fought in the air.
Boom!
A resounding boom followed by a strong gust of force that came from both Mulan and Ning Kong's attacks broke out. Both of them landed on the ground in a swing. Right after landing, Mulan stood in Ning Kong's way. Piss off, Mulan! Ning Kong roared. Mulan smiled coyly and said, Ning Kong, duels on the Vermilion Bird stage are battles to the death, with no external interruption allowed. Are you going to go against sect rules? Ning Kong's face twisted and contorted with rage. He was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. That was exactly what he told Mulan a while ago, and she just dished it all back to him word for word. I don't care. Piss off, yelled Ning Kong. What thick skin you have on this old, wrinkly face of yours, Ning Kong. Do you want to go there? No way. Mulan's aura locked him firmly in place. Mulan was so pleased when she saw how contorted Ning Kong's face was.
Ah!
Ning Feng let out an anguished cry yet again on the Vermilion Bird stage. Lu Ming punched him squarely on his stomach and broke a few ribs. Ning Feng lay limply on the ground, heaving blood. With one foot firmly on Ning Feng's torso, Lu Ming leered coldly at Ning Feng. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. I beg you. Don't kill me, please. Ning Feng cowered in fear as he begged loudly for his life. Lu Ming, if you dare kill my son, I will destroy you. Ning Kong burned with anger. He wanted so badly to rush up to the stage, but Mulan would not leave him alone. "I'm waiting, old man." Lu Ming smiled mirthlessly and swung his sword without hesitation. "No! No!" Ning Feng and Ning Kong shouted in unison. Slash. Blood spattered all over the vermilion bird stage. Ning Feng held his severed neck tightly with regret, fear, and anger in his eyes, and plopped on stage with the life draining out of him. Creator's thoughts. Reese. From February 15th, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Seelavir-robed Elder's Appearance. Silence. There was pin-drop silence. Everyone stared in shock as they struggled to comprehend what they had just seen. Lu Ming had killed Ning Feng in front of Ning Kong, totally disregarding Ning Feng's threats. He was extremely reckless and insufferably arrogant. Many senior apprentices gazed at Lu Ming, and fear trickled down their spines. What a savage. Lu Ming was brutally savage towards his enemies and was equally savage toward himself. "Fenger, little bastard, I'll chop you into 1,000,000,000 pieces." Ning Kong was red with rage as he thrashed around like a ferocious, angered beast. Boom, boom. As he continued to fight Mulan, waves of pressure lapped everywhere. The booming sounds were so loud that they threatened to deafen the ears. Those with lower cultivation levels staggered backward. Their faces paled as the resounding booms injured them. "He wanted to kill me, so he should have been prepared to be killed," Lu Ming spoke quietly. "You little bastard. How could you compare to Fenger? If Fenger wanted to kill you, you should have let him. How dare you retaliate?
How dare you fight back?
How dare you kill Fenger? I'll skin you alive and break all your bones." Ning Kong was blind with rage as he continued to fight. "Ning Kong, how dare you disregard the sect rules?" Mulan seethed. "What sect rules? What bloody sect rules? Can it compare to my Fenger?" Rage flowed through Ning Kong's veins like lava as it completely consumed him. Lu Ming shook his head. He had nothing to say to people like this. He then looked up into the skies and muttered, "It's time to step in now, don't you think?" As soon as Lu Ming was done, a voice bellowed from above, "Are you crazy, Ning Feng? Stop this at once." A Seelavir-robed elder appeared in the skies, pressed his hand down midair, and a tremendous pressure suppressed Ning Feng immediately. Boom. Ning Feng was helpless under that tremendous pressure. He was immediately pressed down flat on the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. It's a Seelavir-robed elder. A Seelavir-robed elder was watching all along. All other apprentices yelped in surprise when they saw the elderly man. "Elder Lu, you've got to give me justice. This little bastard Lu Ming killed Feng." Ning Kong raged. Battles on the Vermilion Bird stage are battles to the death. Since it's a battle to the death, how is Lu Ming wrong? You, on the other hand, Ning Kong, how dare you openly disregard sect rules? The longer you live, the more unreasonable you become. Follow me back now, face a wall, and think of how wrong you are. If you can't think of any faults, don't come out. With a wave, a formidable force was emitted from the Seelavir-robed elder, and it swept Ning Kong off his feet. Both of them transformed into a shooting star, disappearing from sight. After the Seelavir-robed elder took Ning Kong with him, Lu Ming smiled. He had not exactly killed Ning Feng in front of Ning Kong recklessly and without thought. Firstly, Ning Feng kept finding fault with him and sent people to kill him, so Ning Feng deserved to die. If Lu Ming were to spare his life, more trouble would come his way. Secondly, Lu Ming knew that there would be Seelavir-robed elders watching nearby. He exhibited his talents, potential, and worth through this battle. As a month-old new apprentice, Lu Ming was capable of killing a 7th-grade Master Realm senior apprentice. The higher management of the Vermilion Bird Hall would definitely appreciate such talents. So, how would they have allowed Ning Kong to kill him? Even without Mulan, Ning Kong would have still failed to kill Lu Ming. Things were as Lu Ming predicted. Thank you for helping Lu Ming, Elder Mulan. Lu Ming cupped his fist to thank Mulan. You're not bad. Mulan smiled. I'll make a move now then. Lu Ming nodded as he got down from the Vermilion Bird Hall and disappeared into the crowd. News about Ning Feng and Lu Ming's duel spread like wings in the Vermilion Bird Hall and across the other halls. Lu Ming could not care less. He went back to his dorm right away and sat in a lotus position. Waves of pain came from his body as he smiled bitterly. He had been badly injured in the duel. When Ning Feng's fighting abilities increased drastically after he ate the spirit-exploding pill, Lu Ming was injured when he tried his best to block Ning Feng's attacks. Later, Lu Ming tackled Ning Feng head-on after he exploded his blood meridian. Even after devouring 50% of the attack, the remainder injured Lu Ming even more. I guess I'll have to buy a defensive spiritual weapon like soft armor or something. I'll also have to cultivate some defensive martial arts technique, or I'll keep getting hurt like that, Lu Ming uttered sourly. Even if his exploded blood meridian was extremely powerful, he could still be injured by forcefully taking on attacks head-on. His body was too weak. Other than the protective essential qi, Lu Ming had no other way of protecting his body. I'll treat my injuries first. Lu Ming shook his head and started cultivating the true war dragon technique to activate his blood meridians so that he could treat his injuries. Whoosh whoosh. Spiritual energy gathered into a vortex shape and gushed towards him at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's spiritual energy absorption rate was at least 2 times faster since his blood meridian had advanced to the 4th level. It was far beyond the speed of the 5th level blood meridian. It was about the speed of a 7th level blood meridian, Lu Ming reckoned. This was an astonishing speed indeed. However, Lu Ming needed 9 times more ordinary essential qi to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique, so by absorbing spiritual energy alone, his cultivation speed still could not compare to 5th level blood meridian geniuses. Spiritual energy continued to gather and transformed into pure essential qi, trickling into Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and intestines, nourishing and repairing him and healing his injuries. After 5 hours of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He felt a lot better and would be completely healed in 2 days. Smells good. A delicious roast meat aroma wafted in from outside. Who's roasting meat outside? Lu Ming opened the door curiously and made his way outside. In the yard, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were roasting meat. Pang Shi was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming and said, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're done cultivating. Come now, let's eat. This is blood antelope meat. It's delicious and good for injured people since it helps replenish qi and blood." Lu Ming was touched. "Did you guys prepare this for me, Pang Shi? Blood antelope meat isn't cheap." "I could never afford it." Pang Shi scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, "Mr. Starry-Eyed bought all these just for you. I used to hunt, so I'm good at roasting meat. Therefore, my task is to roast meat." Hua Qi commented stoically, "Don't you misunderstand, Lu Ming. I didn't do this just to help you heal because I'll definitely defeat you. If you had any repercussions from your current injuries, what fun would it be for me?" "What a sharp tongue." Pang Shi pursed his lips. "Hey, big stone, don't call me starry-eyed."
I'm warning you, Hua Qi barked.
"But that's your name. How else should I address you?" Pang Shi was confused.
"You," Hua Qi stuttered.
Haha. Lu Ming chuckled and bit into a gleaming golden-brown piece of roast meat. It was tender and fragrant, absolutely top-notch, and very mouth-watering. After he swallowed it, a wave of calming warmness flooded the entire body. The blood antelope, which was a 5th-grade 2nd-level demonic beast, was tender, juicy, and replenished one's health, so it was extremely beneficial for the injured. Creators' thoughts. Reese. From February 15th, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Accepting the Mission. 549690339. Luming's mouth was full of oil and he finished a piece of roasted meat in a few moments. Big Rock, your roasting skills are pretty good. Luming praised. Haha, I've been hunting since I was a child, and I also like to eat meat. I figured it out by myself. Pang Shi laughed heartily. Then he took out a jar of wine and said, "Come on, Luming. This is a medicinal wine bought by a love-struck fool. It's not harmful to injuries, but you can't have meat without wine. Come, then let's drink to our heart's content," Luming said with a smile. The three of them each had a jar of wine, eating meat in big mouthfuls and drinking wine in big bowls. A few hours later, the three of them finished off the blood antelope. The three of them had also finished a few jars of wine. Pang Shi and Hua Qi were both drunk. Hua Qi's sour face also disappeared after he got drunk. He put his arm around Pang Shi's shoulder and shouted, "You bunch of bastards, I will definitely return in the future. I will kill all of you bastards." "Senior Brother Liu, you're amazing," Pang Shi cried out. "I knew you would win. I want to become someone as amazing as Senior Brother Liu. That way, my parents will be proud of me." As the two of them talked, they fell asleep in the courtyard. Luming smiled and walked unsteadily into the room. He then started to circulate the true war dragon technique. After a while, the effect of the alcohol completely disappeared. Luming continued to channel his energy to heal himself. The medicinal effects of the blood antelope meat and the medicinal wine circulated throughout his body, and Luming's injuries recovered even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and Luming's injuries had fully recovered. After his injuries were healed, Luming did not slack off and continued to cultivate. This was because he knew that the dangers and difficulties he would face in the future would only get bigger and bigger. Ning Kong and the Duanmu family were mortal enemies. They would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. 10 days later. This way of cultivation is too slow. With my rich and condensed true qi, it'll take me at least a year to reach the 6th grade Master Realm. Luming was deep in thought. Resources, I'm lacking resources. Luming sighed. Right now, he was penniless. All he had on him was the storage ring that he had obtained from Duanmu. Moreover, he still owed Mulan 3,000 contribution points. I have the Supreme Shrine, so the storage ring is useless to me. I'll exchange this storage ring first, then take on some missions and earn some contribution points. Luming made up his mind and headed to the contribution hall. This storage ring was only the lowest grade and was worth 150,000 taels of Asilavir. However, in the contribution hall, it was only worth 130,000 Asilavir. After all, the mystical sword sect had so many disciples that it would require a large amount of resources to operate. Therefore, the price of materials and items collected by the contribution palace was lower than the market price. This way, he could earn a difference in price. 130,000 taels of Asilavir, all exchanged for contribution points, a total of 1,300 points. Senior, I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to view a yellow rank upper-level defensive martial arts technique? Luming asked. Martial arts? Martial skills can be found in the book collection hall, but let me tell you, martial skills can only be rented. For a yellow rank upper-class defensive martial skill, it would cost at least 5,000 contribution points to rent it once.
What?
5,000 contribution points? Isn't that too expensive? Luming almost jumped up. Defensive martial skills are much rarer and more precious than offensive martial skills and movement martial skills, so of course they're expensive. If you were to buy them outside, you would need at least a few million taels of Asilavir. The old man from the contribution hall said. Lu Ming was secretly speechless. However, on second thought, it made sense. The Lu clan was such a large clan, but they only had one yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique, which was regarded as the clan's treasure. One could only imagine how precious a yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique was. It seemed like he'd better put defensive martial techniques on hold for now. Senior, are there any defensive soft armors to exchange for? Lu Ming asked again. Of course we have soft armors. However, defensive armors aren't cheap. What grade do you want to exchange for? The old man asked. How many contribution points do I need to pay for lower level 2 and medium level 2 respectively? Lu Ming asked. An ordinary lower level 2 soft armor costs 800 contribution points, and a medium level 2 one costs at least 2,000 contribution points. Then I'll exchange for a lower level 2 item. Lu Ming had no choice but to exchange for a lower second level soft armor. However, you get what you pay for. The 800 contribution points were not wasted. The red Kylan snake armor was made of the skin of a class 9 level 2 demonic beast. It was light, soft, and tough. It didn't feel like it was inside the clothes. After Lu Ming kept the red Kylan snake armor, he walked out of the contribution hall and headed to the Hall of Missions. He found a place with no one around and changed into a black cloak, covering everyone. If he wanted to take on a mission, he had to be on guard against the Duanmu family. If he went out on a mission and the Duanmu family sent a few great martial master experts to kill him, he would not be able to fight back. There was no harm in being careful. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Hall of Missions. The Hall of Missions was the place where the mystical sword sect issued and accepted missions. The Hall of Missions missions were roughly divided into two types. The first type was missions issued by the mystical sword sect's disciples and elders, and each mission would give a corresponding reward. The other type were missions that were specially collected from outside the mystical sword sect. For example, the mystical sword sect would collect all the missions that the Lu family had issued. The Hall of Missions would collect a fee for the completion of the mission. The Hall of Mission was very wide, and it took up even more space than the contribution hall. After walking in, they found themselves in a huge hall. On one side of the hall, there were counters where missions were handed over. On the other side, there were a few huge metal walls. These metal walls were made by inscription masters. On the metal wall, there were missions that were constantly rolling. The details, time limits, rewards, and so on were clearly written on these missions. Lu Ming stood under the screen and watched. To collect blood Reiki flowers? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a mission that he was rather interested in. It was a mission issued by an inscription master of the mystical sword sect. He only needed to collect the blood Reiki flowers within 3 months. The reward was 100 contribution points per blood Reiki flower. The more the better. The blood flower was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire and could only be found in the Dark Blood Mountain. Moreover, the price of the blood flower itself was not even 100 contribution points. It seemed that the inscriber was in urgent need of it, which was why he offered such a high price. Most importantly, there was a type of dark bloodstone on the Dark Blood Mountain. It was one of the main materials for cultivating the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique. It was even needed for the 4th stage. This was the reason why Lu Ming was interested. Going to the Dark Blood Mountain would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's see if there are any other missions. Lu Ming continued to read. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 Monsters. 549690339. Escort mission? The reward has actually reached 100,000 taels of Asilavir, and he is also heading to the Dark Blood Mountain. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He saw an escort mission issued by the Zhu family of the city of Crossing Sky. The reward for escorting one person to the Dark Blood Mountain was 100,000 Asilavir taels. This one. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming decided to accept this mission, because it happened to be on the way. After that, Lu Ming walked to a counter and registered the 2 missions that he was going to take. This is the mission token issued by the Zhu family.
Please keep it well.
At the counter was a young lady with a sweet smile. She handed Lu Ming an iron plate with the word Zhu Yi written on it.
Thank you, he said.
Lu Ming took the metal piece and smiled. He then turned around and left. 2 hours later, on the main road of the mystical Sword Sex Mountain Gate, Lu Ming rode his green scale horse and left. 5 days later, travel-worn Lu Ming arrived at the Skycrossing City. The Skycrossing City was a large and majestic city, several times larger than Fiery Wind City. The streets were bustling with people. The Zhu family was known as the #1 family in the Skycrossing City. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to go to the Zhu family's residence, as the time was set for tomorrow. There was still 1 day left. There was no hurry. Lu Ming found an inn and cleaned himself up. Then he took a tour around the city and got a taste of its local customs. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Zhu family. The Zhu family's courtyard walls were high and many times more majestic than the Lu family's. Stop right there. This is the Zhu family's residence. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. There were 4 strong men guarding the Zhu family's gate. They blocked Lu Ming's way. Each of the 4 men had the cultivation of a 9th-grade warrior realm. I'm here to complete a mission. Lu Ming smiled and took out the mission card issued by the Zhu family. As expected, the brawny man in the lead took a look and cast a surprised look at Lu Ming. He seemed to be surprised that Lu Ming was so young. Come with me. The brawny man in the lead returned the mission card to Lu Ming and led the way inside. Lu Ming followed. After going around here and there, he arrived at a large hall. Walking into the main hall, he found that there were already some people sitting on both sides of the main hall. There were a total of 7 people. These 7 people were all different. On the right side of the hall, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all around 50 years old. All 3 of them were wearing black robes with skulls on them, and they exuded a gloomy aura. On the left, a red-haired brawny man in his 40s or 50s was sitting at the head of the table. Beside the brawny man were a man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair, and the woman was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. At the very bottom was a young man in his 20s. This man was hugging a long sword, looking like a noble son. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the 7 people in the hall looked at him in unison. When they saw Lu Ming's age, they looked at him with disdain. Young hero, they are the people who accepted the mission this time. You can wait here. My master will be here in a moment. The burly man said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked in. He sat down next to the 3 people in skeletal robes. A little brat who hasn't even grown his hair has actually come. He must have gone crazy thinking about money. He actually came to accept this mission. At this moment, a low sneer came from the red-haired brawny man. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He looked at the red-haired brawny man, then smiled faintly and ignored him. You're really gutless. The red-haired man sneered. Seeing that Lu Ming did not even dare to talk back, the rest of the people looked at him with disdain. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. A burly man in his 40s walked in and cupped his fists. I've made everyone wait for a long time. I'm the 2nd elder of the Zhu family, Zhu Chuan. It's my pleasure to meet you. You're too polite, 2nd elder. These people responded with cupped fists. Zhu Chuan walked up to the top of the hall and said, All right. The Zhu family has issued a total of 8 mission tokens this time. Now that everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the contents of this mission. I won't hide it from you all. The main reason I'm here is because the ancestor of my Zhu family was seriously injured in the Dark Blood Mountain. I need the blood of the direct descendants of the Zhu family to save my life. I also need a vitality supplement pill. Therefore, I'm here to escort the eldest miss of the Zhu family and the vitality supplement pill in her hands to the Dark Blood Mountain. Because there are many powerful bandits and mounted gangsters on the way to the Dark Blood Mountain, I need everyone to escort them. As long as you send the people and the pills to the ancestor of my Zhu family, it will be enough. The reward is 100,000 Asilavir taels per person. Do you have any other questions? Zhu Chuan's gaze swept across the 8 people in the arena. There's a problem. Of course there's a problem. The red-haired man stood up and said, Second Elder, I would like to ask if you've tested the strength of these 8 people? Zhu Chuan was taken aback. No, but you're Wu Mo the Bloody Hand, and these 3 are the famous 3 ghosts of Mount Yin. They're famous in more than 10 big cities. Everyone knows them. I'm naturally aware of the strength of the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin. I'm just afraid that one of them is just here to make up for the numbers. If he doesn't have much strength and can just freeload off to earn 100,000 taels of Asilavir, why don't we do this? The 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain, and I will be in charge of this mission. The rest of you, get lost and split the Asilavir with the 4 of us. That's even better. Wu Mo said with a cold smile. Bang! As soon as Wu Mo finished speaking, the noble young master slammed the table and said with a cold face, Wu Mo, who are you asking to get lost? Hee hee. Wu Mo sneered and said, I'm calling you. Can't you tell? Damn it. You 2 still wet behind the ears want to borrow my strength to earn 100,000 taels of Asilavir? No way. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Ming and said disdainfully. The noble young master's face turned completely cold. He said coldly, Blood Hand Wu Mo, I think you don't want your hands anymore. Buzz. Wu Mo suddenly stood up and looked at the noble young master coldly. I'm going to cripple you today just because of what you said. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Mo struck his palm at the young master. His palm quickly turned red as he did so, and the smell of blood permeated the air. What a powerful bloody handprint. Wu Mo's bloody handprint has reached a higher level. The white-haired old man's face changed. 6th grade Master Realm Early Phase Cultivation, Yellow grade low-level martial arts technique, but only cultivated to the 3rd level, mastery through comprehensive study. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wu Mo. He could see the details of Wu Mo's cultivation level at a glance. You're looking for death. Swish.
Die.
The noble young master shouted coldly. He unsheathed his sword and stabbed it toward Wu Mo like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the sword shocked Wu Mo. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the sword. However, the next moment, rays of sword radiance shot toward Wu Mo. The sword light was as smooth as flowing water. Middle 6th grade Master Realm Cultivation, 4th stage of yellow level lower class, sword technique. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He didn't expect this noble young master's cultivation to be so strong. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. A Soft Persimmon. 549690339. Flying Cloud Sword Technique. You are a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Stop. Blood Hand Wu Mo cried out in alarm. You think I'll stop just because you say so? The noble young master sneered. His sword light did not stop, forcing Wu Mo to retreat. Puchi. In the end, the noble son's sword light left a long wound on Wu Mo's arm, and blood flowed out. At this moment, the noble young master sheathed his sword and stood up. He said proudly, This time, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Next time, you'll die. Remember, I'm the core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Su Feiyun. What bloody hand! You're just trash in the eyes of the Flying Cloud sect. So he's a core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. No wonder he's so strong. This Wu Mo is just asking for it. Lu Ming came to a realization. He shook his head and smiled. In the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, the mystical sword sect was naturally the supreme overlord. However, there were few other sects besides the mystical sword sect. These sects were naturally much weaker than the mystical sword sect, but they were much stronger than some itinerant cultivators or small clans. The Flying Clouds sect was such a sect. Yoop! Wu Mo's face turned pale after being berated by a young man in his 20s. However, he didn't dare to lose his temper at Su Feiyun. He suddenly looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Kid, why did you shake your head and laugh just now? Are you laughing at me? A little bastard like you dares to laugh at me? I'm going to kill you." Who? Then, he struck his palm at Lu Ming. Since he had lost face in front of Su Feiyun, he would get it back from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. A sneer hung at the corners of his lips. He looked at Wu Mo's palm and did not move.
Die.
Wu Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. This kid is scared silly. One of the 3 Een mountain ghosts shook his head. At this moment, a sword light burst out. The snow-white sword light cut through the air. It was faster and colder than Su Feiyun's sword light. Puchi! A flash of blood appeared, followed by Wu Mo's shrill scream. My hand! Wu Mo screamed as he retreated. One of his hands had already disappeared. His palm was, of course, cut off by Lu Ming's sword. Such a fast sword, such a ruthless method. The hearts of the people in the hall trembled. They all looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was able to cut off Wu Mo's palm with a single strike. What a terrifying strength. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Wu Mo cried out mournfully. Mystical Sword Sect Lu Ming. If you want to take revenge, you can find me at the Mystical Sword Sect. Now, get lost. Lu Ming shouted.
What?
The Mystical Sword Sect. The others were all shocked, and then they came to a realization. So he was a disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect. No wonder he was so powerful. Even Su Feiyun, who had a proud expression, became honest at this time. A disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect? Haha, I admit defeat. Wu Mo laughed bitterly. To him, the Mystical Sword Sect was a giant. If he did not want to die, he would not be able to seek revenge from Lu Ming in this lifetime. Wu Mo picked up his broken hand and rushed out of the hall, disappearing from sight. The Mystical Sword Sect. Above the hall, the second elder's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Haha, so it's the young hero of the Mystical Sword Sect. I've been disrespectful. The white-haired old man cupped his hands and said courteously. After that, the others also stood up and cupped their fists. Lu Ming smiled faintly, returned the greeting, and sat down. Haha, I didn't think that there would be a hero from the Mystical Sword Sect this time. I didn't even know that the Mystical Sword Sect had collected the Zhu family's mission token. But this is even better. We're even more confident this time. Alright, let's go. Zhu Chuan laughed. The crowd nodded and followed Zhu Chuan out of the Zhu family's residence. Outside, the Zhu family was ready. A carriage, dozens of Zhu family guards, and more than 10 green scale horses. The one in this carriage is our Zhu family's eldest miss, Zhu Chuan said. Everyone nodded their heads and mounted their green scale horses. With Zhu Chuan's command, the dozens of green scale horses let out a rumble, and the group headed towards Dark Blood Mountain. Zhu Chuan was with them. It was more than 10 days' journey from the sky-crossing city to the Dark Blood Mountain. Everyone hurried during the day and rested at night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were very peaceful because being close to the Dark Blood Mountain was the most dangerous. Because it was close to the Dark Blood Mountain and the terrain was desolate, there were all kinds of bandits and horse thieves in hiding. On the 4th day, late at night, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a temporary tent, meditating and cultivating.
Ah!
Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard. In the quiet night, it was particularly abrupt.
Buzz!
Lu Ming opened his eyes instantly and dashed out like a gust of wind.
Buzz!
And NBSB. Whoosh. It was obvious that he was not the only one. The others were alarmed as well, and they all rushed towards the source of the sound. It was a huge tent, and the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss was parked here. Lu Ming, the Yin Mountain's 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the rest had reached it almost at the same time. Outside the tent, a figure was lying on the ground. It was the white-haired old man. However, his heart had been pierced by a short spear, and he was no longer breathing. Everyone frowned. These days, everyone had gotten to know each other. This old man was called Xianxia, and he used a short spear. And now, this old man's heart had been pierced by his own short spear. What's going on? Zhu Chuan rushed over, and his expression changed when he saw this. Uncle Fu, what's going on? Zhu Chuan shouted. An old man with a hunched back walked out of the tent. He was trembling as he said, "Second elder, I don't know what's going on. Just now, I suddenly heard a scream and was so scared that I didn't dare to come out to check. Then you came." There are almost no traces of a fight here. Although Xianxia's cultivation isn't very high, he is at the peak of the 5th grade master realm. Who could make Xianxia so defenseless that he could kill him with his own short spear? The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts said with a grave expression. The others were also frowning and thinking. Could it be the Zhou family? Zhu Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Zhou family? What Zhou family? Su Feiyun asked. This, I won't hide it from you all. Our Zhu family has an archenemy, the Zhou family. The Zhou family and the Zhu family have been fighting openly and secretly for decades. Both of them want to destroy each other. This time, if the Zhou family knows that the ancestor of our Zhu family is seriously injured, they might send someone to stop us from escorting the pills. Zhu Chuan explained. There's such a thing? Second Elder Zhu, your Zhu family didn't mention this when you issued the mission, and now you've added a week out of nowhere? No, I think this mission still needs to be discussed. The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts said with a changed expression. Not bad. Su Feiyun also nodded. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Fierce Battle with the Bandits. 549690339. You guys can't change your mind halfway. Zhu Chuan said with an ugly expression. How about this? Since Wu Mo has quit and Xianxia is dead, we'll continue with this mission as long as the Zhu family increases the pay and doubles the reward. The eldest of the 3 Yin Mountain ghosts rolled his eyes and said, Double the price? Zhu Chuan looked troubled. With the price doubled, 6 people would cost 1.2 million taels of Esilavir. Even if the Zhu family was wealthy, it would still be a huge expense. If you don't, then forget it. The 3 ghost masters of Mount Yin said. Wait, I'll give it to you. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth. I think we should pay half of the deposit first. Su Feiyun added. Half of the deposits? Zhu Chuan looked hesitant. Second elder, why don't you pay first? The young Mrs. Safety is more important, said Uncle Fu. This Uncle Fu was the coachman of the Zhu family's eldest miss. Okay, then I'll pay half first. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth and returned to the tent. He took out a stack of Esilavir notes, each of which was 10,000 taels. He gave Lu Ming and the others 100,000 taels each. Naturally, Lu Ming kept it without any hesitation. Haha, in that case, I think we should take turns to be on guard. This is to prevent the Zhou family from ambushing us. The Yin Mountain 3 ghosts all smiled after receiving the Esilavir. Zhu Chuan immediately ordered the guards of the Zhu family to be on full alert. Naturally, someone would deal with Xianxia's corpse. Lu Ming looked at the tent of the Lu family's eldest young lady, a strange look in his eyes. He had always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, they had not even seen the Zhu family's eldest miss for a few days. He had been hiding in the carriage all day, acting all mysterious. Zhu Chuan said that the eldest daughter of the Zhu family was not in good health recently and was afraid of catching a cold. Lu Ming pondered for a while. He discussed with the 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain and the rest on how to arrange for them to take turns to be on guard. Then, he returned to the tent. In the second half of the night, Lu Ming went out to be on guard. There was no movement throughout the night. The next day, they continued their journey. The next few days were peaceful. On the 8th day, everyone was already close to the Dark Blood Mountain. The terrain gradually became desolate. At this point, everyone was on full alert and on full alert. Whoosh, whoosh. When they passed by a mountain path, sharp air-piercing sounds suddenly came from both sides. A dense wave of arrows was shot at them. Not good, enemy attack. Full defense. Zhu Chuan shouted. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the rest had already soared into the sky. Sword radiance flashed, and the arrows were cut into 2 in the air. Then, they released their true qi and swept up the broken arrows. The arrows were reflected back at a speed faster than when they were shot. Ah! Ah! Then, a scream was heard. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from ahead, stirring up a cloud of dust. A group of more than 100 people were riding their war horses and rumbling over. A group of people appeared in front of them. They were all strong and burly men, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. They revealed that their cultivation was not weak, and ordinary people could not compare to them. Hand over all your treasures and women, and you can get lost. The leader of the group, a burly man with a full beard, shouted. As expected, they had encountered bandits. I think you're the ones who should get lost. Su Feiyun shouted loudly, and his figure pounced out like lightning. His movement technique was very fast. Buzz. Then, a sword light cut through the air and struck at the leading bandit. So powerful. The expression of the leader of the bandits changed drastically. He drew out his large saber and barely managed to block a few moves before he was killed by Su Feiyun's sword. The 9th leader has been killed. Retreat. The other bandits were shocked and retreated like a swarm of bees, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Aren't these bandits too weak? Su Feiyun walked back and pouted. Young hero Su, it's not that the bandits are weak. It's just that the stronger ones haven't come out yet. The boss of the 3 Yin Mountain ghosts. They had been in the martial world for many years and knew that these bandits were not as simple as they seemed. Next, be on full alert. Don't be careless. Zhu Chuan ordered. Yes. The guards of the Zhu family responded one after another. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the deafening sound of horse hooves rang out again. They're here. Everyone knew that the Real challenge was coming. These bandits are truly endless. This time, let me kill them all. Su Feiyun's expression turned stern. Boom, boom, boom. As the dust filled the air, a few hundred people appeared in front of them. So many people. Everyone's heart trembled. A few hundred people, densely packed, stopped in front of them. Who is it that dared to kill my 9th brother? Come out and face your death. The leader of the bandits was 7 feet tall and muscular. He carried a huge machete on his back, and his voice was like a great bell. His aura was oppressive. Great master, it was that pretty boy who killed him. One of the lackeys pointed at Su Feiyun and shouted. So, it's you, pretty boy. Come out and face your death. The great master roared. I think you're the one who's going to die. Su Feiyun was proud and arrogant, and yet he was actually looked down upon by a bandit at this moment. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he leaped off his green-scaled horse. He unsheathed his long sword and charged towards the great master. "Kill!
Kill!
The great master shouted, and his tall figure also jumped from his war horse. The large blade in his hand slashed out a pale blade light. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. Su Feiyun's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? Su Feiyun's expression changed drastically. Trash, kill, kill, kill. And NBSB, the leader shouted and slashed out dozens of times. The astral blade howled and enveloped Su Feiyun's entire body. Flying Cloud Sword Technique. Su Feiyun tried his best to use the Flying Cloud Sword Technique, but he still couldn't block the Great Master. In just 10 moves, Su Feiyun was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The cultivation of the first master had actually reached the peak of the 6th grade master realm. I'll deal with him. The leader of the 3 Een Mountain Ghosts moved and rushed out. He used an iron rod and ruthlessly smashed it at the bandit boss. As the iron rod smashed down, it made a hoo-hoo sound as if the air was about to be shattered. The leader of the 3 Een Mountain Ghosts was also a peak 6th grade master realm. It could be said that his cultivation was the highest among them. Clang! The saber and the iron rod collided, and both of them took 3 steps back. I can't believe there's an expert like you. But do you think you can do anything by yourself? Kill them all. The leader of the bandits waved his hand, and hundreds of bandits immediately rushed over. Protect the young miss, Zhu Chuan shouted. Dozens of guards from the Zhu family surrounded the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss. Buzz. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he rushed out.
Whoosh!
He performed the lustrous sword technique as fast as lightning. With each strike, several bandits had their throats cut off. Wherever his body passed, blood would flow. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. All of you have been deceived. 549690339 die. A burly man with a huge axe in his hand came slashing at Lu Ming. This burly man had a cultivation of 5th grade master realm. Among the bandits, he was definitely at the leader level. However, a 5th grade master realm was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. With a slight shake of his body, he dodged the axe. Then, with a flash of sword light, the burly man's throat was cut off. Chi. The sword chi was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had died at Lu Ming's hands. The other 2 of the 3 ghosts of Mount Een and Su Feiyun were in a similar situation. Apart from the chief, the strongest of the other bandits was only at the peak of the 5th grade master realm. They weren't a match for the 3 ghosts. Even if there were many people, it was useless. In just a short moment, hundreds of people were killed. Not good. The enemy is too strong. Retreat. The great master roared. He had exchanged over 100 moves with the 3 Een Mountain Ghosts, yet neither of them had won. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, so he prepared to retreat. Buzz. Right at this moment, a figure leaped out like a bolt of lightning from among the bandits and pounced towards the carriage of the Zhu clan's eldest young miss. This figure's speed was unbelievably fast. With a wave of his hand, his true energy burst forth. He was actually even more powerful than the first master. 7th grade Master Realm. The second brother of the Een Mountain 3 ghosts shouted. The strongest of the Zhu family's guards was only in the 1st grade Master Realm, and it was impossible for them to contend against such an expert. More than 10 of them were killed by the powerful True Qi. The figure was about to pounce onto the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss. At this moment, the coachman, Uncle Fu, let out a long howl. Zhou Linshan, I knew you would come. Following that, Uncle Fu also leaped into the air, erupting with a powerful aura as he exchanged a few palm strikes with a figure from before.
Boom.
Boom. With a few consecutive booms, the two of them took a few steps back after landing. This coachman is also a 7th grade master realm. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the rest were all shocked. At this time, everyone could clearly see that the figure who launched the sneak attack was an old man in his 60s. Zhu Bing, hand over the vitality supplement pill and Luan Er. Zhou Linshan shouted. Hand it over, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so, the coachman said coldly. At this time, his body was no longer hunched. He stood straight, and his aura was threatening. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of horse hooves rang out continuously. Following that, a large group of people appeared on the mountain path. There were also silhouettes of people flickering in the surrounding forest. There were a few hundred people in total. They're all experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the people who appeared behind them were not bandits. They were all elites, well-trained, and had strong cultivation. The bandits' faces were extremely ugly. The chief shouted, "Everyone, your business has nothing to do with us. Can you let us leave?" He even wanted to cry. He was simply baffled. Wasn't it just a robbery? Not only did he encounter a bunch of experts, but now there was even a group of them. Zhou Linshan waved his hand and said, "Let them go." Immediately, those people opened up a path for the bandits to escape in panic. After the bandits fled, 7 old men walked up to Zhou Shanlin and saluted, "Master?" The clan leader of the Zhou clan. Lu Ming and the rest moved their eyes and retreated to the side of the carriage. Zhou Linshan, it seems like the Zhou family has turned out in full force this time. The coachman laughed without a trace of fear. Zhu Bing, as the Zhu clan's old ancestor, you actually played such a trick. Truly despicable and shameless. Zhou Linshan said with a gloomy face. What? The Zhu family's ancestor? This coachman is actually the ancestor of the Zhu family? 3 Yin ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the others were shocked. They looked at the coachman, Zhu Bing, who is also the ancestor of the Zhu family, with a puzzled look. But wasn't the Zhu family's ancestor severely injured and waiting for rescue at the Dark Blood Mountain? Could it be that everything the Zhu family had said was false? There was a glimmer of light in Lu Ming's eyes. Indeed, something was not right. He had been feeling strange about it all along. Zhu Chuan, what's going on? The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts looked at Zhu Chuan gloomily. However, Zhu Chuan sneered and stood behind Zhu Bing. Everyone, it seems that you've been deceived by the Zhu family. Let me tell you the truth. The person in the carriage is my granddaughter, Zhou Tong. Her father was injured and needed a vitality supplement pill to treat him. She went to buy it, but she was caught by the Zhu family when she bought the vitality supplement pill. Everyone, this matter is a grudge between the Zhou family and the Zhu family. It has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't interfere. No matter how much the Zhu family has given you, I'm willing to compensate you double. Zhou Linshan cupped his fists and said, "What?" Su Feiyun and the others were a little stunned. The truth was actually the complete opposite of what the Zhu family had said. Zhu Bing, Zhu Chuan, how dare you lie to us? We, the 3 ghosts of Yin Mountain, are not that easy to fool. The leader of the 3 Yin Mountain ghosts said coldly, his expression extremely unsightly. It was the same for the others. Hee, if I don't do this, how can I lure out the Zhou family and make them come out in full force? Zhu Bing sneered. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the surrounding forest. Then, a group of people appeared and surrounded the Zhou family. Zhu Bing, you indeed have an ambush in the dark. However, your Zhu clan and my Zhou clan are on par in strength. Do you think you can destroy my Zhou clan just like that? Zhou Linshan said. Zhu Bing laughed and said, "Of course, my Zhu family alone can't destroy your Zhou family. However, with the addition of the few of them, as long as they die together with your Zhou family's elders, will your Zhou family still be my match?" Ha ha ha. What? Zhu Bing, You actually want us to die together with the Zhou clan's elder? I think you're crazy. Now, give us the rest of the reward, and we'll turn around and leave. I don't want to get involved in the mess between your two families. The leader of the three Yin mountain ghosts looked at Zhu Bing as if he was a lunatic. That's right. Give me the rest of the Asilavir, and I can let bygones be bygones. Su Feiyun's expression was also extremely ugly. He had actually been fooled by the Zhu family. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would definitely lead the Flying Cloud sect to teach the Zhu family a lesson. Lu Ming did not say anything. He felt that things were not that simple. You want to leave after giving me Asilavir? How can I exterminate the Zhou family if you leave? Zhu Bing sneered. Old Zhu, are you fucking dreaming? Fine, you don't want to give me the Asilavir, right? I'll leave now, but I'm afraid you can't bear the anger of my Flying Cloud sect. Su Feiyun was furious. He turned around and wanted to leave. Leave? Can you leave? Now that you're poisoned, you're dreaming if you think you can escape. Zhu Bing sneered. Su Yunfei's body suddenly trembled. He turned around and looked at Zhu Bing in disbelief. You guys, you actually dare to poison me? As for the three ghosts of Mount Yin, including the middle-aged woman, their expressions were extremely unsightly. Only Lu Ming remained calm. There was even an inexplicable smile on his lips. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. The Zhu Family's Patriarch's Trap. 549690339. That's impossible. I've checked every meal we ate. There's no poison at all. The second brother of the Yin Mountain three ghosts called out. Second brother Yin, I know you're an expert in using poison. Moreover, you three ghosts of Mount Yin have roamed the martial world for many years, so you're extremely vigilant. You're not as gullible as these young boys. Soul-devouring banner. I wonder if you've heard of it? Zhu Bing smiled faintly. What? Goo poison. Could it be the southern wasteland goo poison? Second brother Yin cried out in alarm.
Ha, that's right.
I've paid a huge price for this soul-devouring banner. The soul-devouring banner is just an extremely tiny worm. It's impossible to distinguish it from food. Moreover, the usual poison testing methods are ineffective. Zhu Bing smiled proudly. Damn it, old man. Hand over the antidote, or I'll exterminate your entire Zhu family. Su Feiyun roared in anger. It's a pity that there's no cure for the soul-devouring banner, Zhu Bing said lightly. What? There's no cure? The faces of the three ghosts of Mount Yin, Su Feiyun, and the woman were as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Old man, I'm going to kill you. Su Feiyun revealed a look of despair as he roared and pounced towards Zhu Bing.
Squeak.
At this moment, Zhu Bing suddenly let out a strange sound. As soon as this sound came out, Su Feiyun's body suddenly froze. Then, he held his head with both hands and let out a shrill scream.
Arg. Ah.
It hurts. Su Feiyun roared loudly. His long sword danced wildly as he slashed. He kept letting out shrill screams. In just a few breaths, when Zhu Bing's voice stopped, Su Feiyun also stopped. However, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul, and he stood there in a daze. Haha, now that you've been poisoned by the soul-devouring banner, you're my puppet. You still want to resist? Zhu Bing sneered. No, no. The three Yin mountain ghosts could not believe their eyes. Zhu Bing, there are disciples of the mystical sword sect here, yet you dare to lay your hands on them. If this gets out, your entire Zhu family will be exterminated. Big Boss Yin called out unwillingly. So, what if it's the mystical sword sect? As long as he was dead, who would know that the Zhou family was destroyed? All right, now you guys can go together. Zhu Bing said, and then made a squeaking sound. The Yin Mountain three ghosts and the others let out shrill screams. Attack! Zhou Linshan shouted. He wanted to rush over and stop them, but the three ghosts of Mount Yin had all gone mad. They were incomparably terrifying. They exchanged a few blows with the Zhou clan's people, and the Zhou clan's people were forced back. After being poisoned by the goo, he was not afraid of death, and even his battle strength had increased by a level. However, at this moment, Zhu Bing let out a cry of disbelief. "Lu Ming, why are you fine?" At this moment, Lu Ming stood there with an indifferent expression, watching everything. "What's up? Why am I in trouble? I'm not poisoned." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You're not poisoned? It's impossible. I've checked every time, and you've eaten every single meal. How can you not be poisoned?" Zhu Bing cried out in disbelief. Lu Ming and the rest had their own tents. Every meal was delivered by Zhu Bing's men. He would check it every time to ensure that nothing would go wrong. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming would eat it all up every time. "Don't tell me you've forgotten that there are things like storage rings in this world." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "A storage ring? No wonder, no wonder. The mystical sword sect's disciples are indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, you even have a treasure like a storage ring. It seems like your status in the mystical sword sect is not ordinary." Zhu Bing came to a realization. Despite all his calculations, he had missed out on the storage ring. Storage rings were not common goods. On the contrary, they were extremely rare and were basically monopolized by the major forces. Even if one had money, one could not buy one. For people like the three ghosts of Mount Yin, they could still take out a few 100,000 taels of Asilavir, but they did not have a storage ring because there was no place to buy it. There was a price but no market. "But why are you so careful? Even if you have a storage ring, you can't possibly not eat it, right?" Zhu Bing asked curiously. "Because you guys have a problem." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "From the first day we set off, I already felt that something was wrong. The dignified lady of the Zhu family actually did not dare to let others meet her. Although you said that it was because she was not feeling well, I had no choice. I am a very careful person, so I could only eat the rations that I brought." After that, Xianxia was killed, which made him even more suspicious. I observed on the way that Xianxia kept looking at the carriage. I guess that this old man is a lecher and has seen the Zhu family's eldest daughter before. So that night, Xianxia probably couldn't control his lust and wanted to touch the Zhu family's eldest daughter. He must have found out that the Zhu family's young miss was a fake, so he was killed to silence her. How could an ordinary person kill him so easily? Now that I think about it, the one who killed him was you. Also, as far as I know, your Zhu family is not weak, but you only sent a few guards to escort me, and they are all so weak. This is even more suspicious. With so many suspicious points, how would I dare to eat the food you send? Lu Ming's analysis was clear and logical. Sigh. It's not easy to earn some money these days. In the end, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't think that you would be so meticulous at such a young age. But, so, what if you weren't poisoned? Today you'll still die. Zhu Bing's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a move of his hand, a long spear appeared in Zhu Bing's hand. Do it. Under Zhu Bing's command, the experts of the Zhu clan took action one after another, fighting with the people of the Zhou clan. At the same time, he made a squeaking sound. The three ghosts of Mount Yin roared like wild beasts and pounced on Zhou Linshan and the 7 elders of the Zhou family. A chaotic battle began. The moment they made a move, the Zhou family was at a complete disadvantage. The three ghosts of Mount Yin were not afraid of death. They exploded with terrifying combat strength and entangled Zhou Linshan and the Zhou family elder. However, the Zhu clan elder was able to free up his hands and kill the other Zhou clan experts as easily as taking something from his pocket. Lu Ming, I'll personally send you on your way. Bang! Zhu Bing stomped his feet and dashed towards Lu Ming like a cannonball. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Lu Ming's throat. Whoosh! The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light burst out, clashing with the spear. With a clang, Lu Ming did not move, but Zhu Bing took 3 steps back. Zhu Bing's eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he roared. How is that possible? How can a mere 5th-grade Master Realm cultivator be this strong? He was at the early phase of the 7th-grade Master Realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. It was simply unbelievable that he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming in one move. Even a disciple of the mystical sword sect couldn't possibly be this powerful, right? Compared to Ningfeng, I'm still a little lacking. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Although Zhu Bing's cultivation was the same as Ningfeng's, his combat strength was definitely not on par with Ningfeng's. The disciples of the mystical sword sect were naturally not something that these small families could compare to. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Chapter 67 Killing Zhu Bing. 549690339. Kill him. He must be killed. Lu Ming is definitely the top genius of the mystical sword sect. If he escapes, the Zhu family will be annihilated. Zhu Bing roared in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Boom. A powerful aura burst forth as Zhu Bing unleashed the power of his bloodline. Zhu Bing's bloodline was a red snake, which was a 3rd-level bloodline. After it was activated, it would increase his combat power by 30%.
Die.
Fire gun technique fire dance. Zhu Bing charged at Lu Ming. With a swing of the spear in his hand, flowers of flames appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Ultimate flowing light. Lu Ming cast the fastest move of the lustrous sword technique and slashed out sword beams at the flame flowers.
Clang. Clang.
A concentrated sound of collision was heard. Sparks flew in all directions, and Lu Ming's figure retreated several steps. What a powerful spear technique. The power of this spear technique has already surpassed my current moonbeam sword technique. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had already cultivated the lustrous sword technique to the 5th level. Could it be that Zhu Bing had also cultivated a yellow-level upper-class martial arts technique and had already cultivated it to the 6th level? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Fire gun art lightning chase. Zhu Bing's body swayed slightly, and he thrust his spear at Lu Ming again. The speed of the spear was unbelievably fast, like a red lightning. The long spear pierced through the air, making an ear-piercing sharp sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the dragon serpent steps to avoid the sharp edge.
Buzz.
Fire gun art moon pulling. As his spear missed, Zhu Bing's spear momentum changed and swept out. The long spear swept out like a crescent moon. Clang. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long sword. At the same time, he retreated rapidly, using the force to dissipate the force. This Zhu Bing's actual combat strength is not as strong as Ningfeng's. However, with this spear art, his strength is slightly above Ningfeng's. This won't do. I have to end this quickly. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, the Zhou family was already at a complete disadvantage. They could not wait any longer. Otherwise, when the elders of the Zhu family were free to attack him together, he would have a headache. At the thought of this, Lu Ming dashed towards Zhu Bing with a flash of blood-red light on his body. Bloodline explosion.
Die.
Fire gun art broken armor. Zhu Bing's spear was aimed at Lu Ming. The tip of the spear had a spinning cutting power. However, Lu Ming did not care. He just had to avoid the real tip of the spear. Clang. He swung his long sword and blocked the tip of the spear. Then, Lu Ming glided along the spear and threw a punch. He completely ignored the spinning cutting power that erupted from the long spear. Lu Ming now had a 4th-level blood meridian. When his blood meridian exploded, his combat strength increased by 40%. There was no way to block this punch. Although Zhu Bing struck out with his other hand, he could only use 50% of his essential qi in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming?
Bang.
With a loud boom, Zhu Bing's body trembled violently, and he was forced back a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale.
Buzz.
Lu Ming used the dragon serpent steps, covering 70 feet with a single step. He appeared in front of Zhu Bing in an instant, and a ray of sword radiance flashed past like a flying immortal. Puchi. Zhu Bing's head flew far away, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. The Zhu family's patriarch, Zhu Bing, was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash despite all his efforts. This Zhu family's patriarch actually has a storage ring. I'm lucky. He had clearly seen that the Zhu family's patriarch's spear had appeared out of thin air. However, thinking about it, the Zhu family's patriarch had lived for so many years. It was still possible for him to find a way to get a storage ring. Lu Ming walked to the front of Zhu Bing's corpse and took off a ring on his finger. He kept it in the supreme shrine, and a devouring force was produced, devouring Zhu Bing's blood essence. Forefather. The ancestor is dead. The Zhu family's patriarch was killed, and the Zhu family was in chaos. Roar. Kill. Without the Zhu clan's patriarch's control, the three ghosts of Mount Yin immediately roared and attacked in a disorderly manner. No matter if it was the Zhu family or the Zhou family, they attacked without any pattern like a few wild beasts that had gone mad. Retreat. At this time, Zhou Linshan and the rest of the Zhou family retreated quickly and then attacked the rest of the Zhu family. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. He sneered, "Zhu family, I, Lu Ming, am not that easy to deceive. If you lie to me, you have to pay the price."
Buzz.
Lu Ming's body flickered as he charged at the Zhu family elders. The Zhu family's elders were all at the 6th grade Master Realm, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's swordlight left a trail of corpses in its wake. Their blood essence had been devoured by Lu Ming. After killing a few Zhu family elders, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, his body flashed, and he focused on devouring the blood essence of those who had already died in battle. As long as they were martial masters or above, he would devour their blood essence. And NBSB, hoo-hoo. Waves of energy gushed out from his blood and surged into his body. Lu Ming absorbed them and turned them into essential qi. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the middle 5th grade Master Realm. He was just one step away from the late 5th grade Master Realm. At this moment, the battle was coming to an end. The Zhu family's patriarch and a few other elders were all killed by Lu Ming. How could the remaining few elders be a match for Zhou Linshan and the rest? They were also killed one by one. When the other Zhu clan disciples saw the situation, their morale completely fell, and they fled for their lives. Corpses were left on the mountain path and in the forest. The smell of blood filled the air, making it look like a purgatory on earth. In this battle, the Zhu family left behind more than 200 corpses, and the Zhou family also lost more than 100 people. However, none of the Zhou clan's higher-ups were dead, while almost all of the Zhu clan's higher-ups were dead. One could imagine that after this battle, the Zhu family was bound to be swallowed up by the Zhou family. However, Lu Ming was not concerned about all this. Roar! Roar! The three ghosts of Mount Yin, Su Feiyun, and the others were still roaring, but they had obviously exhausted all their strength. They lay limply on the ground and soon stopped breathing. This young hero, thank you for saving me this time. At this moment, Zhou Linshan walked over and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He bowed to him and expressed his sincere gratitude. If Lu Ming had not made a move and killed the Zhu family's patriarch and a few elders, the outcome would have been completely reversed. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. "You're welcome, Zhou family head. I was only protecting myself." A faint smile appeared on the person's face as he cupped his hands in greeting. Zhou Linshan smiled faintly. However, When his gaze fell on the long sword in Lu Ming's hand, his expression changed and he cried out, "The Heavenly Star Sword! Why is the Heavenly Star Sword in your hands?" As soon as he said that, Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes lit up and he said, "How do you know the name of this sword? Do you know my father?" "Your father? Could it be that your brother Yuntian's son?" Zhou Linshan was pleasantly surprised. "That's right, I'm Lu Yuntian's son." Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Zhou Linshan. "Ha ha ha, I was the one who personally gave this Heavenly Star Sword to your mother. How could I not know what this sword is called?" Zhou Linshan laughed out loud, looking very excited. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. News of Lu Yuntian. 549690339. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened and he said anxiously, "You're saying that you were the one who gave my mother this sword?" "Not bad." Zhou Linshan stroked his beard and nodded. "I remember that there was a bronze pendant besides this sword." Lu Ming had no more doubts. He cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming greets the Zhou family head." "Haha, it's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be so old and have such a profound cultivation base." Zhou Linshan laughed and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Soon after, the two of them arrived at a hillside. Zhou Linshan told Lu Ming about him and Lu Yuntian. As it turned out, more than 8 years ago, when Zhou Linshan was out traveling, Lu Yuntian was the one who saved him when he was in danger. Later on, the two of them got along well and became close friends. About 7 years ago, Lu Yuntian found Zhou Linshan and handed him 2 items. One of them was the Heavenly Star Sword and the other was a bronze pendant. He also told Zhou Linshan that if anything happened to him, he should wait for 2 years before giving the 2 items to Li Ping secretly. Lu Ming came to a realization. It was no wonder that Lu Yuntian had sent these 2 items 2 years after he had spread the news that something had happened. Before this, he had found it strange. "Zhou family head, I want to know, how did my father die? Who killed him?" Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since Lu Yuntian had given these 2 items to Zhou Linshan in advance and even said that something would happen to him, it was obvious that Lu Yuntian knew that someone was going to deal with him. That was why he had made such preparations. Who was it that wanted to deal with Lu Yuntian? Perhaps Zhou Linshan knew something. Sure enough, Zhou Linshan frowned and hesitated for a long time before he said, "Lu Ming, your father might not be dead."
Boom, boom, boom.
It was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's heart. "I'm not. He didn't die." Lu Ming's pupils dilated rapidly. Then, his heart was filled with ecstasy. "Zhou, Uncle Zhou, are you saying that my father is not dead? Then where was he? Why didn't you come home for so many years?" Lu Ming's heart was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. "If I'm not wrong, Brother Yuntian should be under someone's control." Zhou Linshan thought for a while and said, "Controlled? Who? Who is it?" Lu Ming clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His eyes were red as he asked. Zhou Linshan furrowed his brows. After a while, he said, "Nephew, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll just die in vain. Otherwise, I'd rather not tell you than let you die in vain." Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I won't act rashly before I'm strong enough." Seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, Zhou Linshan heaved a long sigh. "All right, I'll tell you. Brother Yuntian is most likely in the imperial capital, and the person who did this should be someone from the 10 Direction Sword School." The imperial capital. The 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking glow. Zhou Linshan was shocked. He quickly said, "The Burning Sun Empire's capital is now under the control of the 10 Direction Sword Sect." The Ten Direction Sword sect is the leader of the 5 great sects of the Burning Sun Empire. You must not act rashly. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I know what to do. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Among the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire, the Ten Direction Sword sect was ranked first. They occupied a large area of rich land in the middle of the Blazing Sun Empire. Their strength was so great that even the mystical sword sect was far inferior to them. He naturally wouldn't rashly go to save her. Otherwise, she would probably be killed before even seeing his father. His current strength was many times weaker than the entire Ten Direction Sword School. If father is really just being controlled and hasn't been killed for so many years, then it's obvious that father has something that the Ten Direction Sword School needs. Then, nothing will happen after this. However, no one can guarantee such things. Strength. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. If I'm strong enough now, I can directly kill my way over to the Imperial Capital and the Ten Direction Sword School. But it won't take long, father. I'll definitely save you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with determination, and his body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. That's good. It's all my fault for not being strong enough. All these years, I've missed my younger brother Yuntian, but I was unable to save him. Today, I was even saved by my nephew. I really owe you and your father too much. Zhou Linshan sighed. Uncle Zhou, how can you be blamed for this? After all, the other party is the Ten Direction Sword School. I'm already very grateful that you can help give us the sword. Lu Ming consoled her. However, Zhou Linshan continued to sigh. After a while, he asked, Nephew, where do you plan to go next? I'm planning to go to the Dark Blood Mountain. There's a mission to do there. Lu Ming did not hide anything. Dark Blood Mountain? It's not far from here, but there are many demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain, so nephew must be careful. I'm going to send little Ro back now. Her father needs the vitality supplement pill. Nephew, come visit the Zhou family when you have time. Zhou Linshan invited. All right, I'll definitely visit you when I have time. Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and saluted. Then, in a flash, he chose a green scale horse on the mountain road and rode on it, continuing to head towards the direction of the Dark Blood Mountain. Looking at Lu Ming's back view, Zhou Linshan's eyes shone with anticipation. He muttered to himself, Brother Yuntian, nephew Lu Ming has joined the mystical sword sect. He has such a high cultivation base at such a young age. Perhaps he can really save you in the future? The green scale horse galloped madly for more than 100 miles before Lu Ming stopped in a valley. Lu Ming sat on a green rock in a daze. More than 6 years ago, when he first found out about Lu Yuntian's accident, he did not believe it. He didn't believe that the indomitable man in his eyes would die. However, as time passed, there was still no news of Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming gradually believed that Lu Yuntian had really died. However, today, he suddenly learned that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. He was extremely excited. If Mother knows about this, she'll be so happy. No, I can't let Mother know for now. If Mother knows that Father is in the hands of the Ten Direction Sword School, she'll be even more worried. Father, you must wait for me. Ming will definitely save you. People from the Ten Direction Sword sect, I, Lu Ming, swear that no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted. He recalled the days when Lu Yuntian was still around. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he snapped out of his thoughts. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He was currently on the Supreme Shrine's second platform. As for the third platform, he still couldn't get up there. He didn't know what cultivation level he would need to get up there. After that, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhu Bing. What could be in the storage ring of the Zhu family's elder? Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Chapter 69 Fire Gun Art. 549690339. His mind sank into the storage ring, and a small space was reflected in Lu Ming's mind. The space was about the size of a square, about the same size as the storage ring he had obtained from Duanmuju. There were few boxes scattered inside. With a wave of his hand, these boxes appeared on the Supreme Shrine's platform. First of all, a small and exquisite box came into Lu Ming's sight. Because this box was lined with gold, it looked luxurious and extraordinary. After opening the box, it turned out to be a book. The fire gun art was a martial skill. Lu Ming could not help but think of the spear technique that Zhu Bing had performed previously. Wasn't it called the fire gun technique? He still remembered the power of that spear art. He opened it with some anticipation. At first glance, Lu Ming was shocked. A profound rank martial skill. This spear technique was actually a profound rank martial skill. Black-grade low-level martial arts technique. Fire gun technique. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a black rank martial arts technique. I'm going to hit the jackpot. Lu Ming was overjoyed. A black grade martial skill was many times more precious than a yellow grade martial skill. Lu Ming could not wait to read it. The more he read, the more shocked he was. What a powerful force. There's no way to compare it with a yellow grade martial skill. The difference is like heaven and earth. That Zhu Bing has probably only cultivated it to the first level and has only just glimpsed the door. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Generally speaking, as long as one could cultivate a black-grade low-level martial arts technique to the first level, its power would be comparable to the sixth level of a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique. The first level was already comparable to the sixth level of a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique. One could only imagine how powerful a black-grade martial arts technique was. But at the same time, the difficulty of cultivating black-level martial arts techniques was many times more difficult than yellow-level martial arts techniques. It was difficult for a normal Master Realm warrior to successfully cultivate it. Unless he was a top genius. Zhu Bing had trained hard for decades, but he had only managed to cultivate to the first level. I wonder how many contribution points it would cost to exchange for a black-rank martial arts technique in the Mystic Essence Sword Sex Library. It's a pity that it's a spear technique, and I'm a sword practitioner, so I can't cultivate it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Wait. Lu Ming's eyes darkened and then lit up. He muttered. Who said I'm a swordsman? The true war dragon technique that I've been cultivating has produced dragon-shaped true qi, and my spear is like a dragon. Perhaps I've been going in the wrong direction all this time. Since he was young, Lu Ming had always wanted to use his sword to travel the world. Naturally, he had a special love for swords. Later on, he obtained the lustrous sword technique from the Supreme Shrine and joined the mystical sword sect. Therefore, subconsciously, Lu Ming felt that he should be a swordsman. However, during this period of time, the lustrous sword technique had been stuck at the 5th level, and it was difficult to break through the 6th level, which was the unity of man and martial arts. He had thought that it was just because he was not mature enough. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would definitely be able to break through. But now that he thought about it, this was probably not the reason at all. It was because the sword technique was not compatible with him at all. If they were not compatible, they would have to spend more time and energy than others to cultivate to the highest realm. Some people were born to practice the sword, while others were born to practice the saber or the spear. Of course, this was related to one's personality, cultivation techniques, and even the bloodline one had awakened. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated the true war dragon technique and had awakened his bloodline. Now that he was a little like a snake, wouldn't he be more compatible with the spear? Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's long spear and thrust it forward. Buzz! The long spear pierced through the air and let out a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming felt that the dragon-shaped vital energy in his body surged out the moment the spear was thrust forward. It burst out along the long spear. Pili Pala. A ray of spear light burst out like a dragon, piercing the air with a crackling sound. My Xinqi is even smoother. It's done in one go. As expected, I'm more suited to spear training. Lu Ming sighed. It seems like I'll have to properly cultivate my spear technique after I return. However, I'll put it aside for now. I'll see what's in the other boxes first. He put the spear down and looked at the other boxes. There were 2 large boxes, and they were all filled with jewelry, gold, and Esilavir. The other smaller box was filled with gold and Esilavir notes. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of Esilavir. After a rough estimate, these chests added up to at least 2 million taels of Esilavir. This made Lu Ming ecstatic. 2 million taels of Esilavir was equivalent to 20,000 contribution points. How much demonic beast blood essence could it be exchanged for? This wasn't even considered a profound grade martial arts technique, but what about the fire gun technique? This trip was not in vain. However, this time, Lu Ming truly understood the dangers of the world. The competition was intense not only within the mystical sword sect, but in other places. For the sake of survival, for the sake of resources, they would fight and kill without end. Even if you were a disciple of a big sect, if you were a little careless, you would die. Just like this time, Zhu Jiaming knew that he was a disciple of the mystical sword sect, but he still dared to attack. If he was not careful enough, he would have become Zhu Bing's chess piece and died under the poisonous insect. Everyone was fighting hard. If you didn't advance, you would be surpassed by others and become a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming was not willing to be someone else's stepping stone. Therefore, he had to work hard. He wanted others to be his stepping stone. After he was done, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and continued his journey to the Dark Blood Mountain. A day later, a majestic mountain range appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The Dark Blood Mountain was a famous mountain in the eastern part of the Burning Sun Empire. Because the entire Dark Blood Mountain range was dark red in color. The ground was dark red, the rocks were dark red, and even the plants were dark red, as if they had been soaked in blood. That was why it was called Dark Blood Mountain. According to the legends, the Dark Blood Mountain wasn't originally like this. After an unknown period of time, there was once a peerless expert who had a great battle with someone. Fresh blood scattered and seeped into the mountains and rivers, and that was how the Dark Blood Mountain was formed. If this was true, it would be extremely shocking. What kind of existence was this? That's why there was so much blood that dyed the mountains red. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, there were indeed some very strange treasures in the Dark Blood Mountain, which attracted many people to come here to seek for treasures. The blood Reiki flower and the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed for the mission were among them. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming dashed into the Dark Blood Mountain. It was indeed very strange. The trees that came into view were all dark red, and the stones under his feet were also dark red. Lu Ming kept moving forward, his eyes searching everywhere to see if he could find the blood Reiki flower. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of red light shot toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The sword was unsheathed, and the red light was cut in half. It was a dark red scorpion. The scorpion was poisonous. Lu Ming slowed down and observed his surroundings carefully. After a few miles, roar! Roar! More than 10 giant wolvers with dark red fur surrounded Lu Ming. This was the unique dark blood wolf of the Dark Blood Mountain. It was 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. It was extremely powerful. Every one of them was a Class 1 Level 2 demonic beast, and there were even a few Class 2 Level 2 demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! More than a dozen dark blood wolvers pounced on Lu Ming. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. The Strange Blood-Colored Liquid. 549690339. ultimate flowing light. The sword light flashed like lightning across the sky, bringing with it streams of blood. When the sword light faded, the dozen dark blood wallivers had all been killed. At once, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian and devoured all the blood essence of the dark-blooded wallivers. The blood essence of this dark-blood wolf is so rich in life essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up during the refining process. He discovered that the life essence contained in the blood essence of the dark blood wolf was double that of other demonic beasts of the same level. The blood essence of a Class 1 second-level dark-blooded wolf was almost as good as the blood essence of other Class 2 second-level demonic beasts. A dark blood wolf at the second grade of the second level was almost as powerful as a demonic beast at the third grade of the second level. Could it be that all the demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain are like this? The life essence contained in the blood essence is even denser than the demonic beasts outside? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then they continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered many demonic beasts, all of which were killed by Lu Ming. As expected, the demonic beasts here, regardless of their species, contained a much richer essence. However, most of them were Class 1 or Class 2 demonic beasts. A small number of them had only reached the 4th or 5th grade of the second level. The improvement Lu Ming could make was very limited. Just like that, Lu Ming hunted demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain while searching for the blood Reiki flower. However, 3 days had passed and Lu Ming did not even find a single blood Reiki flower. The efficiency was really bad. As for the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed the most, there was no trace of it. Lu Ming had no choice but to continue searching and treat it as cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in the Dark Blood Mountain for 10 days. At this moment, Lu Ming finally found a blood Reiki flower. On the other hand, his cultivation had already reached the 5th grade Master Realm Advanced stage, and he wasn't far from reaching the pinnacle. Hiss! Hiss! A dark red python slithered quickly, with Lu Ming hot on its heels. This giant python was a demonic beast at the peak of 6th grade second level. It was rare to encounter such a high-level demonic beast in the Dark Blood Mountain, so Lu Ming did not want to let it go. However, the giant python was extremely fast. With a twist of its body, it covered a distance of tens of meters. Lu Ming could not catch up to it in a short time, even with his dragon serpent steps. The snake and the human kept running forward. Before he knew it, he had run for dozens of miles and arrived at a dense forest. At this time, the giant python's speed gradually slowed down. "Let's see where you can run to now." Lu Ming smiled, and the sword gleam slashed at the giant python. "Cece." The giant python hissed and spat out wisps of poisonous gas at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged it in a flash. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the python. A sword light flashed and left a long wound on the python's body. Fresh blood flowed out. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a burning pain on his skin, as if he was being corroded by something. "What's going on?" Lu Ming was shocked. "I clearly avoided the python's poisonous gas. How did this happen?" Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he realized that there was a faint dark red blood aura in the air. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to tell. Could it be that this blood qi is poisonous? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately circulated his essential qi and spread it throughout his body to resist the blood qi. When the blood qi collided with the genuine qi, it actually made a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding the genuine qi. What a powerful poisonous gas. At this moment, the giant python was dragging its injured body and slithering forward. Lu Ming swung his sword and cut off the giant python's head. Then, with a thought, the small snake-like bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. 9 drops of blood essence flew out of the giant python's body and were swallowed by the small snake. However, it was not over yet. The small snake opened its mouth again and sucked in the red blood qi beside Lu Ming. Then, a sizzling sound could be heard as if the blood qi was being refined. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This worked too. However, in this way, there was no blood qi around Lu Ming's body. The feeling of corrosion on his skin had also disappeared. That's good too. I can see what this place is. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He continued to move forward. The further he went, the thicker the red blood qi became. However, the small snake kept absorbing it. There was always a vacuum around Lu Ming's body that prevented the blood qi from entering. When this blood qi was devoured and refined by the spirit-devouring bloodline, it would also be transformed into wisps of energy. However, this energy was not very strong and was not of much use to the improvement of cultivation. After walking for a few thousand meters, he smelled a faint scent of blood. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. After walking another 100 meters, a pool of water appeared in front of him. The pool wasn't big, about 10 meters in length and width. However, it wasn't water in the pool, but a dark red liquid. The pool was filled with a dark red liquid that looked like blood. The faint smell of blood was obviously coming from the pool. The blood qi in the air was also emitted from this pool. By the side of the pool, there were many small red flowers. Lu Ming was overjoyed at the sight of the flowers. Blood Reiki flowers. These are all blood Reiki flowers. Ha ha ha, I've really worn out my iron shoes and searched high and low for them, but I found them without any effort. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Following that, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pond and picked the fruits carefully. The liquid in the pool was obviously poisonous. Lu Ming did not want to come into contact with it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming had picked all the blood spirit flowers by the pond. There were a total of 54 of them. In addition to the one he had found earlier, there were 55 of them. This was a huge harvest. One herb was 100 contribution points, so 55 of them would be 5,500 contribution points. After picking them, Lu Ming looked at the liquid in the pool. Although the liquid was highly toxic, it obviously contained a powerful energy essence. Otherwise, it would not have been able to produce so many blood Reiki flowers. Can the spirit-devouring bloodline devour and refine this liquid?
Lu Ming started to think.
Let's try devouring a drop first. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. It was impossible to improve his cultivation quickly and walk the path of a martial arts powerhouse without taking some risks. Lu Ming immediately circulated his essential qi and scooped up a drop of red liquid. He then controlled his blood meridian and swallowed the drop of liquid. Qi. Lu Ming seemed to be able to feel a sizzling sound in his blood vessels. Then, a wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At once, Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the pool and controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline to devour and refine the liquid. Of course, Lu Ming did not dare to devour too much at once. He would only devour them in small amounts. It was true that the spirit-devouring bloodline devoured and refined this liquid much slower than the blood essence of demonic beasts. However, it was still many times faster than directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to increase rapidly again. Half a day later, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the 5th grade Master Realm. 3 days later, Lu Ming broke through in one go and reached the 6th grade Master Realm. It was not over yet. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He cultivated for more than 20 days. In total, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a month. In a month's time, all the liquid in the pool had been devoured and refined by Lu Ming, leaving only a pit. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the early 7th grade Master Realm. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Dark Bloodstone. 549690339. In more than a month, Luming's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. This speed was already extremely shocking. This liquid might be extremely poisonous to others, but to me, it's a treasure. Unfortunately, it's something that can only be encountered by luck. Luming pondered to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled gently. A beam of air formed and shot out a few meters away, like a sharp sword. A 7th-grade Master Realm is indeed powerful. He's so much stronger than a 5th-grade Master Realm. One move is enough for me to fight Ningfeng again. Feeling the dragon-shaped vital energy surging in his body, Luming was overjoyed. Rustle. At this moment, a rustling sound could be heard. The sound came from the pit, and when he looked closer, he saw a dark red worm crawling in the pit. This worm was thicker than a thumb and more than a foot long. Its entire body was crystal clear like blood jade, and it had a mouth of sharp fangs. At this moment, when he saw Luming, he seemed to be shocked. He twisted his body and quickly darted away. This is blood breath bugs. Luming was slightly stunned. Then he was overjoyed. According to the ancient records, the blood breath bugs had dark bloodstones as their companions. In other words, the place where the blood breath bugs lived would definitely have dark bloodstones. He had not expected that there would be a blood breath bug in the pond. Luming did not hesitate at all. He rushed over and followed closely behind the blood breath bug. When the blood breath bug saw Luming chasing after it, it twisted its body even faster and rushed forward. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Luming smiled and strode forward, following closely behind the blood breath bug. After about 1,000 meters, the blood breath bug suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Not good. The blood breath bugs can dig underground. Luming's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over, but the blood breath bugs were nowhere to be seen. Buzz. Luming leaped onto a big tree and scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, not long after, 100 meters away, the blood breath bug's figure emerged from the ground and rushed forward. I can't chase it too close. This will only disturb it and prevent it from running back to its resting place. Luming's figure flashed, and he jumped onto another big tree. He leaped on the trunk, restrained his aura, and followed closely behind the blood breath bugs. They crossed over mountains and ridges and continued for dozens of miles. At this time, the blood breath bug stopped again. It burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Could this be the place? Luming pondered. He was not in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he began to observe. After a while, there was still no movement. Luming was certain that this should be the blood breath bug's habitat. Luming moved and came to the place where the blood breath bugs disappeared. Looks like it's here. The dark bloodstone should be right below. Then he took out the black edge sword he used before and used it as a shovel to start digging. With Luming's cultivation level and the sharpness of the black edge sword, he was able to dig through the rocky ground at a very fast speed. Soon, a pit several meters deep was dug. At this moment, a red light shot out with a swish. It was the blood breath bug. After the blood breath bug rushed out, it did not stop at all and ran away. Luming ignored him and continued digging. Very quickly, a faint fragrance, like that of sandalwood, wafted out. Luming's spirits were lifted. According to the ancient records, although the dark bloodstone was called the dark bloodstone, it did not have the slightest smell of blood. Instead, it had the fragrance of sandalwood. Since this smell was coming out, it meant that there was definitely a dark bloodstone here. Luming dug even harder. As a piece of rock was dug up, a rich fragrance filled the air. Below him, a stone the size of a fist with blood-red lines all over its body appeared before Luming. This was the dark bloodstone. Luming was overjoyed. He took out the dark bloodstone and looked at it carefully. This was the true war dragon technique's third stage, and even the fourth stage required it. He took a look at it and then kept it in the supreme shrine. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because the scent of sandalwood was still coming from below. Could there be dark bloodstones? Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly dug with all his might. Sure enough, he didn't dig too deep before he found another dark bloodstone. It was still the size of a fist, and it emitted a strong sandalwood fragrance. Ha ha ha, what great luck! Lu Ming was overjoyed and took out the dark bloodstone. However, there was still the fragrance of sandalwood coming from below. Still, there are more? This time, even Lu Ming was a little stunned. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because he heard the sound of air breaking coming from all around. There's the smell of sandalwood. It's the dark bloodstone. Hurry up! There was a commotion, and then 5 or 6 figures appeared.
Buzz.
And NBSB. Whoosh. In the forest, 6 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They did not hide their auras at all. They burst out and enveloped Lu Ming. 4 of them were 7th grade Master Realm, and 2 of them were peak 6th grade Master Realm. There were men and women among the 6, but they were all very young, about 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, the 6 of them were looking at the big pit that Lu Ming had dug with burning eyes. There is indeed a dark bloodstone.
Kid, you can get lost now.
The dark bloodstone here belongs to us. A young man with an aquiline nose looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Everyone, I was the first to discover this place." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "So, what if you discovered it first? It's ours now." The hook-nosed young man sneered, his expression full of pride and arrogance.
"So you want to rob me?"
"Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking very relaxed. "Brat, you're looking for death." The hook-nosed youth shouted coldly, then clawed at Lu Ming. 5 sharp claw gleams were aimed at Lu Ming's chest.
Boom.
Lu Ming threw a punch. Bang. Gotcha. There was a loud bang, followed by a cracking sound. Then, the hook-nosed young man let out a shrill scream and retreated a dozen steps. One of his hands trembled and blood kept flowing out. His 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. "Brat, how dare you? Do you know who we are? We're disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall of the mystical sword sect. You're dead for hurting me. My hand." The hook-nosed youth screamed and roared. Azure Dragon Hall disciple? No wonder his cultivation is not weak despite his young age. Lu Ming's expression changed. I remember now. You are Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. I saw you from afar when the last trial ended." Suddenly, a female disciple shouted.
"What?
He's Lu Ming?" The others couldn't help but exclaim. "I didn't expect that you would still recognize me." Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled faintly. "Lu Ming, although you're the newcomer king, I still have to give you a piece of advice. Get out of the way and leave. We can pretend that today's incident never happened because this dark bloodstone is something senior brother Yao Tianyu needs. We're also looking for it under senior brother Yao Tianyu's orders." The woman said one sentence after another, her tone full of confidence. She felt that as long as she mentioned Yao Tianyu's name, Lu Ming could only get lost obediently. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Geniuses on the Bronze List. 549690339, who knew that Lu Ming's next sentence almost caused her to suffer from internal injuries. Who is Yao Tianyu? It's none of my business that he needs the dark bloodstone, but do I need it? I'll let you off on account of us being from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming waved his hands and said impatiently.
How dare you?
Senior brother Yao Tianyu is a genius on the bronze rank, the top of all the bronze disciples. Are you tired of living? The young woman shouted angrily, her face red. He's on the bronze rank. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The bronze ranking was a ranking list among the 4 halls of the mystical sword sect. Those who could be listed on this list were all top geniuses among the bronze disciples. Each of them was terrifyingly powerful. He was now standing at the peak of the bronze disciples. But what did it have to do with Lu Ming? He didn't care if he was a disciple of the bronze ranking. Did he think that a disciple of the bronze ranking could snatch his dark bloodstone? When the woman saw Lu Ming in a daze, she thought that Lu Ming was afraid of the bronze list. She sneered and said, "Lu Ming, hand over the dark bloodstones now, then follow us to Kowtow and admit your mistakes to senior brother Yao Tianyu. This way, perhaps senior brother Yao Tianyu can let bygones be bygones." Hand over the dark bloodstone, Kowtow, and admit your mistake? Lu Ming looked at the lady with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a fool. He then said, "You're all bronze disciples of the mystical sword sect, but there's something wrong with your brains." The young woman was stunned, and only reacted after a long time. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and she screamed, "Lu Ming, what did you say? You're looking for death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's attack together and cripple him. Then, we'll bring him to senior brother Yao Tianyu and let him deal with him." The hook-nosed youngster also shouted with a sinister expression, "Attack." The 6 of them attacked at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Sword chi, saber radiance, claw force, palm wind instantly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming's eyes darkened. With a move of his hand, the star sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of sword radiance, he slashed out more than 10 times in an instant. Ah! Ah! With 6 consecutive screams, the 6 youths from the Azure Dragon Hall retreated rapidly. The 6 of them were forced back a dozen steps before they could regain their footing. Each of them had a deep sword wound on their chest, and blood was flowing out. A single sword had injured 6 people. How can he be so strong? How is that possible? More than a month ago, I heard that he defeated Ningfeng, but it was a difficult victory. How could he become so strong in just a month? The 6 young men's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Go. Let's go. This person can't be defeated." The woman screamed and quickly retreated. She was almost scared out of her wits. Buzz! Buzz! The other 5 didn't dare to stop and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not pursue. He wasn't confident that he could keep all 6 of them alive if they scattered. After that, Lu Ming continued to dig. Following that, Lu Ming dug out 2 more dark bloodstones in a row. There were a total of 4 dark bloodstones in this place. "That's enough." Lu Ming laughed. After checking that there were no more dark bloodstones, Lu Ming turned and left. "The blood Reiki flower and the dark bloodstone have been found. It's time to return to the sect." Lu Ming smiled. Although there were some twists and turns on this trip, everything was considered smooth. His figure didn't stop, and he headed towards the direction of the Dark Blood Mountain. Along the way, he came across a dark blood wolf that was alone. He tamed it and used it as a mount. That green scale horse had been outside for so long, it had probably run off to who knows where. This dark blood wolf was a demonic beast of 2nd grade, 2nd level. It was extremely strong and powerful, far beyond the green scale horse. He crossed mountains and ridges as if he was walking on flat ground. Very quickly, he left the Dark Blood Mountain and headed in the direction of the mystical sword sect. In the depths of Dark Blood Mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on the peak of a mountain. This figure looked to be only about 17 years old. He was handsome and had a cold expression. He was just sitting there casually, but he exuded a sharp aura. On the side, there were more than 10 young men standing there. not even daring to breathe loudly. These youths included the 6 youths from before. "Senior brother Yao, this is what happened," the hook-nosed youth reported. This cold-looking young man was Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. In the world of martial Dao, the strong came first. Although Yao Tianyu was young, the others still respectfully called him senior brother. Yao Tianyu furrowed his brows and said, "You're saying that there might be more than one dark bloodstone there, and they're all in Lu Ming's hands now." "That's right, senior brother Yao. That Lu Ming is extremely arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also didn't give you any face at all." But Lu Ming said that Yao Tianyu is something. The hook-nosed young man hurriedly replied. Of course, there were a lot of exaggeration in his answer. The other 5's eyes flashed, but they didn't refute the hook-nosed youth. Hee. After hearing this, Yao Tianyu let out a cold smile and said, "Are all the newcomers so arrogant these days? Lu Ming, newcomer king? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Let's talk about it in a few years." Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Go and find Lu Ming. As long as he's still in the Dark Blood Mountain, I won't let him return to the Vermilion Bird Hall." "Yes." A dozen of young men replied loudly. Then, their figures flickered, and they left the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest of the Dark Blood Mountain. "Lu Ming," Yao Tianyu muttered as a killing intent flashed across his eyes. The dark blood wolf was as fast as lightning, and its speed was much faster than the green scale horse. In less than 7 days, Lu Ming arrived at the sky-crossing city again. When he passed by the Zhu family's residence, he discovered that the house was already empty. Even the main door was covered in cobwebs. It seemed that the Zhu family had already been destroyed by the Zhou family. This was how the divine wilderness continent was. Strength was everything. Every day was filled with killing, and every day, countless forces were destroyed. Lu Ming shook his head. He found a restaurant, ordered some food and wine, and started eating. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted back to Fiery Wind City. The Sky-Crossing City is not far from Fiery Wind City. It's only a 3-day journey. I don't need 3 days to ride the Dark Blood Wolf. I might as well go back and see my mother. Lu Ming thought. It had been almost 4 months since he came out. It was time to go back and take a look. He quickly finished his meal, left the restaurant, and headed towards Fiery Wind City. It only took them a little more than 2 days to return to Fiery Wind City. Roar. Walking on the streets of Fiery Wind City, the dark blood wolf let out a long howl, which frightened everyone on the street. What a terrifying, demonic beast. Let's go. Go and get the experts of the Lu family to suppress it. The demonic beasts have entered the city. No, look, isn't that the young master of the Lu family, Lu Ming? It's him, it's really him. There was an uproar nearby. The others kept their distance from Lu Ming, afraid that they would be bitten to death by the dark blood wolf. Bang! Lu Ming slapped the dark blood wolf's neck, almost causing it to fall to the ground. What are you shouting for? Be good. Lu Ming berated. Ugh. The dark blood wolf barked like a domestic dog, extremely well behaved. The people nearby were dumbfounded. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Returning home. Bandits attacking. 549690339. The dark blood wolf followed behind Lu Ming like a puppy. Soon, they arrived at the Lu clan's residence. Who's there? Stop. It's the young master. It's the young master. The guard in front of the Lu clan's estate shouted, but he immediately reacted and shouted. Young master is back. Young master, please come in. The guard hurriedly said. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He led the dark blood wolf into the Lu residence. Good day, young master. The young master is back. The young master is back. After entering the Lu family, The people of the Lu family greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Then, the news spread quickly throughout the Lu family. Young master is so powerful. He actually brought such a powerful demonic beast. That's right. I feel that this demonic beast is even scarier than many of the elders. It's actually so well-behaved in front of the young master. Of course, the young master is a disciple of the mystical sword sect. Some of the Lu family servants looked at Lu Ming from afar, especially at the dark blood wolf. They were in a heated discussion, their faces full of respect. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He had just caught a dark blood wolf as a means of transportation. He did not expect it to cause such a big commotion. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the main residence. At the main residence's entrance, Li Ping was already looking forward to it. She had obviously heard the news. At the sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's face broke into a happy smile. Mother, I've come back to see you, Lu Ming said affectionately. Then, he patted the dark blood wolf's neck and said, obediently lie down at the door and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill you to go with my wine. The dark blood wolf howled pitifully a few times before lying on the ground obediently. Li Ping and the maidservants behind her were dumbfounded. Mother, let's go in and talk, Lu Ming said. Good. Li Ping said. There was a stone table in the main residence's courtyard. At this moment, Li Ping's maidservant had already set up desserts and brewed tea. How have you been? Li Ping asked with concern. Looking at Li Ping's concerned eyes, Lu Ming's heart felt warm. Do you think I've become stronger? After he finished speaking, he even gestured with his arms. Look at how smug you are. Li Ping laughed and scolded him. Then, she changed her tone and asked, where's Xiaoyu? Didn't you come back together? Lu Ming smiled and said, Mother, how's Xiaoyu doing? She's a genius disciple of the mystical sword sect now. Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened to them during this period. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention anything that was dangerous to Li Ping, so that she would not worry. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to have such talent. I'm really happy for her. Upon hearing that Xiaoyu had joined the mystical sword sect's most mysterious and powerful Qilin Hall, Li Ping was also very happy. Xiaoyu had followed her for many years, and she had treated Xiaoyu like her own daughter. Now that Xiaoyu had become successful, he was naturally happy. The mother and son continued to chat. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. It was the roar of the dark blood wolf. Young master, it's us. Then, an old voice was heard. The core elder of the Elder Council. Lu Ming's expression changed. He quickly got up and walked out of the door. At that moment, the dark blood wolf was standing at the door. Its red fur stood on end as it glared at the 5 old men. These 5 old men were the core elders of the Elder Council. What are you doing?
Get down.
Lu Ming slapped the dark blood wolf again. The dark blood wolf whimpered and obediently lay on the ground again. Young master, is this your war beast? It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a Class 2 second-level demonic beast. A core elder said as he looked at the dark blood wolf with a hint of fear in his eyes. A second-grade second-level demonic beast was equivalent to a second-grade master realm. In the Lu clan, most of the elders were only at the first-grade master realm. Only a small number of elders, including the core elders of the Elder Council, were above the second-grade master realm. This dark blood wolf could be considered a top expert in the Lu family. The young master actually had such a demonic beast as his battle beast. He was really amazing. A few core elders thought to themselves, oh, this dark blood wolf. It's not my war beast. It's something I caught along the way as a means of transportation. Its speed is still alright, slightly faster than the green scale horse. Lu Ming said casually.
What?
A means of transportation that you randomly grabbed? The 5 core elders were stunned. Then, they looked at each other in disbelief. Elders, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming asked. It's nothing much. It's just that the young master hasn't returned for a long time, so I came to see him. The 5 core elders looked at each other, and one of them said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the 5 core elders were hiding something from him. Elder, bad news. At this moment, a burly man ran over in a hurry and called out anxiously. The 5 core elders' expressions suddenly changed, and they asked in unison, what happened? The middle-aged man glanced at the 5 elders and then at Lu Ming. He said, the Samophis pirates and the skeleton pirates have come to attack again. This time, they're attacking the refined iron mine in the south. The refined iron mine has been surrounded. What? He actually went to sneak attack the refined iron mine, damn it. One of the core elders roared. The other core elders also looked worried. Elders, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Hey, young master, it's like this. One of the core elders began to explain. The demonic beast mountain range stretched for thousands of miles and crossed several cities. There were many bandits active in the demonic beast mountain range. Near Fiery Wind City were the Samophis pirates. As for the Dry Bone bandits, they were a group of bandits that were active near another big city. They were many times stronger than the Samophis pirates. About half a month ago, for some reason, the Samophis pirates suddenly colluded with the Dry Bone pirates and started to attack some of the Lu family's mines and trade caravans. The Lu clan had naturally organized experts to encircle and annihilate them, but there were many experts among the Dry Bone bandits. The leader of the Dry Bone bandits was a 5th grade master realm expert. A few days ago, the Lu family's core elders had been dispatched. However, the strongest core elder of the Lu family, who was a 4th grade master realm expert, had been injured by the Dry Bone bandits' leader and was still unable to get out of bed. Samophis pirates, skeleton pirates. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very familiar with the Samophis pirates. His first startup capital had been stolen from their lair. How dare they attack the Lu family? Let's go. I'll destroy them. Lu Ming said coldly. Young lord, don't act rashly. The leader of the Dry Bone bandits is a 5th grade master realm expert. I know that you're talented, but you've only joined the mystical sword sect not long ago. We can't defend our Slaviers for now. The Samophis pirates and the Dry Bone bandits are small in numbers, so it's impossible to break through. Hearing that Lu Ming was about to charge over, the 5 core elders' expressions changed, and they hurriedly advised him. That's right, Ming, don't act rashly. Li Ping also advised. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. 1 Sword Strike. 549690339. Mother, 5 elders, don't worry. It's just 2 groups of bandits. I can kill them with a flip of my hand. You don't have to worry. Send someone to lead the way. There's no need to say anything. Lu Ming smiled, looking very confident. All right then, but we'll go together. One of the core elders said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that the few core elders were worried about his safety, and he did not reject them. Ming, you must be careful, Li Ping said worriedly. Mother, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming gave Li Ping a confident smile. At the sight of Lu Ming's confident smile, Li Ping's worry was slightly alleviated. Not long after, the Lu family gathered some people and headed towards the refined iron mine in the south of the mountain range of beasts under the lead of a few core elders. That refined iron mine was the main source of income for the Lu clan. Of course, they also had a large number of troops. In the past, the Samophis pirates would not have dared to attack this refined iron mine alone. But it was different now. There were the skeleton bandits.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound of horses' hooves rang out. The Lu clan had mobilized hundreds of people, causing dust to fill the air. In front of them, a huge mountain appeared. In front of the mountain, there were 300 to 400 people surrounding the entrance. 2 flags were raised high, one with a snake and the other with a skeleton. Ha ha ha, the Lu clan has indeed sent reinforcements. A burst of laughter came from the bandits. A strong man riding a tall green scale horse blocked in front of them. Some Mophis pirates, skeleton pirates, and clowns. How dare they attack our Lu family? They're really looking for death. Lu Ming rode on the dark blood wolf and led the way, shouting coldly. Young master, don't be careless. This man is the second leader of the dry bone bandits. His cultivation has already reached the 4th grade master realm. One of the core elders hurriedly reminded. The burly man was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he turned to look at the dark blood wolf under Lu Ming's command. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a scorching flame flickered. Haha, it seems like there's really no one left in the Lu family. After beating up the old one, a brat still wet behind his ears has come. Are they taking turns to court death? The second in command of the dry bone bandits laughed contemptuously and continued, Your mount is not bad. Hurry up and give it to me. I can give you a quick death. Give me a quick death. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He controlled the dark blood wolf and walked forward step by step. How ignorant. I'm ignorant? Don't think that you can scare me with a decent demonic beast as a mount. Just watch how I kill you. Ha! The second in command of the dry bone bandits bellowed as he maneuvered the green scale horse and charged at Lu Ming like a gust of wind. The saber in his hand was like a violent gust of wind, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat on the dark blood wolf, not moving at all, as if he was frightened. Young master, be careful. The 5 core elders were shocked and shouted. Haha die. The second in command of the dry bone bandit sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. But the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared, because he saw a flash of sword light, which seemed to be faster than lightning, slashing toward him. He didn't even have time to dodge, let alone dodge. He didn't even have time to react. Then, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. In the next moment, he saw a headless corpse galloping forward on a green-scaled horse. Then, he fell into endless darkness. 1. A sword strike? Behind him, the 5 core elders and the rest of the Lu family were all stunned. The second in command of the dry bone bandits, a 4th grade master realm expert, was an unattainable existence in their eyes. However, Lu Ming had killed him with a single sword strike. It had only been a few months, and the young master's cultivation had already reached such a realm. This thought emerged in the hearts of the Lu family members. Then, their hearts burned with passion, and their eyes were filled with infinite anticipation. It had only been a short while, and Lu Ming was already so powerful. What realm would Lu Ming reach in a few years, or even decades? They seemed to see the rapid rise of the Lu family. The second leader is dead, the second leader is dead. The dry bone bandits exclaimed. Who's there? How dare you kill my second brother? The dry bone bandits roared. A burly man riding on a leopard rushed out of the crowd, his roar like thunder. Young lord, he's the leader of the skeleton bandits. One of the core elders said. Just kill him. As Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, he leaped off the dark blood wolf's back and crossed over 20 meters before landing on the ground. Then, he stomped on the ground heavily. With a bang, the ground shook and Lu Ming's body shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dry bone bandit leader. How could he be so fast? The dry bone bandit leader turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, so fast that he was shocked. Die! The dry bone bandit leader roared in shock. He slashed with all his might, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat. but in the next moment, he was in despair. Whoosh! Lu Ming's sword light was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it in time. Puchi! A head flew high into the air and landed in the middle of the Withered Bones Daoists group. The entire place fell into silence. Kill! Lu Ming's loud roar woke everyone up. Kill, kill. Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. Let's charge. The 5 core elders shouted with all their might. Their old faces were red with excitement as they rode on their green-scaled horses and charged towards the Samophis pirates and the Dry Bone pirates.
Kill.
Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. The other members of the Lu clan shouted one after another. With hundreds of people together, their voices were rolling and their morale was high. On the other hand, the first and second leaders of the Dry Bone bandits had been killed by Lu Ming in succession. They were already scared out of their wits and did not have the courage to resist. They retreated one after another, and it was a mess. At this time, a group of people rushed out of the Lu family's refined iron mine, causing more chaos between the two gangs of bandits. Lu Ming rushed into the group of bandits. With a flash of his sword, rows of bandits were killed. Every one of these bandits had blood on their hands. They were all people who deserved to die. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. In his hands, the bandits could not resist at all. He was harvesting lives to his heart's content. Wherever Lu Ming passed by, a large number of corpses would fall. It was a one-sided battle, and the bandits had almost no power to resist. Not long after, the entire area was filled with corpses. 300 to 400 bandits were all killed. Ha ha ha! The Samophis pirates and the Dry Bone pirates have been annihilated. Long live the young master! Long live the invincible young master! The people of the Lu family cheered. It took a long time before it gradually calmed down. After that, a group of people were left behind to clean up the battlefield. The 5 core elders took a group of people and returned to the Lu family with Lu Ming. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout the entire Fiery Wind City. Countless people were shocked by this news. The first and second leaders of the 5th grade Master Realm and 4th grade Master Realm were no match for Lu Ming's single move. They were easily killed by Lu Ming's sword. It was simply too shocking. Li Ping was the happiest of them all. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the happier she would be. After that, the Lu family held a grand banquet, and the famous people of Fiery Wind City came to congratulate them. However, Lu Ming only responded casually and found an excuse to go back to his room to cultivate. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Summoned by Yao Tianyu. 549690339. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the Lu family for 7 days. In the past 7 days, other than cultivating, Lu Ming had been accompanying Li Ping and chatting. There were a few times when he almost wanted to tell Li Ping that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. 7 days later, Lu Ming bade Li Ping farewell and rode the Dark Blood Wolf back to the Mystical Sword Sect. After 5 days, the Mystical Sword Sect was already within sight.
Go.
Since you've ferried me for so long, I'll set you free. Lu Ming patted the Dark Blood Wolf's neck. The Dark Blood Wolf cried out excitedly and ran away, as if it was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. It disappeared into the forest in the distance in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Mystical Sword Sect. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the Mystical Sword Sect. However, he didn't return to the dormitory first. Instead, he went to the Hall of Missions. He had to hand in the mission first. He walked into the Mission Palace Hall and came to a counter. "Junior brother, are you here to accept the mission or to submit it?" A pretty young woman asked from behind the counter. "I'm here to hand in my mission." Lu Ming passed a mission card to the young lady. It was the Blood Reiki Flowers mission. As for the Zhu family's escort mission, Since the Zhu family had already been destroyed, there was naturally no need to hand it in. Blood flower mission? I wonder how many blood Reiki flowers you've collected? The young woman asked. She knew that this task was not easy to do. It was not easy to collect the blood Reiki flowers. Not only did they have to go to the Dark Blood Mountain, but they also only needed 100 contribution points to collect one. It would take too long to go back and forth. It was not worth it at all. Therefore, not many people accepted it. She was rather curious about how many flowers Lu Ming could collect. Senior sister, please check. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge pile of blood Reiki flowers appeared on the counter. So many? The young woman looked at the blood Reiki flower on the counter and was stunned. Her small mouth was wide open. She had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to collect so many blood Reiki flowers. The pile of blood Reiki flowers also attracted the attention of a large number of people nearby. So many blood Reiki flowers. Who is this person? You don't even know this year's Rookie King? So it's him. He's so lucky to have found so many blood Reiki flowers. You're indeed very lucky. Envious voices could be heard from all around. Can you help me check? Lu Ming stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the young woman's eyes. Okay. The young woman came to her senses and quickly helped Lu Ming to count. There are 55 blood Reiki flowers in total. Each one costs 100 contribution points. That's 5,500 contribution points in total. The young woman said, her eyes revealing a light of envy. 5,500 contribution points. She didn't know how long it would take for her to earn that much. Lu Ming nodded and passed his identity jade card to the young lady. After a while, Lu Ming's identity jade card had an additional 5,500 contribution points. After handing in the mission, Lu Ming did not stop and went straight to his dormitory. Lu Ming did not notice that there were two young men outside the missions hall who had been watching him leave. Lu Ming is back. Hurry back and report to senior brother Yao Tianyu. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. He realized that Peng Shi and Hua Qi were not around. Lu Ming guessed that Peng Shi and Hua Qi were most likely cultivating somewhere else or doing missions. Lu Ming did not think much of it. He walked into the room, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the true war dragon technique. After a few days of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had already been completely consolidated. He was now fully focused on advancing towards the middle stage of the 7th grade Master Realm. 3 hours later, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud crash from the door of the courtyard outside. It seemed to have been kicked open. It's not Peng Shi or Hua Qi. Lu Ming's heart stirred. If it were Peng Shi or Hua Qi, they would not have kicked the door in like this. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He saw two young men walking in from outside. Lu Ming, it's good that you're here. A young man in a red robe sneered when he saw Lu Ming. Who are you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. We are the Azure Dragon Hall's disciples. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is summoning you. Hurry up and bring the Dark Bloodstone to the Azure Dragon Hall and meet him. The red-robed young man said coldly. His tone was filled with arrogance and a commanding tone. Yao Tianyu? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered. Wasn't he the Yao Tianyu on the bronze list that the Azure Dragon Hall disciples had mentioned on the Dark Blood Mountain? He was really in a hurry. Lu Ming had just returned, and he was already here. And it was a summon? She wanted him to meet her. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He replied indifferently with 2 words, I'm not free. What? Not free? Senior brother Yao Tianyu has summoned you. Even if you have a serious matter to deal with, you have to put it down. Quickly take the Dark Blood Stone and come with us. The red-robed youth berated. He still had a haughty expression. Yao Tianyu, What the hell are you talking about? I told you, I'm not free.
Get lost.
Lu Ming's face darkened, and he said coldly,
What?
You're courting death, you. Get lost. Before the red-robed young man could say anything else, Lu Ming let out a furious roar and charged forward, his fists blasting out.
Bang. Bang.
The two young men were also 7th-grade Master Realm, but they were no match for Lu Ming. They were sent flying out of the door and landed heavily on the ground. Lu Ming looked down at the two of them and said coldly, I told you to get lost. If you don't, I don't mind throwing the two of you off the Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. Just you wait. You won't have a good end for offending senior brother Yao Tianyu. The red-robed young man shouted loudly, and then fled with the other man. The bronze ranking? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't know much about the bronze list, but he knew that anyone who could be on the bronze list was a super genius. The highest cultivation level of a bronze disciple was the 9th-grade Master Realm. Once they broke through to the Great Martial Master Realm, as long as they were not too old, they would be promoted to a Asilavir disciple. The geniuses on the bronze list were all at the peak of the 9th-grade Master Realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary peak 9th-grade Master Realm experts. They were all geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. It was said that an ordinary 9th-grade master couldn't even last one move against a genius on the bronze list. The geniuses on the bronze list were all unrivaled in the same realm, and they could even fight against those of a higher realm. To the current Lu Ming, he was undefeatable. Lu Ming returned to his room and started to think. My martial arts skills are too weak now. I have to practice the fire gun chant as soon as possible. But before that, I need to practice the basic gun skills. Lu Ming pondered. No matter what weapon one cultivated, one would need a foundation. Lu Ming had never cultivated a spear technique before. Without a foundation, it was impossible for him to cultivate a black-level low-quality spear technique the moment he started. One had to have a solid foundation for the spear technique in order to cultivate a profound spear technique. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.